I would like to declare open this hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme for the Committee's inquiry into the first annual report of the 48th Parliament. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, the Gadigal people of the Eroa Nation, and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. We will be conducting today's hearing in person and via teleconference. I have the Deputy Chair, Senator Kovacic, and committee members, Ms Berry, with me today in person, as well as Senator Mulholland and Senator Steele-John joining us on teleconference. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. We are also being broadcast through YouTube, and I would like to thank our broadcaster folk from Parliament who are providing this for us. It is actually quite groundbreaking. It is only the second time we've been able to bring ourselves to you, and particularly for people with disability. I think to have a live broadcast stream is a really good step forward. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading information. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. This is all very formal, but in my time on this committee, this has not happened, so I'm hoping we'll be okay. Could I please remind those providing evidence today that you should not divulge confidential, personal or identifying information when you speak. If you wish to supplement your evidence with written information, please forward this to the Secretariat after this hearing. And please, can I ask everyone to ensure they've switched off or turned their mobile phone to silent. If witnesses take any questions on notice, the committee requests that information be provided within 2 weeks by the 6th of November. However, please liaise with the Secretariat if you require additional time. So it's now my great pleasure to welcome Mr. Michael Persuco and Miss Emily Forrest from National Disability Services, who are in the room with us today. And thank you very much. We're looking forward to the discussion with you. And I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, if you could state your full name, your name, and the capacity in which you appear today.
So Michael Perusco, CEO of National Disability Services.
And Emily Forrest, Deputy CEO of National Disability Services.
Thank you. Now, would you like to provide an opening statement?
A very brief one, if you don't mind, Chair.
No, I think that would be fantastic. It's always good to get a little bit of the background.
Yep.
As we're live,
Indeed.
Our disability community would really like to hear just a little about who you are and the services you provide. Thank you.
So we are the peak body for disability providers across the country. We have members in each state, and our members work with about 300,000 people with disability and employ over 100,000 workers across the country. In terms of the key points that we wanted to touch on today, the first one relates to the fact that the sustainability of the scheme relies on quality providers, and increasingly we are seeing that's at risk, and we have a situation where I think the wrong type of providers are thriving. So we're concerned about that and concerned about the impact that would have on the scheme. We think that there needs to be very active market stewardship that includes independent pricing that has a tiered approach, a regulatory system that means that there's oversight of all providers, and that while those levers are being implemented, which we think will take kind of 3 years or so, there needs to be some sort of temporary loading for quality providers to ensure that capability remains in the market. And in the absence of that, we are very concerned that at the end of the 3 to 4 year period where the independent pricing and regulatory reform is being implemented, you won't have that group of providers at the end, and we think that will be devastating for the scheme. And the two other areas that it would be helpful to touch on is one, the interface with the agency from providers' perspective can be challenging and at times, and that ultimately flows on to participants and has a significant impact on providers. And I think the final point that we raise is in relation to what our members are seeing in package reductions, and particularly significant package reductions for people in supported living arrangements, and particularly those with very complex needs, support needs. And one of the challenges, besides the impact on the participant, is the mismatch between what is funded in the package and what the Commission demands in terms of compliance with the practice standards. And essentially the provider is caught in the middle, and what we're seeing is through that imbalance is being met through the goodwill of largely not-for-profit providers. And you couple that with the financial pressure that they're already under, it further places pressure on quality providers, but it also creates significant risk for participants.
Well, thank you. You've covered a fair bit of terrain there. Would you like to add anything to that, Ms. Forrest?
No, thank you.
Okay, well, look, I'll open with a couple of questions, then I'll pass over to the Deputy Chair and then to Ms. Berry. You mentioned, you've actually included, you talk about independent pricing, you talk about improving the regulatory environment for providers, and you talk about a tiered system, and you touch on the interface with the agency. So I'm actually wanting to expand on that in relation to coming back to your submission. You state that quality providers, that you're struggling to survive, and that providers who are not quality, well, it's a question mark over that, that you're saying that they're able to thrive. What are the key factors that are contributing to the difficulties that you're facing, which are, from what you're saying, that a number are actually struggling to survive? And what are the key things we need to do to change that?
Yeah, I'll start if you don't mind, Chair. The key difficulty in terms of the wrong providers are thriving is there's currently a one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to pricing services in the scheme. So you might have a provider that is registered with the NDIS Commission, that meets all of its compliance and audit requirements, that returns good results and works constructively with the NDIS Commission, that invests heavily in workforce training and supervision, that takes on clients with complex and high support needs, and or operates in thin markets, and they will be getting paid exactly the same as a provider that doesn't necessarily have to do all of those things, the same as a sole trader who may not be investing in its workforce by nature of its organisational structure, and organisations that don't have to meet the compliance requirements of the NDIS Commission, which are heavy in terms of cost. So that one-size-fits-all approach means we have providers that are losing money by virtue of the quality service they deliver.
So you've touched on the regulation, and you'd be aware that there has been a review or inquiry into regulation of providers. So in terms of regulation, is there anything you want to say about how that would work? And if you sounds like you support it.
Yeah, we fully support the recommendations of the task force, and think the now Associate Commissioner has done a really good job of thinking through the complexities. I guess our position would be there's some urgency about government making a decision and signalling to the broader provider market, that is going to occur. I'd also say, in relation to independent pricing and regulatory reform, that we are encouraged by the government signals in these areas, both Minister Butler and Minister McAllister. And what we would say is there's some urgency about getting started on that work. But as I said, we're encouraged.
And there's also been a investigation into workers being regulated as well. What do you think of that?
I think ultimately oversight of that nature is important. I think that workers in the scheme are doing high risk, very important work that can impact on the safety of participants. And in that situation, oversight, I think, is appropriate and largely exists in most other social service systems.
One thing that's come through, we had a hearing in Canberra yesterday. There was a discussion around the people with complex needs, and that they require the expertise of support workers who are very highly skilled. Yeah. Do you think that the scheme adequately supports that group of workers, and do you think that people with complex needs are being sufficiently supported in the system currently?
I'd say, and you can add to this, I'd say it would depend on what is in their plan. We are hearing across the provider network that participants who previously had what's called high intensity funding, which allows for the provider to pay a support worker more at a higher level of the industry award, that we're hearing multiple reports that participants' high intensity funding has been reduced to standard funding. So we do hear very regularly from providers who are still delivering the high intensity level of support for quality and safety needs, but that is not getting funded through the participant plan. The other issue is the current cost model doesn't adequately, in our view, cover for training, supervision, upskilling in the sector. So it is very hard to have those excellent workers in your organisation when the cost model doesn't underpin keeping them in there, increasing their salary and investing in upskilling them so they can have a professional career in the sector.
And the only question, sorry, I just wanted to ask one more thing, and then I'm going to hand over to others. I would also like to acknowledge that Miss Lay is now with us, and thank you for being with us today. I hear the traffic's a bit busy out there. Yes. So the only other question I'd like to ask you is, with funding now, as you're aware, with the rollout of plans for individuals, there has been time frames put on to funding and what you can spend within a given time. And we heard yesterday significant concern about that. I think we understand that there has been a need for some greater sort of, I suppose, management and of the funding as it's rolled out. But the flip side is that people are feeling very overwhelmed, and also I think some are struggling with it. What are your thoughts?
So we appreciate that the intention of this was to address some of the fraud activity in the system. I think the fact that both providers and participants were given less than really a week to completely change the way in which they work was very disruptive and continues to be disruptive. I was talking to a plan manager last week who they're currently investing kind of $15 million in their system to change how it takes into account those interval payments, but it's not going to be ready by December. And
So what do we do in the future to avoid this situation?
so I think the agency does not have any meaningful engagement with providers. And there are separate concerns about participants, but I'll talk to providers. I think when decisions are made that significantly impact the way a provider operates and their cost structure, it is appropriate to provide notice to enable those changes to be made in a way that doesn't disrupt participants and undermine the financial sustainability, particularly of the quality providers that I was referring to earlier. And I think engagement with particularly quality providers should inform the way in which you think about how the market works. And in the absence of that, I think it is very difficult to make decisions that are fully informed.
Thank you. I'll now hand over to the Deputy Chair, Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today. And I've actually been listening intently to that last piece of evidence, and I took a note of what you said because I was reflecting on something the agency said yesterday, where they said that they actually don't have a relationship with the providers because that's a relationship between the participants. And my immediate thought was, yes, but you're the ones that are providing all the money that goes to the providers. So that didn't make a lot of sense to me how that works. So how do we change that? Like, how do we change the reality of the fact that, as you state, the agency doesn't have any meaningful engagement with providers, that the agency and the government, the taxpayer, are the ones paying the providers, and there is this significant gap? What is the best way for us to start to manage that, to mitigate that, and actually get the agency to engage and perhaps understand the importance of that engagement?
I'll make a brief comment and then. So there are 260,000 providers, so it's not possible for the agency to engage with 260,000 providers. But there are a small subset of providers who've been doing this for decades and know what they're doing, and they're the ones that largely support people with complex support needs. They operate in thin markets. So gathering intelligence and understanding of the issues from that group is doable.
So just to understand, nothing like that happens. So I get it's the same way the agency can't engage with every single participant. It's impossible, right? So they spoke yesterday about DRCOs, forums, public webinars. They're only for participants, not for providers. Is that right?
There are. So there is a regular meeting. There's regular meetings with peak bodies.
Yeah.
And there is ad hoc engagement with small provider groups from time to time.
Yeah.
I don't, and I guess I don't think there are the mechanisms in place that we can see then impact on decisions the agency is making.
Okay.
Did you want to add?
I would add to that one of the advocacy asks that we're talking about is that market stewardship of the scheme should not sit within an agency of government, and that overall market stewardship is something that we think should be sitting with the Federal Department of Health, Disability and Ageing. across government, because there's so many levers that they can pull at that level and so many interrelationships between the scheme and other parts of our society, that leaving market stewardship with a smaller agency of government that is responsible for other things like setting plans and getting that done really right and working with participants doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And do you think that's part of the reason that we have some of the ongoing issues that we do have, given that it's virtually impossible for them to operate and run the scheme and carry that stewardship, as you call it?
Yes, and reform the scheme in sort of with the new legislation, manage the existing scheme, manage pricing well, manage overall market dynamism, I think they refer to it, which is provider entrance and exits. It is too much, and there is a conflict, I think, in being responsible for overall sustainability of the NDIS and setting participants' plans and setting pricing for providers.
Yeah, and being forward-thinking at the same time.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a lot.
Yeah, it is.
And looking at a high... Sorry.
Yeah.
do you-
No. Yeah.
Looking at macro data about provider, the movements in the provider market is not helpful, and I don't think gives you the perspective on the market that you need. It is about which providers are leaving the market and what are they doing. And if it is, as we have seen in the last 4 months, 5 substantial quality providers have been doing this for decades, then that is a significant concern, irrespective of what the macro data is showing.
Okay. And that sort of links to sort of the next thing I wanted to ask, but the Chair kind of asked some of these questions, so I was sort of going to frame it a bit differently. I think your finding is that some 50% of providers are operating at a loss.
Yep.
21% are considering exiting the market. Yep. Do you think that that is a signal of early market failure of the NDIS? And if so, which you're nodding and saying yes, what forms of intervention at this point? And I would maybe call it early government intervention, but it's probably not early. It's probably merging into perhaps a crisis point, are needed in terms of pricing, regulation or transitional support that could prevent a broader collapse. And I also note that there are smaller providers in there and some unregistered, particularly in remote and regional areas where the larger, I think you call them quality providers, I'm not to suggest that the small businesses are not quality providers, but where they're not interested in going because it's too costly, right? So how do we balance that out and make sure that we're not demonising small businesses purely because they don't have the scale to do the things that the larger providers do? Yeah. How do we make it work for everyone?
I think that's where independent pricing and regulatory reform come in. I think once they are fully implemented, you're going to see a lot of them. The market will sort itself out to a large extent. I think if you are a sole trader, you have a different cost structure. Independent pricing will pick that up. I think in thin markets, I was out in rural Victoria on Thursday and I was talking to a provider called McCallum, and there's a little town called Arnott, and one of the providers pulled out or exited running a supported living home, and that meant the participants who'd been living there for decades were looking at leaving their community. And it is McCallum who stepped in quickly and largely at their own expense to keep that running. And this is the capability loss we're concerned about, because they're under significant financial pressure. You can only do that for so long.
That's the temporary loading you talk about.
Yes.
It's just someone like McCallum.
Definitely.
And so then how do we ensure that temporary loading is actually used to sustain or to train people and maintain quality rather than going to something else?
So I think the quality providers that we're talking about have strong governance, has strong practice frameworks, gravitate to people with complex needs and thin markets. They have quality systems in place. They report and covered by the Commission and undoubtedly invest in their workforce. They already do what you're talking about, and they're losing a lot of money. So the temporary loading is about getting them to a sustainable position, because many only have a 2 to 3 year runway at most. It is about making sure they're there when independent pricing and regulatory reform is implemented.
And just one final thing to finish on, there's been a lot of evidence in the submissions in relation to the price caps being a big part of the problem, and in effect being a price setting mechanism rather than a price cap mechanism. Do you have a view on that?
Yeah, we would agree. And in fact, the NDIA did commission its own research about 12 months ago with the Independent Pricing Committee, and it also agreed that setting a price and a price cap is an artificial way of incentivising the right sort of behaviour in the market, and that indeed that one-size-fits-all approach means, as Michael said, you have the wrong providers thriving, and the providers that are going above and beyond that price cap losing money with every service that they're delivering. And I just wanted also to add and make sure it's very clear in our evidence that we're not advocating just for very large providers.
No.
They are obviously deeply important to the scheme as well, but actually we see the small to medium providers as the heartland of the scheme, and it's important that they are flourishing alongside. There should be a diversity in the market, so very large, medium, smalls, and there's also a place for sole traders. And in the unregistered market, it's not to say that unregistered is bad. It is to say that there should be a mechanism done swiftly to bring them into regulatory oversight and compliance, and it can be a light touch approach if they're delivering a low risk service, or a more stringent and strident approach if they're delivering a high risk service.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That was a very constructive set of questions there. Thank you, Deputy. We are running a little over time, but I would like to give other members of the committee an opportunity to hear from you, because I think you're offering us a very interesting perspective. I'd like to now pass to Miss Berry. So if we could try to keep our responses succinct. If you don't, you're going very well.
Yeah.
And then I'll move to Senator Mulholland online. Over to you, Ms. Berry.
Yes, thank you. I'll keep my questions fairly short and sharp because you've given us a really great submission, so thank you. Just in terms of that quality consultation from the agency with providers, which the Senators asked some further questions about, what could that look like in practice? So we see these administrative changes coming through the agency, and then we see obviously short timeframes whereby providers have to sort of really scramble to respond, adding to their cost burden. So can you see that there could be a more focused consultation model with providers across the scheme to enable more of a two-way street, I suppose, when it comes to scheme design? Is that what you envisage?
Most certainly. That, and it's not that different to the consultation you see in most other departments. And it's also about talking directly to individual providers to understand the nuance and the colour and movement, that you have a framework that gives you a good understanding of how services are being delivered. And as I said, that is standard practice in most service delivery departments.
Thank you. Just in terms of the temporary loading, so that we can sort of ensure we've got a viable scheme while pricing arrangements or regulatory arrangements are embedded, what could that temporary loading look like? Do you see that as one-off payments, or how do you envisage that working?
So we think it should be done outside of the agency, and it should be a grants program through the department. Our view is that it needs to be about 5%, and we base that on the costs of regulation and investing in workforces and thin markets, and it's enough to see these providers through. We would also say that if there was an adjustment to the price for unregistered providers, given the lower cost base that they have, that would offset the cost of the temporary loading.
With the costs associated with administering the scheme and the complexity that providers need to navigate in this space of all sizes and registered and unregistered, do you see that administrative burden really does add to this cost base? You note in your submission that there's the favouring of the low-cost model with the way that pricing works, where really providers are expected to cover the cost of the DSW with limited overheads, and we know that providers have significant overheads in part because of the admin burden associated with the complexity of the scheme. So is there some productivity gain which could be achieved in that space?
An enormous amount.
Yeah.
We think that there is significant capacity to get better value for money for the scheme overall. We don't think it's about more money, it is about value for money. And I'll just make a brief point around the one-size-fits-all pricing. That's not us saying that. That's the agency's independent pricing committee report. It said the pricing's not fit for purpose. It says it incentivises low-cost, low-complexity work, and that quality providers can only stay in the market because of their cash reserves. Not us saying that. It's the agency's independent pricing committee report. And I just want to mention one other thing very quickly, Chair, just to give you another example of the quality provider and the smaller quality provider. When Cocoon was exited from the scheme by the Commission for very poor practice and their exploitation and harm to participants, it was 2 regional providers in Victoria who stepped in at 24 hours notice. And I just want to get their name, so I get it in Hansard. Golden City Support and Lively. Sorry for not remembering your name. 24 hours notice, cost them money, had to jump through hoops. That's who you go to when things go wrong, and that's what we need in the market.
Thank you. That's all for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That's a very good point. I mean, that's the thing about the NDIS and those providers. They do truly care, and we need to put the focus on those providers because that's what the scheme's all about. So thank you very much. At this point, I think we'll let you depart. Oh, sorry, Miss Lee, did you have a question you wanted to put?
Just one question, what your thoughts are around providers being registered. You mentioned there are about 260,000 providers. Is it an important process, in terms of making sure that they are accountable and doing the things that they should be doing?
Yes, absolutely. At the moment, there's less than 6% of the market is registered with the NDIS Commission. So out of a market of 270,000 odd providers, we don't think that is a sensible way for the market to be operating for many reasons. One being really good oversight of who's claiming money and what services they're delivering, but most importantly, that oversight of knowing the safety and the quality of the services they're offering. Yep.
And how would you suggest we could make that, increase that 6% registration to at least, triple, if not,
Yeah, the NDIS Commissioner and the Associate Commissioner have started that work, but it hasn't been implemented yet. And they are suggesting that they start with registering what they're considering high-risk services. So if you're going into someone's home, if you're coordinating their care, those sorts of providers should be registered quickly. And then we would see that as a graduated approach towards universal registration of all providers and done in a way that it's not forcing great unregistered providers out of the market.
Thank you very much. It's been a really worthwhile discussion. Really appreciate that you've given us your time today. Continue the good work. And we'd now like to welcome Mr. William Robin and Miss Alicia Rodriguez from Multicultural Disability Advocacy Association. We'll just give you a moment to get settled. Good morning to you, and thanks so much for making time to be with us today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Could you, for the Hansard record, just state your name and your purpose for being here today?
My name is William Robin. I'm here to discuss some NDIS issues that we've seen as part of our service with advocacy.
Thank you.
My name is Alicia Rodriguez, and similarly I'm here to discuss NDIS issues that we've seen and hopefully bring to your attention to discuss, I guess.
Thank you. And would you like to provide an opening statement?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and members of the Joint Standing Committee, for the invitation to speak on behalf of our organisation, the Multicultural Disability Advocacy Association, MDAA. We provide advocacy for people with disability with a special focus on multicultural communities, an area in which we have built expertise over the past 30 years. Today I want to speak about two key issues raised in our submission. Firstly, the growing disparity in funding between advocacy organisations and legal aid services supporting people with disability with NDIS appeals, and the funding available to the NDIA to defend NDIS appeals. As indicated in our submission, recent reporting revealed the NDIA spent over $60 million in external legal services in 1 year. This figure reflects only external law firms and does not include internal NDIA lawyers, case managers, administration costs and other overheads. In stark contrast, the government has most recently allocated $7.3 million over the 12-month period to June 2026 to basically 50 advocacy organisations and legal aid organisations across Australia. All the costs that organisations incur for NDIS appeals must come out of this funding. The people we support are often highly vulnerable and have never experienced legal process before. Our cohort, primarily being from a multicultural background, brings its own challenges. Our role is not just assisting people to present their case, but also explaining the process and often consoling very distressed clients. This is something the legal representatives for the NDIA are not required to do, and this again disadvantages our clients who are receiving services from an underfunded organisation stretched to their limits. As far as we are aware, there is currently no advocacy organisation in New South Wales that can fully assist with NDIS appeals. Most have closed their books or set up wait lists. The tribunal, the Administrative Review Tribunal, has seen the number of NDIS applications double year on year. Our wait list is currently at 20, and it's extremely unlikely we'll be able to provide ongoing support to all of them. We believe it is essential that the government consider adding funding to this program now. The case is currently being heard at testing the new legislation. So those hearings, which usually take about 12 months to get to, are happening right now, and they're testing those changes that were put in place in October last year. And the NDIA appear to be taking a more adversarial stance, and this imbalance is felt by our organisation and also the participants we're trying to help. I would submit the NDIA decision makers may become complacent or careless when making decisions when the external appeals process becomes less and less of an option for people with disability. Second is the seemingly lacking follow-through on what appears to be a policy recognition for cultural safety. As an organisation with deep expertise in this area, we continue to deliver targeted practical training via MDAA learning workshops and training. We aim to bring cultural safety to the minds and forefront of workers. We believe this to be of great importance in creating an inclusive and safe environment, one of the intended objectives of the NDIS. We have seen very poor examples of NDIA practices which need improvement. Two such examples are included in our submission. And NDAA would like to assist where we can to see these aspirations realised. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Did you want to add anything, Ms. Rodriguez?
Not at the moment, thank you.
Right. Look, I'll just ask a couple of questions first. Thank you for the work you do, advocacy and supporting people through a process of reviewing a plan and potentially ending up in the tribunal can be a very adversarial and challenging process. And I think you are right in the fact that you provide emotional support, whereas a process of law does not. So it is important. So you're saying that advocacy is not, in terms of the support provided financially, is not equal. You mentioned 60 million being spent by the NDIS on law firms, and that doesn't even include the internal processes. In contrast to 7.3 million, you said, for advocacy for organisations such as yours. Funding is important, but do you think that, I mean, you're welcome to speak on that, but in terms of actually redressing the balance, do you think there's anything in the system of the NDIS that could be done as a matter of, I suppose, within the scheme support, further advocacy within the support? And is there a role perhaps for navigators to play in that space? Just interested to hear your thoughts.
I'll answer first, Chair. It's potentially the case that the NDIA is spending too much money on external lawyers when they don't necessarily need to escalate things to that point, certainly not through a alternative dispute process. They do have a case manager that follows the case all the way along, and I feel like a lot of that can be dealt with through the case manager and the advocate. As for, I think the changes in October last year created an influx of appeals, and there's always going to be that adjustment period, and I think that's what we're seeing right now.
So for those who are listening in, can you explain to us what occurred in October, just so people who are listening in...
So in October last year, I think it was around the 3rd of October, there was a change in the legislation, and that changed some significant aspects of the Act, including creating non-NDIS support list and what is an NDIS support. So a lot of that has been looked at and interpreted, and there was also changes to the Section 34, and that included a reference to impairments. So the supports that you're asking for have to relate back to impairments, and that's causing some complications where people that have already had access might be finding they're having to reaffirm what their impairments are, because the NDIS, when they gave access, might not have recorded that very accurately. I think their systems were very general in that respect, and as it's progressed over time, there's a lot more focus on impairments and what your impairments are and specific lists of impairments, whereas before it might have just been other physical was just recorded, and that's not really helpful now to the new legislation. And a lot of that onus has been put onto the participants to show this.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything, Ms. Rodriguez?
I think in terms of, it would be ideal, I think, for us to be able to see support internally first. Navigators, I think, is really interesting, just because, one, the conflict of interest that might come out of that. But also, we mentioned it, but already what we're seeing from the agency is still a lack of cultural safety in there. And I say ideally it would be addressed internally, because I've got my book here, and there's some kind of intake notes I've got, and in brackets I've just got destroyed family, because there is so much of that. The process is really taking a massive toll on families, and so if we could target that beforehand, it would be excellent, as opposed to. Funding for advocacy, I think, is still tippy top of our priority, because we're going to need that regardless. But yeah, I think I still worry a little bit about the conflict that would come up there, and also the slow rollout, I guess, of training and of adoption of culturally safe practices to be able to just
Navigator role, you saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not clearly defined exactly what it will be yet, but it's interesting to hear your thoughts. I could go further into that, but I'm aware of our time constraints. I'm going to hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for your time this morning. I have a lot of questions, but I'll keep it to a couple to ensure that everyone gets a turn, because there are so many things here that I think need some oversight. You've expressed concerns about the underrepresentation of COLD participants in key NDIA data sets and advisory structures, and I take a view that if you can't measure something, then you actually don't know what your problems are. What specific data improvements do you think would most strengthen evidence-based policy for COLD inclusion?
You want to go to this one?
I guess it depends on I guess what we're focusing on really. I mean, if we're looking at data sets in terms of if we're reflecting back on the COLD strategy, for example, and just internal policies. So I was having a look at the NDIA language policy and guide for effective translations. I feel like there isn't the data necessary to. I mean, we're working on external data really, but not really how that has been put out in practice. We're looking at new and emerging communities within a 2-year time frame as well, but I don't think that there's enough data to really show how this is going in practice in terms of how this has affected how people are actually accessing the services and the bits, I guess, in the scheme that we need to see.
Do you guys have any data, or do you have access to data on whether there is a disproportionate expenditure or disproportionate number of COLD participants who are taken through those legal proceedings or appeal proceedings that we could perhaps link back to the lack of proper consultation or the lack of advocacy at the right point? So, like, effectively, you know, things are going a long way where they could have been fixed earlier on. Do you have any information in that regard, or is that available to you?
I think a lot of the data we work on is we help hundreds of people, so we're getting a lot of frontline data when we assist people through the NDIS appeals. So, for example, something I've noticed systemically for people from multicultural backgrounds is they will use doctors and specialists that will speak the same language as them. Now, these specialists won't actually be as comfortable representing at a hearing, for example, or even writing in English in the way that the NDIA want. So they're disadvantaged in that respect in trying to get that evidence. So I guess that's how we come up with our suggestions or recommendations based on our data that we see through our service. And we also consult with other advocacy organisations as well. But as far as government data, I don't think there's a lot out there that really reflects the same kinds of things we see, because it is hard to collect that.
I'm quite interested in the comment that you made about doctors or specialists not providing reports or information in the language that the NDIA want. And it made me think about a conversation I was having with a family member who's always worked in the private sector and is looking to apply for a job in the public sector, and the application processes and the forms and everything are completely different. And which is challenging for someone that wants to navigate something new. I wonder what you think could be a process whereby we can actually change, I guess, all of these elements of red tape and bureaucracy that are unnecessary in terms of assessing a process and stopping it from getting to an appeal, because I'm really worried about, you know, this $60-odd million a year on these processes, where from what I've read in your submission, many of them should never have gone there. Like the one that I read, which really disturbed me, was a review of a reviewable decision was returned by a planner stating a document had not been included when in fact it had been. And when this was raised with the planner, they advised they could not alter the decision and the applicant would have to proceed to an external appeal. Like, I find that extraordinary. So I'm trying to get your sense on on the practical experience that you guys have with the people you advocate for, how we can change this.
Yeah, so that's not the only example we've seen of that, and I suspect it is NDIA guidelines internally that once they've made a decision, they can't be pressured to change it at all, even if they've made a mistake.
Yeah.
And so then I have to go to the external review process, which takes months and months and months to even get to a first case conference.
And taxpayers have to pay $60 million a year for the pleasure of it.
Yeah, and they've got a lawyer involved now, and they're spending money on that, and it doesn't make sense.
No.
They need to have more flexibility at the decision-making level, I think. Yeah.
Well, I think that has to be absolutely flexibility at a decision-making level, but also a level of accountability that if you've got something wrong, it's not the taxpayer and the participant that actually have to pay for that to be corrected. It can be corrected by the agency.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Interesting points made there. Miss Berry.
Thank you. I've just got a few questions. Thank you very much. First of all, just following on from the questions from the Senator, I imagine some of the matters that you're dealing with would be partly the agency trying to contain the scope of the scheme. So I can see that the agency has this job to do to try and sort of maintain the sustainability of the scheme and to maintain the scope of the scheme. So partly some of those matters that you would be dealing with, I imagine, are about scope. But as the Senator mentioned, some of them are also dealing with just poor administration. And so thank you for your observations around that. And I wondered if you've got anything further you'd like to add on that point around the matters that you deal with which are about poor administration. Would you say the majority are about correcting decisions that have been made, or are the majority about scope?
I would say it's not as common for it to be a situation like that, but it is something that we've noticed a few times. A lot of it is testing the new rules at the moment. So what is and what isn't an NDA's support.
Yeah.
And I can give an example of an argument that's been put forward by the NDIA in a case to do with getting a fence put in place, which is a custom-made, very expensive, environmental restraint. And there's a thing in the Schedule 2 rules that says standard, and it goes standard home modifications, comma, fence, comma, gates. And they're saying because it doesn't say standard to gate, it says standard to the first part of the sentence, even though they're all part of the same sentence, then, that's not included. So you don't even have to assess whether it's a standard fence or anything. So it's testing these boundaries. And where there's an imbalance in that representation, and we're struggling as a service to provide support to all these people, we feel like a lot of that might be getting washed away, and these tests that are happening right now to work out if these changes are actually making a difference to funding aren't going to be resulting in good outcomes, because they're being steamrolled basically.
Sure. And so just two further questions. You also, of course, have mentioned that over the last 2 financial years that $7 million per annum have gone to 50 organisations in terms of providing advocacy.
Yeah.
That does seem like a drop in the ocean in the context of a $40 billion scheme. Can you see that there could be some potential for organisations such as your own to be able to assist more with scheme design and at that consultation and systemic end, rather than needing to involve yourselves at that very highly individualised adversarial end?
So we get funding from the federal government to provide that, and they provide a budget for the year, so that's up until 2026. We'd like to see that be more flexible. So we've asked for more support, but they said, that's it. That's what the budget is. Whereas the NDIA seem to have a lot of flexibility. They can just spend whatever they want, it seems. But I think we do. There is discussions at the moment about what's the new funding model from 2026 going to be. So we are having discussions about that and what would work the best. And a lot of that is about, systemic options. I mean, we've got to try and think about all the innovations we can come up with to try and reduce it going to these processes. Obviously, we've failed so far to...
Yeah, in fairness, I don't think that's a big job for you to have to do. You know, I'm just sort of thinking how we could more logically be managing taxpayers' money in terms of, you know, scheme design to begin with. You mentioned as well that you're involved in NDIA advisory groups and that you're well positioned to assist the agency in delivering culturally safe services, including through tailored training. But you also mentioned that you can see this commitment in policy documents, but you're not seeing that come through in practice. So I just wondered if you could speak to how you feel the agency could improve in engaging with you, if you feel that that voice could be a little stronger.
I might let Alicia answer that one.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about culturally safe practice, we're talking about ongoing critical reflection of the actual staff. And so I think there has to be an established relationship to make sure that we do and are able to engage in that kind of ongoing training. So it's not necessarily something that we can tick off and just say that this has happened and now everybody is culturally safe. There is, and I mean the shift from all the other language that we were using around cultural competence and all the other words that we were using. The shift is that ongoing critical reflection on the actual practitioner or on the staff member. And so I think, we've spoken about it as an organisation that we really want to see this. And I mean, cultural safety started in the health space, midwives and nurses, and everything we read on it, it really does translate over really well to what we're working in. And we would like to see it being really well established in this space. It's fairly new in Australia in particular. And I'm talking, 2020, I think we started really getting some definitions together and all that kind of stuff. But I think establishing, and we'd be more than happy to do that, an actual relationship to have opportunities to establish these, sessions of developing that critical consciousness that we need to make sure that that's well established and embedded in the way we work is the only way that we're going to be able to see how we can monitor and record. We can't do that without seeing how it's going to work in the first place. So I think we can't jump too far ahead without making sure that we embed it in there first, have that ongoing relationship, and then fine-tune it. It's relatively new. It's not the way we're used to working, and I mean, as everything happens in life, we have to kind of evolve with it once we recognise the issues that are at place. And I mean, we've got a few examples in there, but we just see so many examples coming up where this is needed. And I guess the administrative stuff that comes in a lot of the times has to do with this as well, in not being able to communicate with people and really knowing what they need. I mean, I went into a first case conference one time because nobody could get a confirmation on whether or not one of the supports was flexible. And in the end, we went through months of the stuff and it got resolved by an email saying, actually, yeah, it's flexible, you didn't need to come here. But there was just that communication just wasn't happening. And I think for me that does, at times, particularly with the group we work with, come down to being able to communicate to people of different life experiences and identities and backgrounds.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you. Senator Mulholland, thank you for your patience. Over to you.
Thank you for that, Chair. I think some of the topics I was going to go to might have already been covered, but I was obviously going to notice that there's around 10% of NDIS participants identify as being from a culturally and linguistically diverse background, and that is a lot lower than the projected participation rate and the proportion of people from cold backgrounds in the population. So I really appreciate the evidence this morning around what are some of those barriers, and I think also the evidence that we've heard around, I suppose the ask around making sure that we have supports and inclusion, particularly when things are getting to that review stage. So I was just going to ask about just particularly around legal aid and community legal aid support. We did hear yesterday from the NDIA that there has been an increase in funding specifically in in the national legal aid to try and assist people when it gets to this review and appeal process. And obviously that's a lengthy process. It gets to a conciliation often, and that is from a diverse perspective needing often translators and people who can assist. Can you talk me through what some of the challenges there are, and are you seeing support within that national legal aid process, or is that something that the agency and government might need to consider how we factor that in?
Thank you. Legal aid, I'm not sure about the funding that Legal Aid have received additional to the budget allocation, but I think you might be talking to Legal Aid this afternoon, are you? Yeah.
We are.
I think Legal Aid have always been quite good for our service where we can get advice sessions, and that assists the advocates who aren't necessarily legally trained to provide that support. But we've noticed over the last, say, 6 months, it's been very difficult for us to get those appointments and to get representation from Legal Aid. So we can tell that they're stretched as well. The only way we seem to be able to get an appointment, and this is usually just an advice session, is through the tribunal. We can request that, and they seem to have a much better way of getting an appointment for us. But yeah, it's quite tricky. I do get the feeling sometimes, because Legal Aid has a merits assessment, that when you don't get that legal support, it can be sort of possibly viewed, negatively towards you as an advocate going to a hearing without any legal backing, and it's like, you're already starting from this idea that maybe you don't have the merits to get that legal support. But that's not the case. There's just not the funding for this kind of support.
And perhaps the volume outweighs the availability of resources at times, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we've got twice as many applications to the review tribunal at the moment than last year. So there's a significant increase.
And with that process, are you then, particularly for your cohort of participants and clients, are they needing extra support as far as language support and digital literacy, or assistance with comprehending with a lot of material where it's quite complicated? Is there extra support that you're needing to put around them going through that process? Yeah,
there's a lot of extra work that happens for us, like the things that you mentioned, but also, for example, if we do go to a hearing, there's not too many breaks that you get, and you're meant to put your evidence forward and have questions ready for witnesses, and then you get a lunch break, and you find you end up needing to talk to the person with a disability who's very upset with how things are going, and you don't get a lot of time to reflect on the hearing. So in that way, we're, I think, disadvantaged even more so, just because of those aspects of working with a client that has not been through a process like this before, and they're highly emotionally invested in the process.
Certainly. Thank you very much for that. That's all I had, Chair.
Thanks very much, Senator. Just finally, before we wrap up, I'm just interested to understand, what is your capacity to provide advocacy? How many clients would you be able to provide advice to, and how many are you turning away?
At the moment, we're not turning away clients for NDIS appeals. What we're trying to do is have a wait list, and if we can get to it. And the reason we do that is the people that are coming to us are saying no other service is offering even a wait list. We try and do advice sessions. That's difficult for us to record and explain to our funding bodies, what we're doing with that money. And you'll find people, they need much more than that. Giving an hour advice information session or explanation of the process just isn't going to be enough to get them to go through that process. A lot of people will drop off, not want to continue on, or if they can't get the support. And it's getting to the point where, honestly, we don't know how to handle the inquiries that we're getting.
So would you say there is what level of demand is not being met at the moment? I know that's a big question, but it's important.
Our team, we try a full-time caseload is about 25 concurrent, cases that we're working on, and we could easily hire another full-time person, and everyone would be flat out. So that's where we're at, and I'm not sure how many people are trying to get advocacy from other services. People come to us when they see our name, multicultural, so we tend to get that cohort, but I'm sure there are lots of other inquiries going out there to other advocacy organisations, legal aid.
Well, thank you for the work you do and for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee.
I'd now like to welcome Ms Sophie Cusworth from Women with Disabilities Australia and Mrs Sky Kosiki, I hope I pronounced that right, Kosiki Moore from Children with Young People and Disability Australia, who are both with us in the room today. We thank you for your time. And I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if you could state your names and your purpose for being here today.
Sky speaking. My name's Sky Kokoski Moore. I'm the CEO of Children and Young People with Disability Australia.
Thank you.
And my name is Sophie Cusworth. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Women with Disabilities Australia. We're the National Disability Representative Organisation for women, girls and gender diverse people with disability.
Well, thank you. We're looking forward to a constructive discussion with you. Would you like to provide an opening statement?
Yes, please.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to appear today. I'd like to draw the committee's attention to the significant issues of gender inequality in the scheme. Despite making up over half of people with disability in Australia, women and girls are underrepresented in the NDIS and face persistent disadvantage. Women with disability make up only 38% of participants, a figure that has shifted recently from 37%, but has otherwise remained static since the NDIS rolled out. There are significant gender disparities in rates of approval to accessing the scheme. While access approval rates for male and female children are similar between ages 0 to 14, from age 15 onwards, male access requests are approved at far higher rates than females and applicants whose gender is recorded as other. This gap widens for each age band through to age 64. NDIS eligibility, access and planning processes continue to disadvantage our community, including through perpetuating the gender bias that we see in medical systems. A significant and increasing proportion of the NDIS access requests that are denied are for chronic health conditions, many of which are more prevalent in women than in men. Recent reforms to the scheme haven't been gender neutral. Changes to NDIS supports, reassessments, needs assessments and funding periods have gendered impacts. As you will see in a submission from Villamanta Disability Rights Legal Service, scheme data indicates that female participants are also exiting the scheme at greater rates than male participants. The agency's public reports don't address gender disparity in exit rates or shed light on why this might be occurring. But these exits from the scheme may, in part, be due to eligibility reassessments. Eligibility reassessments that result in children being removed from the scheme are also likely to have gendered impacts for parents navigating advocacy for their children and the loss of critical supports. Over 70% of primary caregivers in Australia are women, and over 40% of primary caregivers are people with disability themselves. Despite this role that many women with disability hold as primary caregivers, NDIS plans rarely take into account the impact of caring responsibilities on support needs. Needs assessments and planning processes are not responsive to gendered disability presentations or gendered support needs. and this results in further inequity. Average annualised committed supports and average payments are lower for females than males, again with gender disparity arising from age 15 onwards. Women and girls with disability also continue to face high rates of violence, and the NDIS is ill-equipped to respond. We have heard reports that participants experiencing violence have been unable to access the support they need to leave safely, including due to delays in NDIS processes. We've heard reports about some people exiting the NDIS because it was too difficult to maintain their safety, and others staying in situations of violence in order to maintain their disability supports. There is a lack of publicly available systematic monitoring of gender inequity and gender disadvantage in NDIS outcomes. Quarterly reports provide limited gender disaggregated data. They do not provide gender disaggregated data in relation to complaints, critical incidents, or requests for reviews of decisions. And this is concerning when we know the high rates of harm that women and girls experience within service settings. Since the inception of the NDIS, we have called for targeted and specific measures to address gender inequity in the design and administration of the scheme, including through an NDIS gender strategy. Despite progress towards a strategy earlier this year, we were concerned by recent advice that this work had been put on pause. The NDIS has developed equity strategies for other communities that experience disadvantage in the scheme, including a First Nations strategy, a culturally and linguistically diverse strategy, a rural and remote strategy, and an LGBTQIA+ strategy. The scheme is currently undergoing very significant reform. Without specific and targeted measures to respond to gender inequity and gender disability experiences, it will continue to disadvantage our community. We urge the committee to recommend the development and co-design of a gender strategy to address existing issues of gender inequity and to ensure that the significant upcoming reforms do not further embed gender disadvantage. Thank you.
Well, thank you. What you've said is quite concerning when you talk about the disparity in terms of the outcome for women. I'm interested to understand, one, why you think the disparity is occurring, two, what is the importance of data, and what should be included in a strategy.
Absolutely. There's been some really fantastic work examining some of the reasons for the disparities. Some have suggested that women are underdiagnosed in relation to some types of disabilities that are eligible and funded under the scheme, such as autism. And women are more likely to be diagnosed with disability that are difficult to get NDIS funding for, including chronic health conditions such as autoimmune disorders, chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia, etc. We also know that women and girls have different styles of self-advocacy and may be socialised to undervalue and underpromote our needs. And this can be difficult in systems that rely on self-advocacy to navigate access to support. We also know that women carry a significant load of caring and home responsibilities, and when navigating the administrative burden of accessing supports, this can pose really significant barriers. Thinking about the importance of data, I think we've heard from others about the critical role of visibility of these issues. Currently, we see publicly reported data on access and participation and plan sizes, but we're not seeing gender disaggregated data on some of the other scheme experiences, like the ones I mentioned around critical incidents and reports. I think it's also worth noting that we're not seeing data disaggregated by gender and other attributes. So we don't know, the really significant disadvantage that perhaps First Nations women with disability might be experiencing in the scheme, but we do know that these communities face overlapping systemic forms of discrimination. In terms of what a gender strategy would include, I think it's really critical to speak to eligibility criteria, reassessment criteria, needs assessments, and making sure that needs assessments are responsive to gender disability presentations, which might include fluctuating and episodic disability, which we know is again more prevalent in women and girls. Also things like caring and household responsibilities and how they might impact with support needs, health and women's health, so reproductive and menstrual needs across the lifespan, and capability around responding to gender-based family and domestic violence. We've also included an ask in our position statement on a strategy for better data.
Thank you. Now, before I hand over to the Deputy, I just wanted to ask Ms. Kokeski if you have an opening statement you'd like to make.
Sky speaking, I do. Thank you, Chair. Would you like me to give it now?
Yes, please.
So good morning again. My name's Sky Kokoski-Moore. I'm the CEO of Children and Young People with Disability Australia, or CIDA. I'd just like to start by paying my respects to the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, whose land we're meeting on today. Thank you sincerely for the invitation to appear before you. I think that this may be the first time CIDA's had the opportunity to speak with this committee, so we're very grateful for that. We are the national representative organisation for children and young people with disability aged 0 to 25, their families, parents and caregivers. We're not a service provider, but rather we are systemic advocates, and we also run projects that are capacity building with our community. We were established nearly 15 years ago and have an extensive national network of children, young people and families with disability. Due to the nature of our role, we sit on a number of advisory and co-design groups set up by the agency, including the Children's Expert Advisory Group, the Children, Young People and Families Reference Group, the Participant Safeguarding Co-Design Working Group, and also the Co-Design Advisory Group. In each of these forums, we're able to represent the views and experiences of our community, which we gather through consultations and surveys, as well as through direct approaches to our Office for Assistance. Today I'm going to focus on an issue causing a great deal of distress for our community, NDIS eligibility reassessments. After learning that more and more eligibility reassessments were being conducted by the NDIA, in May this year we ran a survey asking young people and families about their experiences with this process. In only 10 days we heard from more than 200 people who told us that children with permanent disability, especially those who are autistic, aged under 9, or from diverse backgrounds, are being cut off from the scheme without clear explanation or alternative supports. Our survey revealed that children are losing support without a safety net. Families told us their children were removed from the NDIS or had their funding reduced, often without warning, with nothing to fall back on. Of all of the respondents, 22% had been removed from the NDIS following an eligibility reassessment, and 26% had their funding drastically cut. For children under 9, this increased to 32%. One parent of a young person aged between 15 and 17 wrote in our survey, "We were told that because my son was under 18, that everything was deemed parental responsibility. I was told that if I couldn't fulfil my parental responsibility, that I'd be reported to the Department of Children's Services." It's hard to imagine how incredibly distressing those remarks would have been to that family. Our survey also revealed that the reassessment process is inconsistent and unfair. Families told us the reassessment process felt arbitrary, rushed and dismissive of the evidence they worked hard to provide. Even when expert reports were submitted, families were often told they hadn't been read. 99% of our survey respondents said the reassessment process was not fair or reasonable, and 48% highlighted inconsistent and ad hoc decision making. Many told us that the timeframes for providing information were impossible and there was no chance for appeal. Families also told us they were given confusing letters, unclear timeframes, or no information at all. Some only discovered they were being reassessed by accident. Others were unsure what additional evidence meant or how long they had to provide it. Without accessible up-to-date information, families are left confused, fearful, and unable to navigate the process. Families and young people also told us that the reassessment process is not only confusing and unfair, it's traumatic. The emotional toll is profound, with some respondents describing feelings of hopelessness, anger, and even suicidality. Discriminatory treatment was especially harmful for children and young people with intersecting identities. Our survey results showed that autistic children from diverse backgrounds, including First Nations, LGBTQIA+, and culturally diverse communities, are more likely to have their eligibility reassessed and are more likely to be removed from the scheme. It's not only SADA who's hearing from families in distress. Advocacy for Children with Disability, or ACD, is a Victorian-based organisation that provides individual and systemic advocacy for families of young children with disability. Families have contacted ACD's support line and shared repeated incidents of plan reassessments being conducted with little notice and or under the guise of informal check-ins without transparent communication to families that a formal plan review is underway. Many of these reassessments have resulted in smaller plans, and this includes instances of families being texted an hour in advance that they will be contacted by the NDIA with no context of what the call entails or appropriate time to prepare, and families reporting being called and told they were required to proceed with the reassessment immediately without the opportunity to postpone to a more suitable time or to gather evidence. I share this information with the committee because it's a powerful reminder that when we talk about the NDIS's dollars and growth rates, the very real people and their very real experiences are often forgotten. SADA is calling for no child or young person to have their funding reduced or to be removed from the NDIS until accessible, effective foundational supports, including Thriving Kids, are in place. We understand eligibility and plan reassessments were always part of the scheme's design, but the reality is this design happened before we saw the mass diversion of funding and resources away from other early intervention and disability support programs. With nowhere for families to turn, it's imperative that any change to the scheme, including to eligibility criteria, is met with accessible support elsewhere. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that powerful report, and we are here to listen and to provide recommendations that will hopefully address the concerns that you raise. So thank you. I'd now hand over to the Deputy.
Thank you, and thank you both for your evidence, and welcome to your first hearing. Ms Cusworth, I was particularly interested in some of the comments that you were making around women experiencing violence. Could you expand a little bit for me on your point around women who are experiencing violence, who are struggling to access supports and to then live safely because of the process delays within the NDIS? And if you're able, if you have that information, what kind of delays they are and what are these timeframes around these delays?
Absolutely, thank you for the question. We know that somebody might need additional disability support in order to leave violence, and that can happen including where informal supports or formal supports are supported by the perpetrator of violence. It might be a partner, it might be a family member. They might
be in their home or something.
Absolutely,
like that.
And they might even be the person's nominee for the purposes of the NDIS. We've seen that things like rigid funding periods, lengthy processes to request a change of circumstances or a plan review, or lengthy processes to have the nominee for the plan changed can prevent leaving violence and access to the supports that are needed to leave, but then also to live a good life and to receive support after leaving violence. So we know, in some circumstances, people haven't been able to have the perpetrator removed as the nominee on their plan in time to access, different housing options, different disability supports. We've heard from our community about people who have said, I lodged a change of circumstances request and I waited months in order to get a review of the disability supports I'd need so that I could leave, and I still don't have the disability supports that I need. I think one of the other issues around plan nominees is if a perpetrator is a nominee and that nominee is removed from the plan, I've heard reports that the nominee is then notified that they've been removed from the plan.
This is what I was about to ask you. It would be hard enough for these women, if they are suffering from harm, to alert the NDIS about these issues. So is there any safe way for them to do that, or do they have to actually sort of secretly go around their nominee who then becomes notified? Like, how is there not a process so that they can safely extract themselves from this?
Absolutely, and I think there is a real gap there and a real need for structural and process solutions, as well as case management and wraparound support for people who are experiencing violence. We've had discussions with the agency and understand that there is training for intermediaries, people who are directly engaging with participants about their plans. But I do think that there are structural process-related issues that need to be rectified in addition to that training capability, and a real need for that wraparound case management advocacy support, which we know a lot of people don't have.
Because a participant should be able to confidentially disclose to the NDIS that they have a problem with their nominee.
Yes.
And that process is not there. Do we have an understanding, or do you have any insights into the prevalence of coercive control where participants are being forced to put an abuser on as their nominee?
Unfortunately, I don't have good data on those experiences. I think that is a significant gap. These are things that we hear anecdotally, but there is a real dearth of data on the experiences of women with disability navigating the scheme, experiencing violence, and that's a really critical need that we have, because we do hear really regularly from our community, but so often the request is for that data.
Thank you. And just one quickly for CIDA as well. Thank you, Ms Kokoski-Moore. In terms of the reassessment processes for children, how are their perspectives captured, or how is it centred on children? Are they asked to participate in it? Is it their advocates? Is it their parents? Like, how do we get the perspective of the child? And obviously with little babies and little children, it's a different story, but to maybe someone that's, 12, 13 or 14 years old, could you sort of give us an insight into this, and also the impacts of those children on processes that probably go a little bit longer than they should as well?
Sky speaking, thank you. Such a great question. I think the answer very much depends on who is in that child or young person's life and the extent to which that person feels equipped to assist with things like supported decision making and having conversations with the child or young person about the plan. Something that we reflect on, and I think that the broader DRO sector does as well, is the way that the scheme is set up at the moment focuses on impairments. That's the language that's used. And that's really hurtful language, particularly for children and young people when they are forming their identities and they're learning who they are. To have to describe yourself as an impairment, what's wrong with you, what you can't do, rather than taking a strengths-based approach, also make those conversations very difficult. I think the agency would benefit from the establishment of a group which would be essentially a group of young people who could provide advice to them about engaging with children and other young people. I mentioned that there's a few other sort of groups that meet, but quite often those forums combine young people and family members, and young people don't have the space to have agency in those conversations when that happens. So, we would absolutely love to see the agency move to establish an advisory group dedicated to supporting young people share their views and experiences and advice.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Good discussion. I just wanted to mention before handing over to Senator Mulholland the importance of data and the fact that in relation to family violence and its impact on women with disability, that there is an opportunity to collate data and to look at using an institute, perhaps the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, to look at the implications of that and what needs to be done. It's an important area that we need to look at. But noting that, over to you, Senator Mulholland.
Thank you very much for that, Chair. My questions follow on from the Deputy Chair around, I suppose, the use of the NDIS particularly in domestic and family violence situations. So I know the government has been focusing on how government systems and processes can perpetuate violence and control over women and partners and family members. That was an announcement that came out of National Cabinet last year, and there has been an audit that's been completed on an initial focus of Commonwealth systems, which I think was around tax and social security and child support systems. But maybe this is a consideration for government around broadening that out to include the NDIS. So I might just open it up for a bit of a discussion.
Thank you, Senator. That has certainly been our recommendation, that as part of the review of how government systems are being used, weaponised in perpetration of abuse, that there is particular attention to the experiences of women and gender diverse people with disability and the systems that we interact with as people with disability. So, of course, the NDIS, as well as income support, carers payment, disability support payment, pension as well.
Thank you. That was probably all I had, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Mulholland. Ms.
Yeah,
Day.
just to both of the organisations, what's your perspective on the current registration process? We heard this morning there are about 260,000 providers and only 6% are registered. What's your position on that? Is that an important, critical factor?
Sky speaking. I'm happy to go first. When we engaged with our community about these reforms last year, a couple of really strong themes came through. So families and young people in particular were concerned about losing choice and control around how they spend their plans if they're no longer able to engage a particular provider. On the other hand, we also heard concerns about families and young people not knowing whether or not they're going to get a quality support. But we need to be careful that we don't treat registration as a proxy or as equivalent to high quality support. I see, and CIDA sees a room for a registration model that is risk proportionate, so that anyone delivering services that are lower risk would be required to undergo a much less stringent registration process. I still think there needs to be a degree of visibility over who is receiving that money, but then as the likelihood of risk increasing as you move up the service model, then we would expect that the registration requirements should also increase.
Thank you. I think our approaches have been quite similar because we heard similar concerns from our community. So on one hand, we heard about the importance of visibility and safety, and on the other hand, we heard real concern about losing access to critical supports and to providers who may not be able to meet registration requirements or mainstream providers. And we heard about the importance of access to disability supports that are in fact mainstream items and services but used for a disability support purpose. Our position was really that we have a right to choice and control. We also have a right to safety, and they're not mutually exclusive. And we need to find a position in relation to registration that balances those rights. And I think that is a role for visibility, that is a role for choice and control and autonomy. And we set out a number of principles in our position on this. The first being people with disability need to be at the centre and recognised as experts in our own lives, that we need to promote and maintain informal safeguards, that we need to ensure continued access to smaller providers and sole traders and the supports that people want and need, that the approach to risk needs to be based on the individual and informed by the individual. We need to consider the diverse needs of participants and have a really holistic approach to quality and safety, and recognise that registration is one element of regulation and safety, and there are many steps that need to be taken to ensure that supports and services uphold our safety, our rights and our well-being.
Just one question more. Just going back to your earlier point about some information that you've got around the plans, or mainly women that are not impacted, the gendered impact of assessment and who gets, approved. How did you get the data, and is there any way within the NDIS that could prevent, that happening?
Thank you. Some of the data that I've referred to has been from the NDIS quarterly reports. So the gender disaggregated data that is included in those reports includes information about access rates, and also includes information about average annualised committed support, so the plan sizes, as well as the payments that are made on average, again disaggregated by gender. And so we can see through that data that women are accessing the scheme at lower rates, that they're receiving lower plan sizes. There is also the data around the exits from the scheme, which I think were subject to an FOI request. In terms of what changes would be needed, I think really structural changes to eligibility requirements to ensure that they don't reinforce and replicate the medical bias, the gendered medical bias that we see in the health and medical systems. We've also consistently advocated for an approach to needs assessment that is whole of person and gender responsive from the very design and outset. So recognising the specific experiences of women, girls and gender diverse people with disability, including safety and freedom from violence, reproductive health, caring and parenting roles, household responsibilities, and the impacts and presentations of chronic and complex conditions, including where they are episodic in presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms Berry.
Just one question from me for Sky. Just in relation to, you mentioned a number of consultation groups that you're part of, or that your organisation's part of, and I wondered if you could reflect on the quality of that experience in terms, do you feel you can have an impact in those groups, and how is that going?
Sky speaking, thank you. I was also reflecting on some of the evidence given earlier this morning in relation to the agency's engagement with the provider market, and I can say from the disability sector standpoint, the agency does try very hard to engage with NDIS participants and their families through disability representative and carer organisations, which is why we're able to sit on these groups. I think the impact of the groups could be strengthened if the agency was better resourced in order to provide information to members well in advance about what we're going to discuss. We all have a seat at the table because we represent large and diverse communities. So even within our communities, there may be conflicting or different views on an issue, and when we don't have much time to genuinely engage with our community, it limits our effectiveness in those meetings as well. I think that it would be great to see some more public reporting of the work of these groups. A lot of time is spent by the agency preparing for and running these meetings, and a lot of time is spent by organisations like ours preparing for and attending them. So I think having some more proactive public communications about that would be really helpful. And I would encourage the agency to continue working with the sector and with participants and the Independent Advisory Council to look at how they're engaging. There's a lot of conversation about reforms being co-designed. I was sort of smirking there because I think everybody understands it wasn't genuine co-design, but the agency was, in my view, trying very hard to consult. I think if there was just some more transparency about that, that would go a long way in terms of establishing boundaries and re-establishing trust with the community too. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just before wrapping up, Ms Kokoski-Moore, I just wanted to ask that the survey that was completed around NDIS eligibility as reassessments, it would be very good for us. I know it's online, but to provide us not just with that information, but also with any recommendations that you would like to put forward in relation to how is that system, how can it be done better? I mean, obviously you mentioned about people being contacted an hour before being called. You know, timeliness is very important. So anything that you'd like to be able to provide to us would be very good. I also, just before we do have a little bit of time, I wanted to ask you, because there has been an announcement by the government around Thriving Kids program. Do you have anything further you'd like to say about that program? It's going through, it is not defined, you know, now it is being, I suppose, developed now. Is there anything that you'd like to say regarding Thriving Kids?
Sky speaking. Thank you for the opportunity. I was in Melbourne earlier this week for the parliamentary inquiry into Thriving Kids, so was able to give evidence on Monday. Broadly speaking, for the committee's knowledge, CIDA has been appointed to the Thriving Kids Advisory Group, so we'll be part of these conversations where we are hopefully working together to design a suite of supports that will meet the needs of the community. One thing I would like to draw this committee's attention to is going to be the need to ensure that whatever a child or young person's needs are, the opportunity to be supported by the NDIS or Thriving Kids isn't seen as though it's unequal. We're at the stage at the moment where, because essentially the only place to get support is the NDIS and its individualised packages, that's I'm afraid it's going to be held up as like the gold standard, the Rolls-Royce version of supports, when Thriving Kids could actually provide exactly the sorts of supports children and families need, but because we don't know what they are yet and when they're going to be available, there's already a lot of anxiety about what they'll look like. I would also encourage this committee to think about the eligibility assessment process for Thriving Kids and the NDIS. We often hear from families that they're asked to retell their stories so many times, provide the same information. So whatever the pathway is to determine where you'll be supported, there needs to be, those pathways need to talk to each other. And the final thing I'll note is that Thriving Kids has been earmarked to support children between the ages of 0 and 8. At the moment, there's no real word on children aged 9 and over, and we know that many children undergo eligibility reassessments before they turn 9, and so what we're really afraid is going to happen, we may have a Thriving Kids suite of support set up and running, but children who might be 6, 7, 8 now will turn 9 and no longer be eligible, and they may not be on the NDIS, so that safety net is just completely ripped out from under them if that happens.
And then where do they go? Sorry to interrupt.
You're
what
right.
happens to them then?
Yeah, it's
No one knows, right?
no one knows, and I can't underrepresent how scared the community is about that. It's hard enough as it is with the NDIS to get supports, knowing that might not even be an option for some families now. It's frankly really terrifying.
Well, I think hopefully this process of the inquiry that is occurring into Thriving Kids, led by Dr. Freelander, who is a very decent man, will be looking at what happens, what the options are for pathways forward. And while now it's separate, seen as separate to the NDIS, there does need to be some dovetailing and that talk with the NDIS and Thriving Kids. So certainly acknowledge that. That was, thank you for your comments there. So great discussion. Thank you for our really fantastic questions from the committee and for your responses. And we will now suspend and return at 11 a.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
we will recommence with our hearing. I would now like to welcome Mr. Matthew Hall from the Australian Federation of Disability Organisations and Mr. David Petherick from Disability Advocacy Network Australia, who are with us in person today, and it's lovely to have you with us, and we're looking forward to a good discussion. Also joining us from Disability Advocacy Network Australia is Liam Thatcher, who is with us via teleconference. And thank you for being with us, Mr. Thatcher. Is he online? Are you online, Mr. Thatcher?
My apologies, Chair. Yes, I am here. Can hear you loud and clear.
Very good. Well, good to have you with us. Now, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. And before we begin, if you could state your name for the Hansard record and the capacity in which you appear today. If we could start with those in attendance face-to-face and first.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Matthew Hall. I'm the National Manager of Systemic Advocacy and Policy at the Australian Federation of Disability Organisations.
Thank you.
And my name is David Petherick. I'm the Interim CEO of Disability Advocacy Network Australia, and I'm here to talk about our role in running the Secretariat for the National Coordination Function for Disability Representative Organisations. And
thank you. And Mr. Thatcher.
Well, my name is Liam Thatcher. I am a Policy and Advocacy Officer with Disability Advocacy Network Australia, and here primarily to speak about the experiences that advocates are having supporting people with disability.
Thank you. And look, I'm wondering if you would like to, Mr. Hall, if you would like to do a brief opening statement and then followed by Disability Advocacy Network Australia and Disability Advocacy Network Australia. Would you like to go first?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. On behalf of the Australian Federation of Disability Organisations and our members, who are national disability-specific peak bodies, other disability-specific advocacy and support organisations, and population-based disabled people's organisations, I want to thank the committee for this opportunity to provide important information about the current policies, procedures and programs of the National Disability Insurance Scheme and the effects felt by participants and the broader disability community, viewed through the lens of human rights principles and assessed from a systemic advocacy perspective that is participant-centred. We also want to commend the committee for its commitment to hear from people with lived experience of disability, including participants, allowing them to tell their stories and share their ideas for changes to the scheme. The committee's approach is an important part of the process of demonstrating that the Parliament understands that it is a custodian of the scheme that it created with the passage of the NDIS Act in 2013, and that the Parliament recognises that it has an obligation to ensure that not only are the voices of people with disability heard, but that people with disability develop, implement and evaluate policies, programs and supports that affect their lives or that they need. We think that your action in allowing people with lived experience to appear before you is one that may start to rebuild the community's trust. The founding principle of the NDIS was based on principles of human rights, aligned with the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, social inclusion and individual choice and control. The scheme was designed to emphasise the dignity of the individual, promote independence, allow people with disability to participate fully in society and make their own decisions about their lives. This was a significant shift from a welfare-based medical model of disability to a person-centred social insurance-based approach. The principles of choice and control included the right of a participant to choose their providers, manage their plans and budgets, and tailor supports directly relevant to their personal circumstances. The scheme was also built on early intervention and long-term investment. By providing timely and appropriate supports, the NDIS aimed to reduce future costs and improve life outcomes for people with disability. AFTO recognises that it is in the interest of everyone in the disability community to secure the future sustainability of the NDIS. As the NDIS review noted, a human right that cannot be sustained is a human right denied. However, we think it's also important to remember that sustainability is more than just about costs, and it includes the benefits of the NDIS. The NDIA claims to uphold participant-led reform. Its actions and the lived experience of participants tell a story of unnecessarily bureaucratic control, cost containment and reduced transparency. The scheme's founding ethos, rooted in human rights, dignity, autonomy and inclusion, is being replaced with an organisational focus on managerial control, utilitarian rationing and distrust of participants to make decisions about their lives or to manage their plans appropriately. The scheme now treats disability supports as conditional on cost containment targets rather than as entitlements. There is a strong focus on identifying the lowest cost support over the immediate or short term without careful and appropriate consideration of the longer term consequences and increased costs of these short-sighted decisions. The key themes of our formal submission that you will receive shortly are loss of participant focus, a failure to understand authentic co-design, a retreat from meaningful co-design as part of the reform process, the absence of an updated service improvement plan, limited and ineffective sector or community consultation with advice from stakeholders neither adequately considered nor integrated, though reported as consultation activity, increasing community distress, uncertainty and hardship, concerns with support needs assessments and the new ICANN tool, and the use of deficit-based language. AFTO calls on the NDIA to return to transparency, partnership and empowerment as the foundation for sustainable reform. As the NDIS review recognised, continuing engagement is the only way to ensure the success of these reforms and to continue to rebuild trust. The NDIA acknowledges that participants have told the agency it needs to ensure the scheme works better for them. AFTO is not convinced that the NDIA knows what it must do to achieve this objective in the drive to contain costs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Looking forward to hearing your suggestions as we move through the discussion. Thank you, Mr Hall. Mr Petherick.
Thank you, yes, and thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to appear here today. So, as I said, Liam and I are here representing Disability Advocacy Network Australia, or DANA, as it's known, which is the national peak body for advocacy organisations in Australia. We represent more than 70 advocacy organisations across the country. But I'm going to try and do my best to cover the perspective of through the National Coordination Function for Disability Representative Organisations, or DROs, which is a secretariat program that we administer, and then Liam will shortly talk about the views of the DANA members, the advocacy organisations that are members of DANA. So from the DRO's perspective, the disability representative organisations comprise 12 peak body organisations who represent diverse cohorts across the disability community. And the National Coordination Function coordinates some joint work and collaboration on shared priorities amongst the DROs to work towards systemic change and policy development within government and with government. It's been a significant period of reform over the last 12 months, and that won't be news to anybody in this room, I'm sure. And through the National Coordination Function, DROs have made joint submissions and statements on key reforms, including the legislative amendments to the NDIS Act, NDIS support lists and foundational supports. And we've done a bit of an analysis of the recent joint work and identified three key overarching issues that the DRO's advocacy has focused on in the last year. So the first of those is continued access to supports is non-negotiable, that access to essential NDIS support should not be withdrawn before ensuring the establishment of strong, accessible supports through mainstream systems and newly established foundational supports. And to mitigate gaps, the NDIA should be resourced to provide effective referrals to alternative services when NDIS supports are not available. The second of those is that NDIS reforms need to be staged carefully and consider broader reforms outside of the NDIS. The interface and impacts of different reform processes must be carefully considered to avoid fragmentation and duplication. and greater transparency and consultation with the disability community on reform plans and implementation would mitigate some of the adverse outcomes. It would promote better alignment and smoother transitions for people with disability between changes. And the third is partnering with the disability community through early, transparent and accessible co-design mechanisms. Invest in well-resourced community engagement that provides reasonable timeframes based on accessibility principles and resources for supported decision-making. DROs are well positioned to partner with government on consultation processes and communications to the community about changes and their impacts. And we look forward to answering any questions you might have. And if I can pass over to my colleague Liam on.
Thank you, Mr. Thatcher. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Committee and Chair. As David mentioned, DANA is the peak body organisation for independent disability advocacy, and I can speak to maybe some of those more low-level direct experiences that those folks are having today. Our members support people with disability to find solutions when things aren't working or when things go wrong, and that means that they see firsthand how these policy changes are experienced in daily life and indeed are often a helpful warning system for how NDIS policy is affecting people on the ground. The huge changes that David mentioned in this space are having a large flow-on effect for the work of advocates across the country. From the view of those advocates, probably three issues are coming up regularly and I believe can be addressed through this process. The first is that the support rules, the Section 10 lists, should be amended to enable more choice control. Lists as they are at the moment have often made it harder for people to access practical supports that preserve their independence and are often cheaper than alternative forms of support. This could be improved relatively easily by streamlining the lists and allowing flexibility for some of those lower cost items. Secondly, I think funding periods should align more directly with how real lives are working in practice. We've suggested for some time that a default 12-month period would give more participants stability and flexibility to respond to issues that arise, as well as reduce the administrative burdens and churn that can often result with having to administer funds in this way. And then finally, current demand on our services from many of these changes is making the availability of accessing advocate quite difficult. Appeals at the Administrative Review Tribunal are at record highs and perpetually difficult to respond to from capacity level from both us as advocates, but also legal aid and other bodies that support people through that process. One suggestion we have is that re-establishing the independent expert review program and properly resourcing legal supports would help to give people fairer, faster and cheaper outcomes that protect review rights as the new framework and other policy changes take shape. We welcome your questions about these topics or any others relevant to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thatcher. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. Mr. Hall, your submission, you have a focus on the Section 10 supports or the what's in, what's out rule, and you talk about, or you recommend that exclusions of standard items should apply only to items that do not provide a distinct functional benefit to the person with a disability.
We haven't lodged our submission yet, Chair, unless that was a submission to another.
Yeah.
That was on the Section 10 consultation.
Yes.
All right, which I don't have with me. That's all right.
Well, look,
yeah.
My apologies, because if what I'd like to understand is just if you could tease out what do you mean by that statement?
Could you read it to me again?
Yep,
I'm sorry.
No problem. So in that submission,
yep.
You mentioned that, well, you recommend that exclusions of standard items should apply only if two items that do not provide a distinct functional benefit to the person with disability.
Yeah, so what that is seeking to address, the reference to a standard item is a reference to a means of support that has one or more possible uses. Yep. So, for example, a smartphone would be a standard item, but is immensely beneficial to either people who are hearing impaired or deaf and who use the technology through Bluetooth to better hear things. So there's lots of pieces of technology, particularly smart technology, that aren't developed specifically for disability support, but which are immensely helpful and provide disability support. The agency currently doesn't consider those to be supports that it will fund because their view is that every person in Australia has a mobile phone, and that's not something that should be provided under a disability support scheme. But I don't think they fully appreciate the real benefits that those devices and other supports can provide. And so our proposal was that they should only be excluded from those support lists where there is no real tangible benefit to a participant.
And this is the issue which a lot of people are saying, that it's too definitive.
Yes. There's the in list and there's the out list. We have, and the DROs generally and the community as a whole have for a long time advocated that it should be a principles-based approach. Now, the difficulty with that is that that would require an amendment to the Act, which would require all of the states and territories to agree. So enough said. But we, in fact, think the Justice and Equity Centre, in its submission on that inquiry, made a proposal that would... their recommendation was to have only an in list. No, one. I can't remember. It was either only one or the other.
Yes.
And if it's on that list, I think if it's an out list. If it's on that list, it's out, and if it's not on that list, it's in.
Right.
As opposed to this is in and this is out, and where do the things fall through?
Do you
the cracks?
think that it's been helpful to have the list? Has it been helpful or?
Yes. I mean, I don't think you could say it hasn't been helpful, but there is, I think, a fine balance between providing greater certainty and information to participants and being so prescriptive that it becomes a meaningless list of things because what's on the list doesn't actually help, a particular individual. So I think, there is an interesting balance between individual needs and circumstances and standardised lists.
And where is that?
That's right. Yes. Yeah.
The other, I wanted to ask you. We've had a lot of discussion over the last 2 days of hearings. We were in Canberra yesterday. Are the changes to the funding periods?
Yes.
What's your thoughts about those changes?
We have quite a few. If I just. I wrote to Minister Butler and Minister McAllister and the acting CEO of the NDIA on the 24th of July about the issue, and the Minister replied in 2 months later in September. That letter was written on behalf of 9 of the 12 disability-specific and population-based disability representative organisations that the government funds through the DRO program. We think that the agency's policies and approach to funding periods reduces flexibility and control for participants, which contradicts the intent of the NDIS, were introduced without due regard to the feedback raised by the communities by DROs and grassroots campaigners and participants, and it is causing confusion, increased stress and harm to participants and their families. We also expressed our very real concern that the operational guideline being used to implement the funding period is inconsistent with the Act and the NDIS old framework plan's determination of 2024 and is in fact unlawful. The Minister's response was that we've got it wrong and that there is much more flexibility in the way in which funding periods are being determined by the agency, and that is based on the participants' individual circumstances. All I can say to that is that does not align with the information that we and our members are being told by participants, and that the default period is 3 months, and that it takes an awful lot to convince the agency that it should be anything other than that default period of 3 months. That period of 3 months means that, it's inconsistent with the realities of the market. If you try and get an appointment with a medical specialist, within 3 months, you'll be probably beatified. But it also assumes incorrectly that supports are needed and can be accessed consistently and predictably, and that's simply not the case. It doesn't reflect the reality of irregular service availability, waitlists, cancellations and provider workforce shortages, and that's exacerbated by for participants who do not live in a capital city.
So can I ask you, if the funding and enabling someone to have flexibility with their funding within that year period, but also monitoring funding so that the funding is used over that year period, have you got a suggestion as an alternative that would work?
Well, I think certainly there is a role for monitoring and review by the agency of the plan's expenses and the timing of that, and how lumpy or how spread out it might be. If there was a concern that in relation to self-managed plans that the participant is not spending it in accordance with the requirements, I can't tell you, and I don't know to what extent the agency already or was doing that for longer planned periods. But I certainly think there would be ways in which it could. It signs the checks and has the data to be able to determine what is the level of activity and I suppose identify things of exception. Identify by exception or things that aren't. That might raise a flag in their systems, that they could manage still, allow a participant sufficient time to give them the flexibility that they need without necessarily giving up an ability to oversee or have knowledge of and transparency of those transactions.
Okay, well, thank you. Did you want to add anything, Mr. Petherick?
Around funding periods?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I suppose it is that sense of, my understanding when it was first rolled out was around protecting vulnerable people who may be being exploited or who may be expending their packages too early, but instead we've moved to a default of 3-month periods, and it seems that there'll be a large cohort of people who have been managing their packages perfectly well for 10, 11, 12 years, and who are suddenly then being reduced to 3-month funding periods. And
it's not across the board, though, is it? The funding periods. It's only for a certain number of people across the scheme.
Oh well, from what we are being told, it is. That might well be right, Chair, but the number of people affected are significant.
Yes, and I'm not actually downplaying that.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm putting a focus on it. I do want to hear your view. So, sorry, back to you, Mr. Plether.
And I think part of that solution is how do we manage and how does the agency manage decisions where a participant may ask for longer than 3 months, may ask to go back to 12 months, and the planner or the person responsible may have a different view. What are the processes around resolving that quickly and effectively? And that's not clear to us yet, that how that's managed. That if a person asks for extension and it happens, that's fine. But it's when there's a disagreement between what should happen, what are the processes to manage that, and how do we communicate with people the reasons for those decisions, and they become really important around people being able to manage anxiety or concern about why things are happening to them. So I think communication is key.
Yeah, and I think you've hit a really good point there. I think something we've all heard over the last, over yesterday's hearing and today is about communication and timeliness, both very key issues. So thanks for making that point. I'll hand over to...
Sorry, Chair, could I just add something to it, just in terms of the disconnect we see between what the agency is able to do legislatively or legally, and how it is interpreting that power. Its operational guideline on creating your plan, which was issued in June of this year, says that for most supports, funding periods will generally go for 3 months. They may be able to go for longer if all of these apply to you. You tell us you'd like longer funding periods. There's a special reason you need longer funding periods. You've previously spent your funding on supports and in line with your plan. We don't think there's a risk to you. You're likely to spend your funding on supports and in line with your plan. We say that that is inconsistent with the Act and sets a shorter funding period, 3 months for most and 1 month for home and living supports as the default. And it represents that the matters listed in the determination as legal tests that must be met, rather than factors to be considered, and it sets a requirement for all factors that must be present, and that is not what is required under the legislative framework. It's a much more nuanced, multifactorial consideration in the Act and the determination.
Okay, well, thank you for making that point. Over to you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Mr Petherick, I have a couple of questions for you about your submission. It warns that the support lists could push people with disability towards disability-specific suppliers, which can be more costly rather than allowing adaptation of mainstream products. Can you give us a sense of how you feel that the NDIA should balance quality assurance with maintaining affordable, innovative options for participants? And I noted yesterday that one of our witnesses made a comment that, you know, they'd had an issue with their walking cane, and they remedied it themselves with a, you know, $10 copper sort of coupling from Bunnings, and they paid for that themselves rather than out of their budget, because if they'd used their budget, they may have been, you know, noted as misusing their budget, where they could have spent a lot more money to replace the cane. So it's sort of like getting that balance of ensuring that appropriate products are being purchased, but not being silly about how they're being purchased.
Yes, and I think the challenge is, how do we get to the right decision quickly and efficiently and effectively and cheaply as possible? And part of the challenge, I understand the desire to get more procedural consistency around decisions, but that comes up against the fact that participants on the NDIS are all individuals who have unique life circumstances and have unique and different needs. And when you have an in and out list in Section 10, it tends to become naturally the go-to list of we will fund it or we won't fund it, depending which list it's on. And that takes out the flexibility for people to have creative solutions like the one you just described, which would be, if you stand back from it, a completely sensible and helpful approach to how to remedy their circumstances. And so the concept that you talked about in Matthew's presentation about functional benefit seems to be a good test for considering something a replacement support. That use of, maybe the use of that replacement support category could provide flexibility around the out list just being treated as a stone tablet of things that are never funded, because there are circumstances where, if it can be demonstrated that it provides a functional benefit related to the person's disability, and it's a cheaper option and it suits the circumstances and the choice and control of the participant, we would all say,
why not?
Why not? That's right. But I recognise that can get complicated. But it is, and I recognise that might not be the decision made at the coalface, but it is, how do you get to that being reviewed quickly and effectively without having to go all the way to the ART and drag that process out, and it becomes stressful for the participants and exhausting, and sometimes they give up. And that's not the intention of that process, but it's that we don't seem to have the mechanisms to get us to the right decision in multiple ways, I suppose.
Yeah, it makes sense. And I've navigated similar circumstances with my elderly parents in relation to my aged care as well. Whereas you look at the things that you're able to purchase, they're not suitable. You can pick something that's kind of right, but then it's a lot more expensive than just going out and buying something yourself that actually is right. So you make that judgment, which means the system isn't working. So do you have any sense of how, what an appropriate regulatory or pricing framework would look like to protect that flexibility, but while still ensuring that we do have safety and accountability, because we don't want someone going to, purchase something that's unsafe and then creates more harm, perhaps.
Yes. Again, I think it comes back to us finding ways, and this is partly where the sort of co-design comes into play, I suppose. I recognise that the NDIA are trying to deal with a complex environment, but I don't fully understand always the issues they're trying to solve. And so that communication piece, the co-design piece in there around, I don't pretend I've got all the answers, but together we can get to the answer. The quality people who are presenting to you today, and I'm sure yesterday, and I'm sure this afternoon, sort of, that there is, we all want the NDIS to succeed, and we all want to help the NDIA make the NDIS succeed. And so it is, how do we work together to do that? And co-design is a mechanism for doing that allows the NDIA, who are managing the scheme, to share with us the problems they're trying to solve, which helps us understand better where they're coming from, and allows us to help them design solutions that might be workable.
Yeah, so it's become more of a partnership in a sense.
I think, I think that's the direction we're moving in, and I see evidence of that. And again, we will just encourage that and want it to move more quickly, I suppose. We're always impatient to get these things happening, but we do have a strong desire to try and make things work better. And a large part of that I recognise is the inadequacy of my response, because I don't fully understand what the NDIA are trying to achieve always. Sure. And so that makes my responses less helpful, I suppose. Sure. But I think it is about how do we get to the right decision as quickly as possible. Yeah,
that makes sense. And my next question is to both of you, and it's sort of a quick one, and it leads off that comment. We received a number of witness testimonies yesterday that suggested that co-design wasn't meaningful. One of the witnesses called it theatrical. Could I have your comments on that, and if you have seen change, what kind of change, but whether that is your experience as well?
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and I would echo David's comments around the importance of co-design, but in responding to your question, there is certainly a very strongly held view within the community that the agency's approach to what it calls co-design is tokenistic. It does not understand what co-design actually is. It allies concepts of engagement and consultation and co-design together. And so I suppose what we would say is what the agency thinks is co-design and what it is doing is not. And perhaps more importantly, since July, when they rejigged their co-design working groups, we have seen a very significant stepping back by the agency as to with any commitment to even so-called co-design.
So it's actually deteriorated?
Yes, yes.
Okay, interesting. Thank you.
Yeah. So, David Petherick. So, I think one of the challenges maybe is in understanding of co-design and shared understanding of what co-design is, and there's a risk, I suppose, that we get on the wrong page if two parties at any discussion have a different interpretation of what they're trying to do. And I suppose,
you have to both be on the same page about what
and equally I recognise that not everything can be co-designed because there are time constraints and on some things, and so part of it is about in thinking about it as co-design is even being much more upfront about what's the process we're going to undergo for this piece of reform work, and what are the limitations on what we can do, and then negotiating and trying to understand, for all parties to understand what the process, whatever the label on it is, what the process is going to be, and how we can, within whatever those constraints are, we can maximise the involvement of people with lived experience and their allies in the process to lead to better outcomes. So part of the difficulty is it's co-design is a really, in our view, a really useful process that leads to much better outcomes.
What would be the most pressing reform then that needs co-design, if you can each very quickly? I know the chair's needing to move on. If co-design is the key, what is the key area that is lacking in that co-design? Or maybe you can provide that on notice.
Yeah. And if I could just add to David's comments quickly, there is a view, I think, certainly among officials, that government can't do co-design. That's not how Westminster parliamentary democracy works. And to that, I would just say the Department of Infrastructure, Transport and the rest of the world is currently co-designing new aviation-specific disability standards under the Disability Discrimination Act. I'm the co-chair of the steering committee of that co-design process, and government can do co-design.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Good point. Okay, well, thank you very much. And over to you, Ms. Berry.
Thank you. You both represent quite a significant number of organisations, so thank you very much for being here. And just further to those conversations we're having about consultation, we have a fundamental problem around scheme sustainability and maintaining the social licence around the NDIS, and this is a genuine, significant challenge facing the Australian public. So just in light of that, and you mentioned, the fact that there is some consultation that occurs between you and the agency, do you see that there is room for a broader, compact style of conversation between the NDIA, DROs representing people with disability and their families, and perhaps providers as well, around scheme design and how we're actually going to address some of these fundamental challenges? Would you see benefit in that type of conversation?
I said, David Petherick, I certainly would. I think, again, that if we're thinking about what are the things that are most urgently in need, it's look for co-design this year, we're looking for things with maybe a longer runway, and so that process of addressing those long-term challenges and trying to come to some shared understanding about what the challenges are and then what the solutions might be, I think would be incredibly worthwhile. As an example of what we've been talking about here, it is about how do we get to the right decision, what are the processes, the decision-making processes that happen inside the NDIA, and then what do we do outside as advocates supporting people with disability to go through that process, and then when it gets out, what's that pathway like, and are there contributions we could make to making that pathway more effective and more efficient and happening much more quickly? I think there are a number of areas around that scheme design that, because as I said, we want the scheme to work and we are alert to the social licence issue, and that we want the scheme to be here forever.
Yes, indeed. And so, because it does seem to be that, there would be a lot of agreement, I think, between most parties around the fundamental value of the scheme, and I think the majority of Australian taxpayers are still seeing genuine value in the scheme. In terms of fraud and preventing fraud, there's obviously a number of mechanisms within the scheme around the management of fraud, and I wondered if you could comment on the efficacy of some of those strategies that you can see the agency using. So there's quite a lot of concern in the Australian media, for example, around the fraudulent use of taxpayers' money. Do you have any observations in that space around improvements that could be made to address some of those concerns?
Maybe. Can I just, in response to your first question, Ms. Berry, we would wholeheartedly agree that that type of arrangement or compact would be very beneficial. The only word of warning or concern that we would raise is that in terms of the design of that process, particularly if service providers are also involved, would carefully manage, power imbalances and other sort of. But anyway, in terms of the fraud, I think the work that the NDIS Commission is currently doing in relation to registration of providers is going to be very helpful in that. But I think one thing that comes to mind is issues around accommodation and housing, and the most recent furore over the Four Corners program. And I think that demonstrates that sometimes the agency needs to realise it doesn't know everything, and that there are, it shouldn't be in a property development business, and fraudsters or sharp business practices could, slip them by because they're not experts in property development. And maybe there's, a need to recognise that, yes, there are things that they do that are related to disability supports, but that require a greater knowledge than simply disability, and fraudsters can take advantage of that lack of knowledge.
Yep, thank you.
And from my point of view, it's my again, I applaud efforts to eliminate fraud and to capture fraud, and my understanding is there's a wide range of government departments and authorities working on it across department lines, which is great. My only cautionary point, I suppose, is about being wary of unintended consequences, that the people who commit fraud aren't bound by trying to do the right thing, and so the likelihood of people who commit fraud, when you change the rules, they just find another way to commit that fraud, and the unintended consequence can be adding a more compliance burden on participants and or on genuine service providers who are trying to do the right thing. And again, that part of that working together, again, there are people who know a lot more about capturing fraud and rooting out fraud than I do, but advocacy is that sort of canary in the coal mine place where it can becomes aware of that early, and so again, working together is to capture that stuff and to deal with it, I think, is helpful. But also thinking about what's the solution and are there any unintended consequences of that proposed solution, I think is important.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to our stakeholders for coming in to talk to us today. Yesterday, we heard from some disability advocates on two main fronts. One was around, we're talking about the exponential growth that's been happening in the scheme, particularly in the cohort of young children and their families with autism diagnoses, and obviously the period of change management that's going on at the moment. I wanted, and we had a bit of discussion with stakeholders yesterday about whether they were being engaged with some of the upcoming consultation processes. I wanted to just check in to see whether your agencies were being engaged with some of that consultation that's going on with putting together the Thriving Kids program.
Senator, certainly from AFDO's point of view, we are very engaged with the department and the agency around the Thriving Kids initiative, and we appeared at the House of Representatives Committee inquiry earlier this week on that very issue. So yeah, there's certainly a lot of interest by the community in it, and there's a lot of engagement from us at least.
And just on that advisory group, so you're engaged in that process. What does that look like at the moment? That
no one knows what's going on, and no one can provide really much information about the design of the scheme, I think, or the system, and that we still don't know how it's going to be funded and whether the states and territories will stump up what is needed.
And Senator Mulholland, I'm acutely aware that my colleague Liam Thatcher, who knows much more about a lot of these things than I do, and because he talks more frequently to our members, may have some things to share on this topic, but also on some of the previous things we've talked about. So maybe, Liam, you could jump in here.
Yeah, I've maybe briefly on Thriving Kids. I think we recognise that we're certainly in an early stage and probably await with eagerness some of the more finer points. Some of our advocates have spoken pretty heavily about some of the concerns they have around interfaces and transitions, about where those supports will be housed, and can set as much and might direct you to our work on the Thriving Kids Committee on Monday. On a couple of earlier points, I think there was one raised, and it might be just the one that I speak to here, about how we balance things like flexibility and the overall needs for quality supports around Section 10. One of the things that we propose in our submission and might be in conversation with some of the topics that we raised here, but one of the things we proposed is a low $1,000 threshold for people to spend and buy supports flexibly, still obviously complying with the requirements so they be effective and beneficial for them, but outside the sort of typical limits that apply to the formal lists. And that could address some of those circumstances that were discussed about, I need a support right this instance, something is broken, I need something to fill the gap until I can work through the larger process to maybe get something more permanent, or indeed allow people to purchase things that will work effectively for them, be supportive of their independence, and ultimately save the scheme money. We discussed things like cleaning products, meal delivery, and a couple of other those points there as well. But that'd be the sum of Thriving Kids as well.
Thank you, Mr. Thatcher. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Mulholland. Over to you, Ms Lee.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you as well to those who are participating in today's hearing. Just going back to the point of Ms Berry around social licence and, the public money, and as we all know, I think it's about the biggest spending. I think it's $42 billion in our budget. But as you also mentioned, Mr. Petherick, that in terms of the compliance that could require too much for many organisations. What do you suggest? How could the NDIA ensure that the money, the scheme is for those who are genuinely need the physical disability? How do we ensure that can improve that so that the money goes to those that are really need that? What do you, in your working with many members, how can what can the NDIA do to ensure that your members get access to the funding to deliver to the genuine people who actually needs it?
I would start off by saying I think if they improved their knowledge and understanding of disability and disability awareness and what are the barriers that people with disability face, so that they can understand what is needed. I would also say, Ms Lee, that I don't have figures on this, but I would be very surprised if there was a large or any significant proportion of participants who are not entitled to be on the scheme. I think the issues are more about fraud being committed by providers or on the supply side of the market, as opposed to the being. But having said that, yes, there may be, particularly in relation to a cohort of children under 9, to use the government's language, with mild to moderate support needs, who can be properly transitioned once those replacement supports are in place. And I think that's, I think the sort of the design flaw that where everything has come apart is that the NDIS was established and the states and territories withdrew from the market because they didn't have any need anymore to provide supports to people with disability who were not on the scheme. And those people had nowhere else to go. And parents with a young child with mild to moderate developmental delay, the only place they can go is the NDIS. And so I think the introduction of properly designed and properly funded and properly overseen foundational supports that provide assistance to the 4-point-something million people with disability who are not on the scheme. And I think you need to put that in perspective. There are 5.5 million people who identify as a person with disability in this country. 750,000 of them are on the scheme. There's 4 point whatever, I'm not very good at maths, 4.2 million or something, who are not on the scheme. So when you look at it in that sense, I certainly wouldn't say that there are too many people on the scheme.
And my point, I think, around scheme sustainability is around the original promise of the NDIS, which was to build community connection for people with disabilities, so that over time they wouldn't be reliant on their NDIS supports. And I think we've missed opportunities there. I think foundational supports offers a pathway forward for including people in mainstream supports rather than having to rely on disability supports. I think the new navigators proposal, as long as navigators are independent of service provision, I think support coordination being within service provision in a lot of cases has not through any evil intent, but just through natural relationships that support coordinators have within their disability organisations, are churning people back into disability day programs too much and not focusing enough on building genuine community connections so that people are less reliant on those supports. I think that's, and employment, again, that these are pathways to scheme sustainability, are to have people less reliant on NDIS supports because they have meaningful work, being paid a meaningful wage, they have meaningful community connections, and so don't need as much around disability day programs. They have the same kind of connections that the rest of us have in community. Through foundational supports, that they are well supported in mainstream supports, health, education, criminal justice, transport, rather than relying on disability supports to access those schemes. They're the long-term solution to that problem. It's not necessarily once people have been assessed as being eligible and then have been given a plan and a package of supports to then want to micromanage how they spend those supports, when I think the vast majority of people will spend those supports in good faith and carefully, and in many cases more frugally than is being proposed by providers and others.
Just one last, Chair. Yeah. Just last. Sorry. I asked previously as well to other participants in terms of, would you then think that registration is a pathway to, cutting some of those fraud or those kind of behaviour in that space?
Possibly, but again, I think you need to be, there's this question of balance, because some people with disability have an existing relationship with someone who provides support and will lose that support if that person is required to become registered and they don't become registered. I think there's also an interesting tension between registration and what the Productivity Commission says about barriers to productivity through registration procedures. But as I mentioned before, I think the work that the NDIS Commission is currently doing in relation to registration, particularly around SIL and SDA accommodation, is I think going to be perhaps it's very useful in terms of what that is, but it also might be show a bit of a pathway to how that balancing of registration and choice and control can be done.
And again, I would say that it's not necessarily the answer, because a lot of the high-profile media case examples of fraud have been perpetrated by registered service providers. Now, whether the registration process helped catch them, that's possible, and help root them out, that's possible. But I think it's also, we recognise that for people who are particularly vulnerable and have cognitive impairment, they're vulnerable to exploitation and fraud, having processes like registration, but not only registration. The Quality and Safeguards Commission have a big role to play, as do community visitor schemes, as do advocacy, around monitoring the quality of that service provision. But I also recognise that for a number of people who have NDI supports, or people who are where there are thin markets in rural, regional, remote areas, that requiring a provider to be registered is a barrier to providing a service, which effectively becomes an impassable barrier for people getting access to the supports they need. So how you balance that around individual capacity to monitor their own service quality provision. And again, I'm sure Dr. Talapouros won't mind me stating that he's been very vocal on this, and as he should be, that he puts the case, and I agree with him, that he's perfectly capable of monitoring the quality of the people who look after him. He doesn't need a registration process over the top of that or any restrictions on it. But again, there are other people who do, and so how you balance those things is the problem.
We may need to wrap it up there. We have gone over time. Good discussion. Registration, perhaps some sort of tiered registration is the way to go. I'm not sure, but it's being one of the options, I'm sure, being considered. So thank you very much for your time today. Very constructive discussion. I'd now like to welcome representatives from the Australian Rehabilitation and Assistive Technology Association and representatives from the Physical Disability Council of New South Wales, who are in the room with us today, and thank you for making yourselves available. Looking forward to a good discussion. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, if you could please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today. I'll just give you a moment so you can sit down and get yourself organised. Perhaps if we could begin with introductions from Errata and then Physical Disability Council of Technology.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Dr. Melanie Hoyle, and I'm the current president of the Australian Rehabilitation and Assistive Technology Association, commonly known as Errata because it's much less of a mouthful. I'm joined here today by Muriel Cummins, who's our National Policy and Strategy Officer, and we're representing Errata today.
Thank you very much. Over to you.
My name's Edward Morris. I'm the CEO of the Physical Disability Council of New South Wales. Thank you very much for having us.
And I'm Kelly Temple. I'm the Systemic Advocacy Manager at the Physical Disability Council of New South Wales, also called PDCN for less of a mouthful.
Hi, my name is Annabelle Smith. I'm one of the Senior Systemic Advocacy Officers at PDCN.
Well, thank you for making yourselves available. Would you like to do an opening statement?
Thank you. So as Errata is the national non-profit peak body representing assistive technology stakeholders, including users, advisors, suppliers, developers, researchers and educators. And Errata promotes, develops and supports the national rehabilitation and assistive technology community of practice. So the World Health Organization defines assistive technology as an umbrella term incorporating assistive products and associated systems and services. Assistive products range from physical items such as wheelchairs, glasses and prosthetic limbs to digital solutions including speech recognition software, time management applications and captioning services. And you've heard some compelling testimony yesterday related to participants' experience within the NDIS related to assistive technology. Assistive services are delivered by health professionals who provide assessment, advice, training and peer supporters who offer lived experience perspectives. The World Health Organization also recognises that assistive technology supports people across all life domains, including education, employment, leisure, and other everyday activities. And assistive technology can positively impact a person, their family and friends, and has broader societal and socio-economic impacts and benefits. The NDIS provides assistive technology to participants with identified needs, and Errata supports broad NDIS reform to ensure the scheme is financially sustainable while effectively identifying and meeting the support needs of people living with significant disability. Errata also supports specific reforms that will ensure the NDIS can properly identify and meet participants' assistive technology and home modification needs. Errata is, however, concerned that the proportion of participants accessing assistive technology has dropped by approximately 10% between October 2024, when the NDIS legislation changes took effect, up until June 2025. And this is one of the downward trends we believe that the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare were referring to yesterday in their testimony. This accelerates a downward trend in assistive technology access evidenced since Q2 of 2021-2022. And these findings align with the anecdotal experiences reported by Errata members regarding the impact of these changes on assistive technology access and are consistent with some of the compelling testimony from yesterday. Further, current data also demonstrates inequities across groups. For example, First Nations participants and those living in remote and very remote areas have significantly lower access to assistive technology and the associated professionals who provide the recommendations. In our latest submission to the Joint Standing Committee on the NDIS, we've called for stronger and fairer and more responsive access to assistive technology. We know that assistive technology is not a luxury. It is an essential enabler of participation, ensuring safety and independence. Errata seeks that the Section 10 permanent rules, which will update and expand the transitional support lists, be applied with flexibility and transparency. These changes need to make it easier, not harder, for participants to access the right technology, which includes mainstream or commercial items that meet a disability-related need, when they need it. The NDIA should support provider and advisor clinical judgment, innovation, and individual participant choice, rather than impose new barriers or rigid limits. ARADA members have also raised concerns about the Section 33 funding period reforms. While longer NDIS plan durations can give people more stability, they must not come at the cost of flexibility. People's needs, including their technologies, can change quickly. ARADA is calling for built-in mechanisms that allow assistive technology reviews and mid-plan adjustments, ensuring participants are not left waiting without the required assistive technology or relying on outdated or unsuitable or even unsafe equipment. More broadly, we have called for investment in a sustainable assistive technology ecosystem, one that includes clear funding pathways, equitable access to skilled professionals, and better coordination between the NDIS, health, education, and community sectors. If we get this right, the NDIS can deliver timely, equitable, and life-changing assistive technology supports for every Australian who depends on them to pursue their goals and participate in all aspects of life. ARADA's analysis of the 2024-2025 annual pricing review also identified a critical concern: the reduction in allied health travel cost reimbursement from 100% to 50%. This change threatens the viability of face-to-face, community-based assessments that are essential for many participants, particularly those with mobility, sensory, cognitive, and communicative disabilities. This cut risks undermining access to skilled assessors and jeopardises the provision of appropriate assistive technology and home modifications. The review has also undervalued the complexity and skill involved in assistive technology and home modification assessments, creating pressure on experienced clinicians and driving some out of the workforce. And we already have a largely thin market in a lot of areas. ARADA is calling for full travel cost recovery to remain independent cost of service modelling and genuine consultation with professional and disability-led organisations to ensure pricing reflects real-world practice and supports quality and equitable service provision. Lastly, ARADA in principle welcomes new NDIS assessment processes that are fit for purpose and trauma-informed and can bring enhanced equity and efficiency to the scheme. We do note, however, that the current proposed support needs assessment tool, the ICANN, does not have the capacity to determine assistive technology or home modification needs. We seek that the NDIS decision makers expand on current proposed assessment methods to ensure that assistive technology and home modifications needs can be met and identified. This will require a suitably skilled and qualified assessor workforce and an assessment and budget setting process that is valid, reliable and safe. It is our recommendation that support needs assessment processes, tools and delivery methods must be co-designed with NDIS participants and peak bodies, with subsequent piloting occurring prior to full scheme rollout. Given the significant and challenging reforms NDIS participants and providers have endured since late 2024, it is of vital importance that the Joint Standing Committee document the issues being experienced and closely consider the solutions to address them. ARADA, as Australia's peak body for assistive technology stakeholders, calls for an NDIS that provides fair, timely and person-centred access to assistive technology and home modifications that enable people with disability to participate fully in society in the ways that they choose. Thank you.
Well, Ms Hoyle, very comprehensive and very thoughtful recommendations, and we certainly are listening, taking them on board, and we will be making our recommendations, and certainly you make some, the points you raise are things that there is a lot of change, and we need to acknowledge that. So thank you very much. Now, would PDC also like to give a opening statement? Go ahead.
Wonderful. Good morning, Chair and Senators. The National Disability Insurance Scheme was built on a promise that people with disability would have the supports they need to live an ordinary life with extraordinary possibility. That promise is worth protecting, and today, together, I hope we can help shape the reforms that keep that promise alive. My name is Ed Morris. I'm the CEO of the Physical Disability Council of New South Wales, or PDCN, the peak body representing approximately 1.1 million people with physical disability in New South Wales. I also live with multiple sclerosis. PDCN is a community-led organisation advocating for the priorities of the physical disability community expressed in our many focus groups, community calls, regional visits and workshops. Despite being a state-based peak, the NDIS, a Commonwealth program, is consistently ranked among the top challenges facing our community. That being said, the NDIS is one of our nation's most important social and economic reforms. A growing body of NDIA data and independent research is demonstrating the substantial social and economic return on NDIS investment. When it functions well, it has a profound ability to give people the supports they need to live independently, be healthy, and participate in work, study, and community life. Today, I will present some of the most compelling opportunities we have heard from our community to support the NDIS to address persistent outcomes gaps facing people with disabilities and to bolster economic productivity for all Australians. Firstly, we agree that the NDIS sustainability is pivotal, but sustainability measures must not come from critical supports for people with severe physical disabilities. The physical disability cohort is already underrepresented on the NDIS, with the National Disability Insurance Agency data stating that only 18% of NDIS participants have a physical disability, despite physical disability being the largest disability cohort in Australia. In a July 2025 survey, PDCN asked the physical disability community, quote, "How are NDIS changes affecting you?" end quote. 28% of respondents stated that they had been negatively affected and their supports reduced through the reform. One carer said, quote, "The reforms have directly impacted many of my clients very significantly, reducing their capacity to have a productive and positive life. Some have become self-harmers, clinically depressed, and have suicidal thoughts. The reforms have been catastrophic," end quote. Furthermore, PDCN has heard cases from participants with severe conditions such as multiple sclerosis, muscular dystrophy, and cerebral palsy, whose plans have been significantly reduced, even where needs are complex, permanent, and clearly documented. Our members report losing essential therapy, leaving them unable to leave their homes, afraid to fall, and at greater risk of losing independence and employment. This is not what Parliament intended when it legislated the NDIS. It undermines the many ripple effects of improved education, health and employment that would benefit all Australians. The new ICANN tool is intended to improve needs assessments for all NDIS participants. It must succeed in this goal. We suggest an ICANN monitoring mechanism, including surveys from participants with severe physical disabilities and transparent results communication to ensure that critical cohorts have access to necessary supports. Secondly, urgent intervention is required to address NDIS market failure in regional and remote areas. Many participants face a single monopoly provider with little oversight, leading to poor quality services, long wait times, and heightened risks of abuse and neglect. In consultations across Broken Hill, Albury, Narrandera, Griffith and Wagga Wagga, people told us that thin markets leave them with no real choice, no control over their supports, and poorer quality of life. In some towns, providers who shut down after complaints simply re-emerged under new names. In Broken Hill, a man with physical disability reported being threatened with violence, told he would, quote, "be put in the ground," end quote, after raising concerns about an unsafe ramp he paid for with NDIS funds. We also heard another case of a child with disability being threatened if he put a complaint in against a provider. Inflexible planning makes this worse. One participant funded for occupational therapy faced a 2-year wait list with the only provider in town, but when they asked to use the funds for a local exercise program run by a former occupational therapist, the NDIA refused and later recovered the unspent funds. We are calling for incentives to attract providers to regional and remote areas, stronger safeguards and more flexible planning provisions that reflect geographic realities, mobile and transport-based service models and accountability measures to prevent provider churn. Unspent funds should not be removed when services are simply unavailable. These reforms would improve safety, increase choice and boost participation while reducing crisis costs for government. NDIA community engagement and market analysis must also be improved to more effectively identify and address NDIS market failure in regional and remote areas. Lastly, the NDIA workforce must be trained and monitored to significantly improve the consistency and accessibility of information and decisions. Participants with physical disability are reporting inconsistent planning and supports decisions, largely due to variations in staff capability and inadequate training. Poor change management, including a lack of communication and condensed timeframes, is compounding this, leaving participants anxious about what reforms mean in practice. The aforementioned July 2025 PDCN survey found a third of NDIS participants had experienced inconsistent application of NDIS supports list across local area coordinators, plan managers and support coordinators. Disability advocates in New South Wales also report that 3-month plans are increasingly being issued by default, despite NDIA assurances that 3-month funding periods are merely an option for participants. Members of our Lived Experience Advisory Panel also report that they have been moved from self-management to being plan managed without notice or explanation. This inconsistency is undermining participant confidence and increasing NDIS costs as decisions are appealed and reversed. Equipping NDIA staff to make better decisions would reduce appeals, build trust in the system, lower long-term costs and significantly improve the participant experience. Most importantly, people with disability would have the clarity, confidence and control the NDIS was designed to deliver. Thank you for the opportunity to present our community's perspectives on necessary NDIS reform. It is crucial that in Parliament's efforts to make the NDIS sustainable, we do not forget the human element and original purpose of the NDIS. First, we must protect access and core supports from people with significant and long-term physical disabilities through improved needs assessment, corresponding investment and transparent decisions. Second, we need regional and remote market reform with provider incentives, stronger safeguards and plan flexibility so people in these regions have real choice, safer services and genuine access. Finally, we must invest in a skilled NDIA workforce to deliver consistent decisions consistent and transparent decisions and information. This will reduce trauma, build trust and deliver better outcomes at lower cost. If we act on these priorities, the NDIS can deliver a fair, reliable and accessible system that meets the needs of people with physical disabilities, benefiting all Australians wherever they live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I have a question which I'd like to put to Rata initially. It's about the new Section 10 rules. We've had a lot of feedback from different witnesses on the rules, and in relation to that, there's been an NDIS Evidence Advisory Committee that's been announced, and I think in relation to yourself, it does have a subcommittee on assistive technology and capital. I'm interested to understand what you think of the initiative, and are you wanting to be involved in that? What can you offer to that committee?
Yeah, so I actually met with the department yesterday on exactly this. And so we were really encouraged by the feedback that we got around what the Evidence Advisory Committees will be looking into and their plans for the different assistive technologies that will fall under that advisory committee. We actually already do have 2 members from ARADA who are involved in those evidence advisory committees in their respective fields of expertise as well, who'll be feeding into those situations. From a obviously, from an executive perspective for myself, it's a bit of a conflict of interest because obviously I represent an assistive technology organisation, but certainly we're very keen to support the work that's being done in that space. I guess, and we feel, based on the conversations we had yesterday, that the intention of what's happening there is a good one. I guess my persisting concern is how that advice will be taken and then operationalised into a skilled workforce, like our counterparts here have mentioned, because we often see very good advice coming into those higher levels, but we don't necessarily see that trickle into the operationalisation on the ground.
Yep, thank you. Did you want to add anything further, Mr. Morris, or other members?
I would agree with all points brought up. The other thing I'd just mention is I think there is an opportunity for state-based peaks to be more involved. It can be really tough for the NDIA and federal-based peaks to really have a sense of locality in the minutiae. And part of what state peaks have the responsibility to do is be in communities listening deeply. So I think there's an opportunity for that intelligence to be fed back to really assist in that process going ahead, but absolutely would be happy to be involved.
So that links to another question. How does Errata suggest the division between state and federal AT responsibilities be made clearer or more coordinated?
Thank you for that question. I'm Muriel. I'm the National Policy and Strategy Officer for Errata. So currently we have a situation where the NDIS is the main provider of assistive technology for adults with disabilities, and in many ways the fact that there is one system does make it easier for that cohort to access assistive technology, by comparison to say in the aged care system where there's many, over 100, I think.
Over 100 different ones. It's very convoluted and complicated to know which system and service you should be applying for your funding through.
So by virtue of there being a single system, that does simplify things to a degree. However, what we do see in the NDIS, as we've sort of spoken to in our opening statement, is that we are seeing this declining trend of access to assistive technology, which does concern us greatly at Errata, and we are really committed to working with government to try to make sure that that single system currently as it exists does function to the best of its ability.
Why is the decline happening, do you think?
We think it's the access and delays. And we don't actually think we've seen the full effect of the changes in legislation because of the amount of delays in the system. So I think we'll see a further percentage decline in the coming year based on the impact of that.
And I think possibly what is sort of leading to this trend is there's many complex reforms happening concurrently, as we've talked about yesterday and today, within the NDIS, and what we see for assistive technology and home modifications is a snowballing impact of multiple reforms that create barriers for people to access the assistive technology that they need in a timely manner. So since October last year, we saw the introduction of the Section 10 changes, which had a significant impact on access, and particularly for participants broadly, but particularly for people who live rurally and remotely, and also First Nations people. And the stats that we have through the AIHW really only take us to June this year, so they don't account for further barriers that might be arising from the Section 33 funding periods, and also the travel cuts that we mentioned in our opening statement also. So there's a number of sort of compounding, snowballing issues, and then we're also quite concerned, if we can say, about some of the proposed reforms also and what they will mean for access to assistive technology. So we're quite concerned about, the ICANN, while we support the introduction of of an equitable and hopefully more consistent process for assessing support needs, that assessment doesn't have capacity to look at assistive technology needs, it doesn't have capacity to look at needs that relate to home modifications. So it's quite a specific tool around specific supports, but then there are some very significant supports that would sit outside its scope also. And then, another area that we're quite concerned about for the future, thinking about the future sort of changes that have been flagged, is the recent change to at the therapy support guidelines, which came out about 2 weeks ago now, which indicated that in future that therapy supports would be stated. The therapy support guideline.
Right.
It's a new guideline that indicates that in future therapy supports will be stated supports in plans. So a number of ARATA members have raised concerns around that type of very prescriptive plan and what that might mean for access to assistive technology.
So hopefully through the committee, this subcommittee, there will be opportunity for you as the peak body to state your concerns and particularly around access and, securing the technology that people need. I would like to...
Sorry, just circling back to your point about the difference with the states, I think improved clarity would be really important. What we see the state-based schemes doing at the moment is almost needing to scramble when somebody doesn't get the NDIS approval for equipment that they'd hoped to be getting. So I think a little bit more clarity would between what is should be federal and what should be state would go a long way to supporting improved assistive technology across the country.
Right. Well, thank you. I should acknowledge that Senator Steele-John has joined us online. Good morning, Senator Steele-John, or good afternoon.
Very much good morning, Chair, but good to be here.
Yes, well, it is good morning still in WA. So I'd now like to hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you each for your time and your evidence today. We heard from previous witnesses that people with disability often use the NDIS funds to adapt to mainstream low-cost products. I'd be interested to get some feedback or insights from you of what you think an appropriate regulatory framework or pricing framework would look like to protect flexibility but also ensure safety and accountability.
Yeah. So, did you guys have a comment on that?
Happy for you guys to go first. I did have a comment on the state-based issue, but I'm happy for you guys to.
I think we do see it quite a lot, and I guess the example that always comes to mind for me is the use of an iPad, which is now considered a mainstream technology. But for some people, it can be a very effective, reasonably low-cost communication aid, and we're seeing people almost encouraged to pay for a medical-based communication aid that costs 8 times or more the cost of an iPad. I think. I think it's a tricky one, but I do feel like it needs to be a transparent process where these items are considered within the realms of what they are capable of achieving, what goals the person is looking towards, what the sustainability of the technology is, because some of the medical technologies don't update as easily as some of the mainstream technologies, for instance. And I think it's also making sure that it's related to the disability specifically for the person, but being really open to participants and providers' perspectives on that this item can meet the required need without needing to be a large cost item just because it's a mainstream item compared to a medical item.
I would just add to that, I think there needs to be an element of flexibility in there as well. We had one case with one of our members had a request for orthotics knocked back and they needed to get a cheaper walking stick, for example. And what ended up happening is that person fell over, was injured, and there was more costs associated with that. So it's hard to capture that within a framework, but there needs to be some sense of what's reasonable in terms of protecting costs in the long term. So yeah, I do think there needs to be a little bit of flexibility. That person had cerebral palsy, so we're not talking about minor disabilities here. We're talking about severe conditions being turned down for
and lifelong conditions.
Yes,
right?
yes, that's right. Yeah, thank you.
I think the thing, sorry to interrupt you, that I'm trying to get a sense of here to assist us is there appears to be this prescription which is meant to be in order to protect the system and make sure there's no abuse of the system, but then there's no meaningful way to adapt that to individual needs. So you end up with something that might be more costly, that isn't suitable for you, and there are no winners. Right? Is that a common thing, or is that just a thread that I'm picking up?
So the research around assistive technology abandonment suggests that anywhere between 30 and 70% of assistive technology is abandoned because it's not prescribed correctly or it doesn't meet need. So I think that's actually really important. So that's why there needs to be good assessment processes and practices, but we also need to make sure that the assistive technology that's being recommended for people is one that meets their need, whether that be mainstream or medically based. And sometimes we do find that the mainstream is the more viable and the less costly option, but there's no flexibility for that at the present.
And to add to that, you know, we have seen the replacement support process implemented by the NDIS, which has meant that there is a pathway for participants to apply for a mainstream item to be included in their plan, but what they need to do to make that happen is agree to exchange it for something that is currently funded in their plan, so it's a direct swap. But what tends to happen is the application process is very arduous, it's costly because it means that there needs to be an assistive technology advisor writing the paperwork, and then sometimes that means that the cost of the replacement process is more than the item itself. And so I think that is an area that certainly needs some attention. And then for the people who have those replacement supports declined, there's a whole year embargo before they can apply again. So that really extends that time frame for that person to access that assistive technology if it's declined, and if the decline is not merited to begin with. So we'd really like to see that period reduced.
And what happens if somebody does have an incident or a change, like a fall or something like that, during that 1 year period?
That's the challenge.
Yeah. People can apply to reassess, but often they're waiting just as long as to get approval for the reassessment when their plan runs out.
Imagine putting together a 40-page assessment with specialist support, and then you have a fall or a change in your disability. Myself having MS, it's a dynamic disability. It's different for everybody, and it changes rapidly. And then there's strict limitations around being able to respond to that change. It's a big challenge that we see. Kelly, did you
add as well that we did a survey of PDCN members in July 2025, and we asked them about the replacement support process. And what we found was many of our members were saying that they don't feel like they know about it or understand how to use it. So there's probably a better communication and information piece of work there around what these supports actually mean, which I think we talked to in our earlier introduction, but that was something we heard very clearly just a few months ago from people with physical disability.
We experienced quite a lot of challenges in the assistive technology space with the delays, particularly for people with progressive conditions, where people's status actually changes
continually
again,
evolving.
Exactly, before they're actually able to get the technology they needed for the stage they were prior.
They never catch up with the administrative burden that they have to undertake in order to have what they need approved.
It's a very common situation, and we do have a range of disability organisations who actually keep still a loan, like assistive technology loan pool schemes to account for that, which is not the intention of the scheme.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Very revealing. Senator Steele, John, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the evidence that you've shared this morning. If I could go to Arata, would you be able to detail the impacts that the NDIS support lists have had on users of assistive technology?
Senator Steele, John, there's a little bit of a tweak in the with our communication. Would you be able to repeat that question?
Yeah, of course. So, could you please detail the impacts that the NDIS support lists have had thus far on the users of assistive technology?
Thank you for that question, Senator. So Section 10 and the support lists have had a number of implications for access to assistive technology. So I guess, you know, they're very prescribed lists, the in list and the out list. So that means that for some people who were accessing assistive technology that was placed on the out list, that meant almost immediate loss of access to that support. And we really do wonder if the statistics that we are seeing from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, where 10% of participants fewer 10% less participants are accessing assistive technology since the support list came into effect. And we wonder, and you know, that's quite a substantial number of people. Of course, that's 70,000 people who are not having any access to assistive technology since that time. And we think the list has played a really significant role in that reduction in access to assistive technology. We've also seen incidents where people are really worried about whether their purchase will be actually on the out list, and that they may then incur a debt if they purchase that item. So they then decide not to take the risk. So, you know, we're concerned about that group, that they're missing out on assistive technology and AT solutions because of that fear of raising a debt. And, you know, I suppose, you know, those are quite significant implications. We'd really like to see, when the rule does sort of move towards a permanent rule, that there is consideration given again to principles-based rules, and if that's not possible, that there is maybe one consolidated rule that does make it very clear for people what they can't use their NDIS funds for.
Are there any, thank you very much for that, are there any kind of de-identified examples that you can give us, specific examples that you could give us as kind of illustrative case studies, if you like, of things that people have previously, you know, applied for and received, but have not been able to attain since the introduction of the list system?
Senator Steele-John, just Ed Morris from the Physical Disability Council of New South Wales. We actually ran a survey on this and have roughly 20 to 30 case studies, so might take that on notice and make sure that it's circulated. Just piggybacking as well off the points that were just made, so there's some challenges with the lists and the inflexibility around that, but then there's the inconsistency with how that's being implemented. So there really does need to be stronger national quality and training frameworks for planners, LACs and partner organisations, particularly around disability awareness, procedural fairness and practical case management as well. So it's not only about the list itself, but the inconsistency around how that's being implemented at the moment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. For the folks at Errata, are there any specific examples that spring to mind for you that you would like to share with the committee?
We have a range of examples. Muriel can share one of the ones with you that we have on the top of our list here.
Thank you for that question. We've also, yes, absolutely got lots of examples, including from the Errata Community of Practice and our board as well, which is a board that has got people with lived experience and NDIS participants on our board. So I'll just share one example where someone describes that they are no longer able to access an Android tablet with text-to-speech function for communication. So this is a low-risk, low-cost item that used to be covered under the previous system before Section 10 commenced. Because tablets are now on the out list, the person says, I do not have other supports in my plan that could be replaced by a tablet for communication. I have had to look at more expensive disability-specific communication devices with text-to-speech features to meet my communication needs. However, these would only be funded by the NDIA if a speech pathologist writes a report recommending them. All up, the cost difference for my NDIS plan is around $500 for a tablet and an app versus $8,000 plus the cost of a speech pathology assessment for the disability-specific option. Mainstream technology can easily meet my communication needs, but the NDIS outlist says I can't purchase this low-cost equipment with my NDIS funding. So that's a participant quote.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify there, what we've got is we've got a piece of mainstream technology and software that is required by a disabled person to meet their support and access needs, which they were previously able to purchase using their NDIS funds. And it sounds to me what you were saying is because of the imposition of these lists, they now cannot do that and are being forced to consider much more expensive options that can only be funded if an additional speech pathology report was provided, which of course costs even more money. Is that correct?
That's right. So in this example, the cost difference was $500 for a mainstream item versus $8,000 plus the cost of an assessment for the disability-specific option.
Yes. Okay, thank you. That's a really useful, tangible example for us. In the same way as the council, if you would like to provide us with other case studies that you haven't included in your submission, that would be great if you could do that on notice for us. I think the period is 2 weeks to get that information to us. That would be really, really useful. Would you be able to also expand and tell us a bit more about the issues that are being created around the replacement of supports?
Senator, I'll just quickly provide you with one case study and we'll take the rest on notice and provide that. So a really simple example, someone needing to get their hair washed, getting a hairdresser to wash someone's hair, a person with disabilities hair, $25, getting a disability support worker to wash someone's hair, $250. So things like that where there's a lack of disability, just adding costs to the scheme when it's reasonable for a little bit of flexibility to be able to enable that individual to purchase more for their supports and to save the taxpayer. So things like that are just common sense, and we've got a list of 30 case studies around this, so we'll provide that on notice.
Thank you. And just to complete the picture for us, would you mind, if it's possible to do it in a de-identified way, could yourself and Arata just tell us the disability of the participant who required the tablet and who required gave you the case study around the hair washing requirement? The reason I ask for this is because in the absence of that, some people kind of fill in the blank and imagine a person that, they don't deem to actually need a piece of technology such as that, versus what the reality often is. So can you tell us a little bit more in a de-identified way about the participants' diagnosis and support needs that you're referring to there?
Absolutely. I think it's really important to say that we see these issues across all of the cohorts of people who live with disability and who are NDIS participants, including people with psychosocial disability and autistic people also. So around 23% of people with psychosocial disability and autistic people also use assistive technology on the NDIS. So, we want to be really clear that this is sort of an issue that affects everyone. And we have seen, for example, there's some maybe judgments made around assistive technology needs that maybe they only apply to certain cohorts, and we just wanted to make that really clear to the committee. But absolutely, we are very happy to provide those examples in a de-identified way and explaining a little bit about the participant circumstances also.
And Senator, in our case, it was an individual with paraplegia, so not something that they could do themselves.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And now, please, if you wouldn't mind expanding on what you've seen around the impact of the list on required replacements to AT.
And if we could just, for due to time constraints, if you could be reasonably succinct in your responses. Thank you.
Yes, so I thank you for that question. So I think there are a number of issues, as we've sort of alluded to already, around the replacement support process. What we see is that I think firstly there's a lot of confusion around the process and understanding it, which can be a barrier for some people to even consider it. So there's a lot of sort of misunderstanding around what it applies to. It doesn't apply to every support in a participant's plan. There's only very specific items that can be applied for as a replacement support. So that's one barrier. Then we also see the issue of the fact that the process itself is quite convoluted. There needs to be extensive written documentation provided, and usually that's written by an allied health professional to make that case that the person actually needs that support and that the person can, is in a position to swap that support for something else that's in their plan already. So that can take a lot of time, and it can also be costly to get at that information in place. So that's a second barrier. I think a third barrier that we see is that there's very often inconsistent responses to requests for replacement supports in plans, and so we don't have visibility of the decision-making process on the NDIA side around replacement supports. So, sometimes we may see that something is accepted and granted to that participant, and sometimes in similar situations we see that that doesn't happen. So there is a number of challenges with the replacement support process.
I think the final one is that if it is knocked back, that delayed period that you embargoed for 12 months. Then, so if your situation changes or whatever happens, then you're not able to apply for a replacement support within that time frame either.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Senator, I'd just refer you back to our opening statement. We talked about this in quite some length. We did a particular survey around this. About a third of respondents were really negatively impacted by those reforms. So again, I'll take that on notice and provide those case studies.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and your evidence today.
Thank you, Senator Steele John. Over to Ms Berry.
I don't have any further questions.
You don't have any questions? Well, we're doing okay, but we are running a little behind. But it's been a really constructive discussion. Obviously, assisted technology is so important for people with disability, and we certainly take on board your comments and also your recommendations. And I really urge you to take up the opportunity within the subcommittee relating to assisted technology, because with the with the NDIS Evidence Advisory Committee, it is an opportunity for you to put forward how we do things better. So I look forward to hearing further activity from your organisation as yours. You obviously do a very good job, and we appreciate your time.
Sorry to just mention on that note that the evidence advisory committees, our understanding is that they will look at very specific supports and the evidence around those supports, so they won't necessarily be looking at the process of applying for assistive technology and having it approved. So it's got a very specific scope. It won't necessarily address some of the challenges we mentioned today, including the new challenges that Section 33 is likely to bring, the funding periods for access to assistive technology, also the assessment challenges, and also the potential challenges that may arise from the commencement of impairment-based decision-making and impairment notices in the NDIS.
Yeah, so, but there is opportunity for us to take on board what you've said, and we will be considering that when we do our recommendations. So, Thank you very much for your time today. We appreciate it.
If I may I just make one very quick point? I heard Senator Lane in a previous session bring up the registration issue, and this is a really, really tough consideration because there's strong diverging views within the disability community. The challenge is, deregistration provides some level of choice that people are really, really happy with, but we need stronger safeguards. The biggest challenge is in regional and remote areas where there's market failure. So it's how do we incentivise providers to be there so that there's that level of choice. And if we are going to push providers towards registration, we just need to make sure that there's other incentives so that there's providers there for regional and remote.
There are no providers in
Yes, that's right.
The big registered providers won't go there.
Yeah. Thank you.
Impacted further by the travel restrictions as well.
Correct.
Particularly for your areas that are 4, 5, 6 and 7.
Well, thank you very much. And we will now suspend and we will return at 1:30. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
With us this afternoon as we continue on with our public hearing. I would like to welcome Commissioner Ms Louise Glanville and Associate Commissioner Ms Natalie Wade from the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission, who are both in the room today, and it is very good to have you with us. And also Alicia Chambers as well. I note at the commencement of the 48th Parliament, the committee's resolution was expanded to include the requirement that the committee examine the annual reports of the NDIA and the NDIS Quality and Safeguard Commission, in addition to its role to inquire into and report on the implementation, performance, governance, administration and expenditure of the NDIS and any other relevant matters. I remind officials that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of an officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protections of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. And before I continue on to ask just for you to state who you are, I just should let you know that we have with us the Deputy Chair, Senator Kovacic. We have Miss Lay, and we also have Miss Berry, and online we have Senator Steele-John and Senator Mulholland. So we've got a good representation of the committee. So before we continue, would you mind if you could start with you, Miss Glanville, just stating your name and the purpose of yourself being here today?
Yes, thank you so much. So my name is Louise Glanville, and I'm the Commissioner of the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. I joined the Commission on the 1st of October last year, so have been in the role for a year, and I'll ask my colleagues to introduce themselves as well.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Natalie Wade. I'm the Associate Commissioner at the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission and joined the Commission on the 1st of October 2024 also.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name's Alyssa Chambers. I am one of the Deputy Commissioners at the NDIS Commission with responsibility for policy, insights and review.
Well, thank you so much for coming to join us today. We're looking forward to having a great discussion with you. Would you like to make an opening statement?
No, not really. I'm happy to. I think we're keen to give you time for as many questions as you would wish to ask. So very happy just to start with questions.
All right, Chair. Thank you. One of the Commission's regulatory priorities for 25-26 is strengthening oversight and regulation of unregistered NDIS providers. It would be great to hear your insights into what you believe needs to occur and the benefits that will come with that. But also, are there any resourcing implications from strengthening the oversight?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to start on that, and my colleagues might wish to add to that. So currently in the NDIS, there's around 270 to 280,000 providers. About 7% of those are registered, so it gives you some idea of what the spread looks like. And of course, there's now about 725,000 participants in the scheme. Importantly, as a regulator, and we're a human rights regulator, for me as a Commissioner, it's really important to be able to see the market and in order to shape the market, to support the market and the workers who are working for providers in the market, and also to deliver on what is the promise of the human rights for people with disability, which are safe and quality services. So that is a really important important part of our regulatory work, and for me, why registration is quite important. I think it's apparent that the Commission is quite a young agency in the Commonwealth, if I can put it that way. So the Commission, whereas the NDIA itself commenced, in about 2012. I was there for the first few years with the pilots, particularly in Geelong, from where you are. But the Commission itself began the development in around 2018 after the legislation was done, and it took some time, of course, because we are based on, we've come from state and territory regulators, and so that's taken some time to sort of build the entity of the Commission, and by 2021 everybody was in and we were starting to work. So the registration point that you raise is important to our regulation. Of course, we want to be a risk-based regulator, and in fact resourcing can alter, but ultimately we want to focus on the highest risks that exist. Probably, from my perspective, that is when people with disability are dying from the services they receive because of either the quality or the nature of the service that's provided. So the importance of, really working well with providers, being able to see providers, being able to understand themes in the market and help educate the market about things that are tricky and need to be watched, and what the responsibilities of workers are. Very, very important for our regulatory effort, and we do many different things, Chair. As a consequence, we can ban people, providers. We can take matters to the federal court, which we've recently done in a significant death matter. We can just give people signals as to what we need to see and how, when people are not complying with the code of conduct. Of course, our code of conduct applies for both registered and unregistered providers. Yes. Very important that people have got a clear understanding of what is required for them. So that's a bit of an overview, and I'll ask Natalie and then Alyssa what you'd like to add to that.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is a really important regulatory priority for the Commission for the year ahead. It's important with respect to recognising the significant proportion of unregistered providers that are available to participants in the market, and acknowledging that their lack of registration means that the Commission has not had any oversight around their quality and safety that's built into their service delivery. And so by identifying this as a key area of our regulatory practice, we will look to use our statutory tools, which include issuing compliance notices, infringement notices, banning, as the Commissioner mentioned, and also consideration of civil penalty provision proceedings to ensure that unregistered providers are subject to the scrutiny that all providers should be. But of course, we do operate in an environment where it is difficult to see those providers without the registration. And so by prioritising this in our regulatory priorities, we emphasise the need to do so.
I was just going to add that one of the tools in our toolkit are our regulatory campaigns, and they really allow us to take a targeted approach over time that really goes to influencing and shaping change, so that we don't have to, reduces our effort over time when there could be more significant matters. So one of the things that we've done recently is around our code of conduct and a campaign around the code. We've done lots of videos, we've translated it into a range of different languages so that a number of workers, providers and participants can understand their obligations under the scheme, but also that participants understand the services and supports that they require.
And just to conclude on that, of course we have conversations with government about these particular needs, and we know that government are thinking about this. Ultimately, these are matters for government to decide.
Yes, but obviously it's a priority for you, and with good reason. I just wanted to follow up with a question. We've had a number of our witnesses come forward, and they've mentioned that while they can understand the importance of regulation, because we are dealing with often a very vulnerable cohort of people, and we do need, because of that, to have as much, I suppose, support around making sure that the people who serve the disability sector are, following the right procedures, particularly when there has been some pretty, very sad and tragic incidents, and we want to make sure that does not happen. So in relation to things like points that people have made is compliance, that it can be onerous and maybe something that becomes an issue for providers, particularly smaller providers. For sole traders in thin markets or sole providers in thin markets, how does regulation fit in with the fact that we have thin markets and often not many providers in those areas? And then also code of conduct, ensuring that even if there isn't regulation, is the code of conduct, is it robust enough and strong enough, and is it communicated well enough to providers so that they understand their obligations?
I think we could all add some things to this, but I'll start, and I think you had about 5 different issues in there. So
yeah, I'm sorry.
No, that's perfect. They're all very interconnected, to be honest with you, in lots of ways. To take the thin markets question that you raise, I think that's the reason why we want to be able to see the markets, to see who's in the market, and to see what's being offered where across the country. And thin markets are, of course, particularly challenging because you want there to be services available, good quality and safe services available for people no matter where they are in Australia if they're eligible for the scheme as a participant. So shaping the market, to me, which is why we want to be able to see providers in the market, is to be able to understand what's happening in the market, understand where there might be gaps and issues that can be addressed by doing things differently. And while we don't control the pricing levers, so that's done by, at this stage, by the NDIA, the National Disability Insurance Agency. We are very interested in that market intelligence to be able to think about the way in which safe and quality services can be provided across the country for people who need that. So that's an important piece there, I think, to start with in terms of thin markets. I'm happy to pass over to my colleagues with some of the other points.
Talk about some of the work that we've been doing around regulatory reform and making our regulatory framework more simple to really reduce regulatory burden, but then to increase safeguards and quality of service provision. So in the current regulatory settings, there are a number of high-risk supports that are delivered without adequate oversight. And so we're really keen to make sure that there is adequate oversight. The code's quite a strong, it's strong, and it's good for us to, it's a good piece of legislation for us to use to, enforce compliance. But it also sets really excellent standards for how services and supports should be delivered. We have explored significantly with both participants, people with disability and providers, our NDIS practice standards, which set the standards for how services and supports should be delivered. And while they are only required by registered providers, they're audited against them, they really can be seen as a tool by others around the standards that supports should be delivered in. We've spoken to about 2,000 individuals now around our standards because even though they're a good measure of quality, they could be improved. So they need to be simpler, participant focused to really drive change in standards. So that work is occurring at the moment. we're also looking at our rules as well. So we have got lots of rules, and we're really working to simplify those rules so that providers know what they need to do, participants understand what their rights are and what they can ask for and expect. And what we've heard from providers is that they need more guidance and support in with the rules and what good practice looks like. So that's some of the work that we're doing around reforming our guidance and our rules and our legislation to improve quality, but to support participants as well.
Thanks, both. As a human rights regulator, it is critical to us to acknowledge that the Code of Conduct, the NDIS practice standards and the Commissioner-made rules are important artefacts that recognise and realise the human rights of people with disability. So these are absolutely key instruments that we require providers to meet so that in their service delivery they assist people with disability in the realisation of their human rights, as that is the very purpose of disability support service delivery. And so these are really important tools that we must reflect on and ensure that they do continue to meet the needs of people with disability wherever they are in Australia. For some providers, the incorporation of the requirements under the Code of Conduct or the practice standards is seamless. They are perhaps more modern service deliverers or they have thought quite deeply and worked quite hard at ensuring that the human rights of people with disability sit at the heart of their business. And for others, there is still a journey for them to go upon. But these are very important tools for the regulator to be able to ensure that all NDIS supports and services are delivered to assist people with disability to advance their human rights. And so those are key ways in which we achieve that.
And just also, we meet regularly with providers ourselves. So, for example, I think it was this week, I lose my weeks to be honest, but this week or last week I met with about 200 providers at a big forum, and I spoke to them and then they asked me whatever questions they wanted. And so we are very mindful that we want to engage well with providers to understand what their needs are, but we're also mindful of our primary obligation in terms of people with disability and the quality and safety piece. And, you know, for me, if someone wants a ticket to ride, they have to be able to demonstrate that they can have that ticket, and we have to be mindful that we don't want to make that too onerous, but we also want it to be fulfilled in a way that satisfies the requirement of the legislation that has now been in place for many, many years that leads to the NDIS scheme.
So, Ms. Glanville, would you say that, do you have a position on regulation? Do you believe that all providers should be regulated? Do you believe there should be a tiered system, or do you think there should be variation dependent on thin markets or not?
Well, my personal view, noting that these are matters for government,
yes,
I just want to make that clear, is that I do believe that everyone should be registered. There might be some carve-outs in that. I wouldn't want to say absolutely that that's the case, but it is, if I'm being very plain, it is very difficult to regulate if you can't see who's in the market, and the only way you can see who's in the market thoroughly is through registration. And one of your colleagues, for example, mentioned sole traders. Now, I think there's some great sole traders, there's some not so good sole traders, and we want a diverse market and a rich market and a creative market, but we want to see who's in it. And that is difficult when you have 7% of providers registered out of a very large pool of providers. It also helps us, I think, understand if we know who's in the market, we can sort of talk about, well, what's what's needed here to help you be better at what you do, so you can theme things up. You can, not just respond to individual things when they arrive, but be much more creative and proactive in working with other regulators, for example, in sort of seeing what themes exist and what issues are raised. So yes, I am a fan of that, but I know there's different views about that, but I certainly think that's essential for the work that we do.
Well, thank you. I'm going to hand over now because I know there are many of our members of the committee who have many questions for you, so I'll hand over to the Deputy.
Thank you, and thank you for your time. They're all such important and challenging problems that we face in this space, and I was particularly listening to the comments around registration versus unregistered providers, and that 6 or 7% figure. And I understand it when somebody, as we've spoken about, is a small business or a sole trader, particularly in areas where there are no larger providers, or what an earlier witness called quality providers. Do you have a sense of why providers are not being registered? Is it the cost is quite onerous, the process is quite challenging? Could you sort of take us through what the process is in very simple terms, and why you feel that providers might not want to be registered?
I'm happy for my colleagues to answer some of this. I might need to take a bit of that on notice because it's quite a lengthy process, but I think the fact is people don't have to be registered. So, there has to be, you have to think as a regulator about what would be the incentives for people to become registered. So that's a really key issue. What's going to encourage people? I think the other reality is that the market is so big and diverse at the moment that many people would see themselves as possibly providing services, but not have necessarily a great understanding of what that might require in terms of worker skills, abilities, governance, processes. So there's a lot of those things that we expect too, that people, if they're in an organisation that's delivering service, they've got to have good governance, they've got to have key personnel that we can reach if ever we need to. We don't like it when they take all their information overseas. We want them to keep their information in Australia because it's hard for us to access information from other parts of the world. I also think that it is, and I'll say this, and it's pretty sad to say, but it is true that often where there are big spends of government money, we see people who come into the market not perhaps for the primary reason that money is there, that is for the quality and safe services for people with disability, but they might see an opportunity to create some money out of that as well. And we know that's the case because of our involvement in the Fraud Fusion Task Force, which I think has been a really excellent way of bringing together different regulators and different parts of the enforcement sort of regime to look at how, say, fraud or sharp practices works. So for all these reasons, I think it go towards whether someone thinks they can just put up their shingle and start, and they can, provided they work to the code of conduct. But I'm not sure that's the way, for me, that I would want it to proceed forever. It's too unwieldy. It sometimes creates unhealthy environments like the ones I mentioned there in the context of fraud or other sharp practices that are incredibly unattractive to look at, and makes you wonder about our humanity sometimes. And I know you've heard stories from people as part of this inquiry that reinforce that. So, we would like something that's safer, good quality, where we can see what's going on and we can do our job as a regulator more thoroughly. I feel we do it quite well now with the circumstances we have. We're getting better, even though there's still lots of things we have to do with our own culture and other things. But that said, I do think it's important that we're able to register in that way.
I was just going to add that structurally at the moment there are only 3 categories of support that require mandatory registration, and so those are supported disability accommodation, it's behaviour support and implementing providers, and plan management. Now there are a number of different services and support types within the NDIS, and they're not required to be registered. Additionally, only agency managed participants are required to use registered providers. and that is a reasonably small number of participants who are in the scheme, because participants have choice around how they want to manage their plans. So participants who are plan managed or self-managed have the choice under the NDIS to choose whichever providers they like, except for in those 3 categories of support where they must be registered. So we really encourage providers to register. You've got the quality framework that sits around it, and audit, it can be expensive, but it really supports organisations to elevate their quality as well, and come into a scheme where the regulator is, we are both sort of use carrot and stick, but we're there to support really the quality uplift. So at the moment, it's because structurally there's only those 3 categories of support that require mandatory registration. It's challenging, and participants have told us when we've consulted that they want choice and control, that really it's about providers and workers who have the right attitudes and aptitude to support them in their services.
Yeah, and that's the challenge, because a lot of the evidence we hear about is where, resources are effectively wasted because you have to access X, Y, Z through, a particular procurement process where you can get that in a different way yourself. And then on the other hand, we're hearing all this flexibility, all this choice is creating these issues. So do you have a sense of how we actually manage that? How do we make it so that somebody can go and buy the $60 walking stick rather than spending $400 for the assessment to say you can have the $60 walking stick, versus ensuring that the person providing them that care will do so in a safe way?
I think it's really, thank you for the question, Deputy Chair. It's really important to be quite clear about the role of the Commission as the regulator in these decisions and the role of the agency as the administrator of plans. So a little bit of your question touches more on the role of the agency in terms of requiring assessments for the purchase of certain goods or services. As the regulator, we would not require participants to do anything.
I understand. Yeah. We have to manage the fallout of that not working the way that it goes.
Right. So from our perspective as the regulator, registration serves 2 really key functions. One is creating visibility of the marketplace, and the second is driving quality and safety through service delivery. So when we look at those 2 functions of registration, as a regulator, it's quite clear about what is to be managed and what is the value add to participants and providers in terms of everyone having a fair go in the marketplace and being able to access what they need when they need it. And it's an important piece for us in terms of ensuring that people with disability, but also providers, have a shared sense of what they will need from the market when they need it. And so for us, it is not within our purview to determine what participants can or cannot spend their money on, or how much a certain good or service would be, but it certainly is for us to determine, well, if they do purchase it, what quality and to what safety is that. So if the $60 walking stick is purchased and it is no good, and that was from a registered provider, then that would be something that we would take concern with. But whether or not that's a thing that a participant should buy, it's a matter for the agency, not us.
And is it also a matter for the agency, or do you have some view, or is it part of your remit, what the value is of what participants are getting, so that if it actually meets their needs? So if they have X budget, but using certain procurement, it delivers them, 50 or 60% of their needs, but if they went to market, it delivers them 80% of their needs. Do you have a view on that, or is that also a matter for the agency?
The agency would have their own view on that issue. From our view, and I'll hand over to Deputy Commissioner Chambers in a moment, we have a strong view on ensuring that services deliver quality outcomes for people with disability, and we've been doing significant work in that area to measure quality and what that looks like. So that would be the view of which we would approach that issue. But Alyssa, do you want to?
I mean, it's a good example of quality is to people with disability that I would speak to, they would say timely services. That's what we want, services when we need them, not services that don't come when we need them. So
and also quality of outcomes. Like quality isn't just how good our product is, in my view, is are you getting what you need from your your plan?
That's right, yeah. Alyssa?
So we are working at the moment on a quality framework protocol, and so that's looking at a range of different things around quality of life, quality of service delivery, and quality of support. So it's really in its very early stages. We're working with a consultant in the community at the moment to develop that prototype. Just on your other point around that pricing differentiation, that's how I heard the comment was around sort of different prices for NDIS participants versus the community, and you used the example of a walking stick.
And we had a haircut example between $50 and $250.
Yeah, and so we do have a pricing task force that was established between the NDIS Commission and the NDIA and ACCC. And so that allows us to take complaints that speak to that pricing differentiation, and we might take action under the Code of Conduct around sharp practice, but it also might be something that we refer to the ACCC that they can deal with under Australian consumer law. Because if the product is no good, that doesn't fall within our remit, but if it goes to the quality of the person's services and supports, then that will go to us. And it was, I think it was last year that we updated our Code of Conduct rules so that we could take stronger action around pricing differentiation for products and updated our guidance. So we've got some measures in place to really stop some of those sharp practices.
And really the sustainability of the scheme depends on that collaboration between the three parts of the system, which is really the administrator in the agency, the regulator in the commission, and the policymaker in the department, in our department. So us working together on these things is really very, very important because we all have a different function and the best way they work is together. That's what the scheme needs, and that's the way to make it sustainable.
And that's what we're all really worried about. And I guess when you talk a little bit about some of the problems and perhaps elements of opportunism and your ability to sort of take action, at what point does it go from that kind of action and what you do there when you decide that, you know, somebody can no longer be a provider to, you know, the fraud piece? Because, you know, fraud is now, you know, an explicit ministerial expectation. Like it needs to end, and you spoke about the task force. How do we do that in the context of how much time do we give somebody to, or an organisation to keep, you know, perhaps overcharging, overpricing before we go, actually, you're not even really doing what you're meant to be doing, and it's potentially an ongoing fraud.
So there's no simple answer to that because we look at each matter as they come, and I think the beauty, say, of the Fraud Fusion Task Force is because it has many different players in this field, it's been really useful not only sharing information when we can, but also acting collectively when we do find that there's good evidence for a sharp practice or something that's pretty unsavoury happening or whatever that might be. So there's recognition, of course, that, you know, attending to fraud isn't the answer to the sustainability of the scheme, but it is a key component of the sustainability. That's right. And it's also important for public sentiment and public confidence in the scheme, all of those sorts of things. So it is essential. And we, the Commission itself, would take different sorts of actions depending on what the complaint is that comes to us and what's needed. So Natalie referred, the Associate Commissioner referred to the range of different actions that we can take, whether it's, enforcement action, banning orders, whether it's a letter that says this isn't any good anymore, whether it's taking someone to court if they continue to do something, and we do that now. And we do that more than what we've done previously. Probably in the early years of the Commission, I think it's fair to say, Alyssa, it was a lot of educative work trying to get people to understand what was required, and that is always an important part of regulation. But we are very interested in using all our tools. I think that's what the Act requires of us. And we, my own view, sometimes staff will say, if we take this to court, we might not be successful. And I said, it's not about necessarily being successful. You want to be successful, but it is also about putting it in there so people can see. And things like where we've run cases in the federal court recently, we would hope that they would act as a deterrent, that people would see would see the quantum and size of the penalties that the court is currently giving, which are the highest we've ever seen, and people would be deterred by that. Now, they may not be, depending on who they are and what they're interested in, they may not be, but we want to see if this is a type of regulatory action that we can take more often, that will assist people to see that, we're serious about the quality and safeguards issue. We don't want people dying from the services they receive, and it's very rare that people die from the services they receive in any other circumstance other than in the disability space, in my view.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess then that leads to my next sort of question, which is in terms of that fraud prevention, or even just the prevention of conduct that is unacceptable, what new capability or data sharing arrangements have you got or that are being implemented in order to detect and also disrupt any type of fraud or misbehaviour by providers?
We have some good news in that space. So we'll start with what we do now. Do you want to talk about how we share data? Is that all right?
So we've got a number of protocols and MOUs in place with a range of different bodies. We have been reasonably limited by our systems in the past, but we have been maturing our data governance and our intelligence and insights function over the past 2 years. We've recently received a $160 million uplift in funding for a data and regulatory transformation program, which we call DART, and we're starting to build momentum around our risk profiling and our data sharing and our single view of provider across the system. So currently it's still fairly manual in the way that we share data, and it's based on our relationships with other regulators and state and territory governments and others. But we're very excited about this new program that will allow us to actively and more proactively share data, not only with co-regulators, but also back to the sector, who provide us with a lot of information through.
And so a good example of that is this week or last week, I think it was this week, I met with all the public advocates across the country, and they have an AGAC, they have a forum, which is really important. This is the statutory public advocates, and we share a lot of information with them around community visitors and those sorts of areas and what they're seeing. And they were terribly excited by the DART because it will enable us, rather than having a commission which is very siloed still, so we have behaviour support and we have complaints and we have regulatory operations and we have research and market stuff. It'll make systems that are not like this but that go like this. And so what it will help us do is get a picture of providers over time, not just one incident. It'll tell us that we follow up on and we see one complaint that takes there. Complaints are incredibly important to us because they help us know what's going on in the market. But it really will be across our systems. So it's hugely exciting, hugely necessary, and will enable us to be a much more proactive player in a lot of the areas you're talking about. Because it will help us, we'll have better databases, we'll be able to share that data more easily, and it will be more meaningful data. To your point before, well, what are the outcomes we're looking for? How do we know we're getting there? How do we know we're being successful? These things are really important to grapple with, and they're not easy things. It's not easy to create a regulatory function in a scheme like the NDIS, and it's still very new in that way. So this is a terrific thing government has done to provide this, and the work has already started. We're nearly coming up to our next gateway in the new year, and I think we'll be getting all the green lights we need then to move ahead. So that's a very important piece. Yeah.
You need me to move on, Chair?
If you don't mind.
I know.
I know it was very worthwhile discussion. Miss Berry.
Thank you. Just in terms of your complaints, so in your last published annual report, you received just under 30,000 complaints. The exact number was 29,054. Just wondered if you can give us a sense of the proportion of complaints you receive about the registered and unregistered sectors, noting that obviously the unregistered sector is significantly bigger. But if you could make some observations around that, if you have that data. If you don't, that's okay.
So I'll give you our data because it gives you a bit of a channel, so you'll be able to see this a bit more thoroughly, and then I'll see if my colleagues want to add anything about the register unregistered. That'd be good. But complaints have increased. If I think of 2018-2019, which is when we started, we had 1,422. In 23-24, your figure, 29,054, and in 24-25, that will have finalised 38,203 complaints, which is an increase of more than, I'm told, 150% from the same period last year. So it gives you a bit of a sense of the number of complaints are increasing, but that's not surprising because the number of providers have increased dramatically and the number of participants in the scheme have increased dramatically. So can we give any information about that? Yep, great.
So in the financial year 24-25, we received 12,498 complaints from registered providers and 21,291 complaints about unregistered.
Yes, thank you. Good. And in terms of your sense of confidence that people know about the Commission, that they feel confident in speaking up, that they can access you, because I imagine complaint data, particularly from participants themselves, is really critical data in terms of you feeling confident that you can keep people safe. So do you feel confident in that educative approach or the accessibility of the Commission?
I think that we're becoming more accessible. I wouldn't say I feel completely confident, but, we keep repeating, but we are a young regulator and, it's been a slow build in some ways, albeit in the last few years we've had some particular uplifts which have been great. But I think we are beginning very much to have more of a presence. I think many people know about the NDIA, but not many people know about the Commission. And I think this is because, of course, the NDIA was a front runner. It existed for almost a decade before the Commission was started, and that was to get people into the scheme. So I think the work of the regulator is to really uplift the way we work with the agency and also with our department. And so I think that is improving generally, but I think we have much more work to do. And one of the reasons why there's a commissioner and an associate commissioner was to create a greater presence of the Commission, so that we, Natalie and I, move around the country nearly everywhere, as do the DepSecs and Deputy Commissioners, and we try and be very present and very available so that we're putting that message out, because my fear is, and this is the thing I suppose that I worry about, if you don't get your message out, people make up the story. And that's because they have to, because no one's giving them, will tell us about what's going on. So we're very committed to, particularly, internally within the organisation, but externally, to much greater transparency in what we're doing. And so we've recently put out a roadmap for the next 2 years that we've just published that recently, that outlines what the Commissioner and the Associate Commissioner would like to achieve in the next 2 years. And some of the issues you're raising are represented in that document. Now, whether we will or not, it matters for others to make those decisions. But I feel that we have a real ability to become the formidable regulator we want to be. And that doesn't mean vicious and cruel. It means really focused on ensuring that people with disability get the quality and safe services that they need, and that really all Australians benefit from. One of the great things about the scheme is the way it contributes to productivity, to jobs, to allowing people to work who previously might not have worked, whether they be carers or families or friends or others. There's so many positives about the scheme, and often, I think we've got to try and lift ourselves out of. We've got to see the problems, and there are issues that have to be addressed. I see that very clearly. But it's also about recognising that this is a dramatic change that's been made in Australia. It is something that's particularly special, I think, that we can learn a lot from, and that we should sort of think about our growth and progression in a way which tries to elevate us more, rather than being too much worried about what we're not doing. Now, that's not to say we don't worry about what we're not doing. We do. No worries. But of course, we have to make choices.
Thank you. Last month, the ANAO released a performance audit, which we heard from the ANAO yesterday. One of the observations of that report was that the Quality and Safeguards Commission had been partly effective in exercising its regulatory functions, noting that you do not have full visibility of the market that you're regulating. But also noted that your effectiveness would be improved by taking a risk-based approach to regulating the NDIS that is underpinned by quality data and targets available resources to areas of greatest risk. So when you were first established, I recall at the time, noting that you were going to be getting a lot of data in the reportable incident space, for example. And there's also a lot of data collection when it comes to restricted practices or unauthorised restricted practices. So I wondered if you could make some observations about how the Quality and Safeguards Commission is becoming more sophisticated in your mind around managing data and being able to appropriately elevate risk.
That's a really great question, and we can all answer that as well, because I don't want to hog the floor. But just to start with, I suppose one of the most there's two things that we're doing that attend to the data piece and the risk piece. So we've mentioned DART, so that will help us with much of our. That's our anticipation of it, and we're confidently moving through the steps to get there. As you know, in the Commonwealth, it's very hard to move to the next stage unless you're ready, so we're working very well on that. That will really help us with data and information and understanding what's going on. And the second thing we're doing is we're developing an enterprise, so a whole of Commission way of prioritising matters. That is really important. And so we're partway through that as well, and that is a way of I would call it triaging. Do you think that's a daggy word? Triaging, which are the most important things we should be looking at, and particularly in the behaviour support space and restrictive practices, that is an area I know that Natalie and I, because we've talked about this a lot, are very committed to trying to really get a good feel for what's happening. We see some of the consequences of restrictive practices, and I don't want to make any particular comments other than we need to understand what's happening and be able to attend to that. So the combination of new systems through DART and better ways of looking at our data and understanding it and sharing it with others, prioritisation model for the matters that come, because we will never deal with all the complaints that we receive. It's just not physically possible, to be honest. The systems will help us. I even learnt the other day that I think we've shaved off about 45 minutes by not requiring staff per matter, not requiring staff to insert something manually. Our systems will now enable us to, for example, put in a ABN of a provider, and actually the data will come up from other places for us. So there's those sorts of things, and I think in the in the very complicated areas where there are restrictive practices, we really do wish to see a significant reduction in some areas, an elimination of restrictive practices. But Natalie, I might let you speak to that a bit more if you felt that was useful.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. It's a really important point, the use of data and intelligence for a regulator. This is something that will greatly benefit from these systems changes that we are overseeing at the moment. But certainly for people with disability and for providers, it offers an opportunity for us to give them greater clarity around where their attention needs to be, where there are needs for us to do more regulatory campaign work, where we need to do more intervention in the market. And so whilst, as the Commissioner rightly highlights, we may never get to every complaint is incredibly valuable to us because it does, in these systems changes, offer the opportunity for us to create a picture of the market and where there needs to be attention drawn. The use of unauthorised restrictive practice is an area of great concern for the Commission. It's of great concern to us because it is an area that technically requires a provider, when using restrictive practice, to be registered. So with such a large proportion of unregistered providers, there is a persistent concern that they may not fully understand those requirements. That aside, with the data that we do receive about the use of restrictive practice through reportable incidents, which you mentioned, there is an important picture that we then can create about the provider, but also about the service delivery for that person and where they can be at risk. We do have at the Commission, and this is something that is in place and works incredibly well, is a safeguarding team who provide a response within 48 hours where a participant is at significant risk. That's essential. So where a participant may face risk of harm or death, or significant injury, for example, and they alert the Commission or a provider or a parent or someone who cares for that individual alerts the Commission, then that is a dedicated team that spring into action and provide a response, working alongside the agency, state and territory partners, and other key stakeholders and the providers themselves to ensure that that participant receives the attention that they require to alleviate the harm. And that's something that is incredibly important where people are subject to restrictive practice.
Thank you. I've got a few other questions going on. I'll let other people have a go. Come back to me if there's time.
I will. Yes, we're having a good conversation. I think now, Ms Lay, it's up to you to continue.
Thank you, Chair. I've got quite a few, but I'm mindful of the time as well. Thank you, Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, and associates. Sorry.
I have to remember.
So many to Commission.
Counterintuitive. Yes.
Thank you. The first one is obviously you said you spoke to about 2,000, I assume, that providers around the standards, reforming the guidance and all that. Could I ask, how does the Commission engage with cold communities? And in my electorate, I see so many buses with I love NDIS, houses with all that. I feel like there's a concentration in my electorate. That's one question. And you say you meet regularly with providers to discuss all of these. Is there work around the cold communities in that space?
I'm happy to talk to the regulatory policy development. So we're really conscious when we go out and consult around change that we make sure that we cover off the entire community, and we specifically choose to work with a range of different DROs, so disability representative organisations and called groups to support us with the consultations to get them right. So I don't have the names with me, but certainly we have engaged particularly with called representative groups to support us to make sure that we are getting to the right communities, and also that our standards and the reform work actually takes into consideration, different community attitudes and different community needs. So that's been our approach to working with cold communities in the reform space. We've also worked with the Code of Conduct work that was done recently. I just want to make sure that I get it right. I think we worked with SBS and a range of called providers to make sure that we had all of our information and support in a range of different languages, and they were engaged directly with called communities.
And I met with unions quite a bit, because the worker piece is really important, and we're very interested in that space as well. And there's also sometimes sometimes there's subgroups of groups, and you meet with them as well. So look, for the resourcing that we have, I think we do quite well. Can we do better? I always think you can do better on the engagement piece, and we're very committed to that lived experience, that way of hearing what people tell you about what they've experienced, and how do we incorporate that into our work. And even Inclusion Australia, who we're working with at the moment, there's several particular called representatives in that work, I think. So we're working on some standards there. Was it the SIL standards?
Yeah,
supported independent living standards. And so there's lots of ways we try and do that. And if I'm lucky, sometimes you get an invite to a Diwali event or something else, and you go, and that's an opportunity. So there's many opportunities. I think we have. Could we do more? Yes. But we're very aware of the point that you're making.
Yeah, that'd be great. Look, I'm happy to engage. It's because, like I said, I can't emphasise enough the number of cold NDIS providers that come to my office. But in Western Sydney, it's huge. You talk about, in order for, and I think I'm leaning also towards registration, but of course we've already heard from participants this morning about registrations and non-registrations to provide that diversity in the market. And do you think, is there any way that we could, provide choice if we move towards full registrations? And obviously there are already mandatory registrations in the spaces that you identified, those three areas. So is it possible to still enable choice if we move towards registrations, so that we can have visibility and transparency in how people work? But then, of course, also noted what Senator Kovacic said this morning and others, is that there are a lot of sole traders, and the compliance and all of the things that we require for them to do in order to register, in order just for them to have visibility in the market. So those, some of the challenges, the hurdles to overcome. Does the Commission have a view on that?
Look, I think I mentioned very early on that there might be some carve-outs of language for, are there particular sets of circumstances, or are there particular groups of people who are in certain circumstances that you would want to have maybe a lesser regime, a lesser registration regime, or a more different sort of regime? So carve-outs of language for thinking about those differences that you might be raising. I mean, I think you raised, though, a really interesting question about and I've not thought a bit about this over my lifetime, but what's the extent of choice and control? I think choice and control is absolutely fundamental for people to have. That's what the Act requires, and that's what is important. In the same way as I have choices for what I do and control over what I do, everybody, we all should experience that. But, there is a limit to everything. And so how much choice and control, and what does that look like? And should it be in every area? And there's a reason why, as Alyssa mentioned earlier, as the Deputy Commission mentioned earlier, that there's some areas where registration is required, and it's because of the complexity of the service that's provided. So there's many things that sort of influence that. But I think we have to be open-minded. For me, I acknowledge it won't ultimately be my decision. We just have our own views. But genuinely, I'd like to see a preservation of course, the choice and control as a core component. But I do want to also see a registration system of sorts, however that ends up looking like, that can assist with stronger regulation so that we can play our part in the sustainability of the scheme. That benefits everybody in the scheme, not just us picking and choosing. Yeah.
And last one, so it's probably the basic question: is the Commission, is it a regulator, and is it a body that people, participants or providers can complain to, and how do you work with the NDIA, which is the agency? And so what is, how is that? NDIS is quite complex as it is. So understanding where the Commission sits and the NDIS sits, and of course the participants, providers, yes.
Yeah, no, it's complicated. So we work well with the NDIA in that across all levels. So people meet at all different levels. So for example, myself, I meet regularly with the acting CEO of the NDIA. I'm assuming there'll soon be an appointment made to that space, but I've met with former CEOs when I first started in this role, and we work with in our new governance arrangement, where we're part of the Department of Disability and Ageing and Healthcare. We work often with our department, with people in our department, people in the agency, and people with the Commission come together. So there are issues that we all need to work on because we all touch on them, and then there are some issues that the remit, the function sits with one organisation. So pricing is a good example. At the NDIA, the NDIA currently does that pricing. We have an interest in pricing because we're interested in what does quality from pricing look like. So sometimes we've all got some interest in it. There might be a lead. We might all have a component of it. And I genuinely think that that's, as I said before, a very important part of the sustainability of the scheme. And I think we can continue to do a lot more to encourage that way of working and being. And that is all in the interests of what people with disability really wanted from the Every Australian Counts campaign. That's what they wanted. They wanted something that was holistic and combined, and where different roles were taken up reasonably. And so that's what
Is it an equal relationship? Like, do you who's accountable to who? Is it the NDIA?
No, it's not. We're independent.
Yep.
So it's one's an agency, one's a commission, and one's a department. So we'd all probably have different views on that. The department's very important in the Commonwealth, so we like to work well with our department, and we're delighted that Blair Comley is leading the work there, and is known to some of us quite well. So we're very happy with that. But we also, with the NDIA, clearly I've mentioned the relationships we have, but we also, for example, Natalie and I have been asked to go to the NDIA board soon. We go to their Independent Advisory Council to talk about issues. So there is, I think, great willingness for collaboration. We don't always get it right, and we don't always get it right. Like sometimes we don't do things we don't have quite as much engagement as I think we should with others. But I think we're getting better at that, and it's good because we need roadmaps which encompass all of us and which allow us to make the scheme sustainable for people with disability. So that's the aim. Did you want to?
Well, I just wanted to add that anyone can make a complaint to the Commission, and because we do want to know if in the receipt of supports, if there are issues, then that should come to us, and that can be from participants, providers, community members, families. So we really do encourage those complaints to come to us. And so we've got a range of core functions in the Act that speak to registration and taking complaints, and also around behaviour support and restrictive practices. So they're the things that sit and, it's our reason for being within the Act.
Good question,
though. We've got Senator Steele-John on the line waiting patiently. Over to you, Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the Commission for evidence to us so far today. I just want to check from an audio perspective. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, fabulous. All right, so in late 2024, then NDIS Minister Bill Shorten announced that there would be legislation coming to Parliament that would make changes to provider registration and commission powers. This legislation hasn't been introduced yet. We haven't seen the promised exposure draft. So is this legislation still planning on being introduced?
So it's Louise Glanville, Senator Steele-John. I think there was a bill in progress, and then the election was called, I think, from memory. So that didn't progress to the Parliament. But I know that some of the things that were in that bill are still being considered, and we're very hopeful that we might see that at some stage soon. So that's an important piece, of course, because as you would know, it gives some additional powers to the Commission to be able to do some things we currently can't do that we would like to be able to do. So that's the sort of, I think you're referring to the sort of what was called, affectionately called Bill 2. We're hopeful that we will see that. In terms of the sort of registration issues, and there definitely is lots of discussion occurring on that everywhere. Everywhere I go, people ask me about this question, so it's clearly on a lot of people's minds, and I know our ministers are thinking about this as well. We, of course, have disclosed today sort of some of our positioning on that quite appropriately, and we wait to see what government will decide in relation to those matters.
I was just going to add that we've
Yes,
released
okay, but just sticking with the question of the legislation, are you able to?
Can you hear me?
give us
Sorry.
any, please.
Sorry, Senator Steele-John. Ms Chambers just wanted to add something to that discussion.
I just wanted to add
thank
that
you.
it's Alyssa Chambers, Senator Steele-John. I'm one of the Deputy Commissioners at the NDIS Commission. I just wanted to share that we did publish the Insights reports fairly recently in September that explored the insights from the consultations that we did around the proposed measures for the former Bill 2. And we also published a number of the Insights reports related to mandatory registration. Okay,
thank you. Just to clarify, though, in terms of the legislation that was flagged in late 2024, it sounds like there has been obviously there has been an election, but have you been given a new timeline from the government as to when this next piece of legislation will be progressed?
We've got some idea of when it might come forward, but not exactly. So we're, as I said, Senator Steele-John, we have some hope that it won't be in the too far distant future, and I think a lot of work is being done to look at this. So that's probably as much as I can say as to what I know, and I think I'm just looking at my colleagues to see if anyone knows anything further, but no, we can't give you any further information at this stage.
Okay. So in terms of, I understand, so you've got some idea, just so that the committee can have some idea as well. Are we talking about before or after June of this year?
What are we in now? October. Oh, sure, that's right. Look, I mean, I really can't predict. I'd like to be able to predict, but I can't predict that when that might be. But all I can say is that we have been working on some elements of it, and we've provided our information through to that, and we'll keep our fingers crossed that we see it some stage in the not too distant future. That's probably as much as I know.
Okay. Now, in terms of what the barriers are to this legislation, what is your understanding of what the blockers are to introducing it?
I'm not aware of any barriers to introducing it, to be honest. So that's, I don't think, I think there's a lot of sense in the legislation, and that was sort of dealt with through not only community consultation but other comment prior to the election. So I'm not aware. No one has said to me some of these things mightn't be any good, Louise. I'm just really waiting to see what it might be that's in the bill.
Okay. So what explanation has the Commission been given as to why legislation that was clearly flagged in late 24 with an introduction timeline that was post the election, so it took into account the legal requirement for there to be an election. It was sort of like it came out of nowhere, like a surprise that there would be an election. What reasoning were you given for the delay in the legislation?
Well, Senator Stilton, you'd probably know about these things more than I do, but, certainly once an election's called and then the election's eventually held, it was a bit delayed, as I remember, and then there are new ministers and secretarial changes and MOGs. We ourselves, have become part of a new department. There's lots of shifts and moves that happen. Sometimes it requires a period of time, I suppose, for things to stabilise and for people to get their feet under their new desks or whatever, and to get a feel for what's going to happen, what the priorities are. I think you would know, like I do, that there are lots of challenges in this scheme and priorities for this scheme that government is interested in, and we all know what's in the reports that have been done, both the Bonnie Hay report, but also the Royal Commission. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I presume like all governments, governments make commitments prior to elections, and then they decide what the legislative program will look like as a consequence of that. That said, as I've indicated, I remain quietly confident that we will see something in the not too distant future, but I don't have any dates that I can give you. So I don't think there's nothing in it that I can see that's causing me to worry, if that gives you some comfort.
Okay. And in terms of current consultation in relation to provider registration, what is the current state of play around consultation?
So we've finished consultation now on mandatory registration. We published the reports and we've finalised some of the targeted consultation that we did. We have just recently opened consultation on our review of the practice standards, and that will take us through till December. And we're also doing consultation and co-design on the supported independent living practice standard. We've engaged with Inclusion Australia, who are working with us and also working with a huge amount of people in the disability community, and particularly people who live in shared settings. And that consultation will conclude in November. And then we'll take that on so that we can develop more guidance and tools and to finalise that practice standard.
Okay, thank you. Now, the Commission accepted 9 recommendations of the ANAO audit and accepted the other outstanding recommendations in principle. What part of recommendation 10 prevented the Commission from accepting it without the in-principle caveat?
Unless one of my colleagues knows the immediate answer to that, I might have to take that one on notice.
I can assist.
Great, thanks. Associate Commissioner.
If you'd like. It's on, so recommendation 10, Senator Steele-John, just let me check. It's implement measures to address errors in the Commission's data holdings and ensure the accuracy of performance reporting. Is that the one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
recommendation 10, that's the one.
Yeah. So We agreed in principle, particularly around the addressing errors in the Commission's data holding. And the reason that we've done this is because we use a live data system where data is extracted at a point in time. And so I'm sorry to go into this level of detail, but for each quarterly report, an extract is taken of that data at the end of the quarter for all the quarters included in the report. And because our systems, as you've heard today, are legacy systems and are requiring significant improvement, often the records are being backdated, and this will then mean that there's a change in the numbers reported in previous quarters. So it's not necessarily that there are errors in the data holdings, but that there is a lag in the reporting time which requires backdating. So once we've got better live reporting through DART, we should be able to resolve this issue. We're also really on a journey to mature and embed better practices in our systems and with our teams around performance reporting and also around our data governance. So it's in principle because we can do parts of it, but the new system will come in and make things better.
Okay. What actions have been taken in line with the recommendations since the report came out in September?
Do you want me to start?
Yeah.
Yeah. So firstly, just to say about this review by the ANAO, Senator Steele-John, we've worked very hard with the ANAO to get to this point with them, and this was quite a long audit in that there were several teams worked on it over a longer period of time than we anticipated. So it's been quite a challenge, but we're really pleased that we now have their report. There is a number of areas that we want to, for example, take to mature our regulatory capabilities, and they include things like the risk-based regulation prioritisation model that I described earlier, the DART, which Alyssa's, the Deputy Commissioner, has just been responding to, really better use of our regulatory capabilities. So we reference that sort of with we're trying to take up more of our tools in a more collective way in some instances, but also I mentioned the uplift in strategic litigation that will perhaps help deterrence or send messages there. We are very keen to make sure that, you know, the sort of the reform roadmap that's outlined in the Commissioner and Associate Commissioners' statement that's now public, the roadmap is there for everyone to see, and that we are sort of transparent and much clearer in how we're approaching things. And also, I'd have to say that since Natalie Wade and I started, we have invested a lot in our sort of the leadership and the culture and the people reforms. The ANAO, it was not lost on them that there was no lead in people and culture at the Band 2 level at the Commission when I arrived, and I have not known an organisation not to have a very senior executive who leads that area. And I think as a consequence, and as a consequence of other reports that have been produced, the ANAO is just one, it is apparent that a lot of the skill sets we would need to be able to be more better at this sort of work, and given that this was our first performance audit, we see it as a really important one that we can use, add to our Broderick report, as well as a bit of a roadmap on the things that we are now doing. And we have numerous documents that are helping us proceed, and particularly Natalie Wade and myself are very committed to ensuring that whenever our next performance audit is, it shows some significant improvement in the way in which we're doing our very significant work for the sustainability of the NDIS, and that we can indicate how we've made improvements.
Could you take on notice for me, because I'm conscious of time, to step out to detail for the committee precisely what actions you have taken since the report was published in September to action the recommendations.
Sure. Look, we can...
and the status of that work and its planned completion date, just so that we can have a comprehensive understanding of precisely what you're doing in relation to quite a serious report, as you've acknowledged. Now, one of the recommendations that stuck out to me, sorry, were you just saying yes, you'll take that on notice?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I do have documentation which I could run through. I've got all the actions we've been taking. So I think if it's okay, Chair, we will put that in writing too, and that can be distributed to.
Thank you so much.
Yep, that's great. But specifically, I am quite concerned about the finding of the ANAO in relation to the Commission not fulfilling its key function required under the NDIS Act in relation to monitoring and mitigating the risks related to unplanned service withdrawal. That's quite serious. When will the Commission start monitoring these risks of unplanned service withdrawal?
Senator Steele-John, it's Alyssa Chambers, Deputy Commissioner. Registered providers are required to notify the Commission when there are changes to their circumstances, including if there are issues around liquidity of the organisation or they expect to withdraw from the market. We do have a number of protocols in place with the NDIA related to service withdrawal, particularly around ensuring that participants can safely transition to other organisations if required. So we do have a range of those actions or processes in place.
Yes, I understand that, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we heard detailed evidence yesterday that you do in fact have those protocols, but what the audit office found was that below those protocols there was nothing they were able to identify that spoke to the way in which you were actually actioning those protocols in line with your legislated requirement to do so. So that's why my question to you is, when will you begin monitoring the risk as you are required to do under your legislation? It's quite a serious thing to be found to not be doing one of the key functions that you are required to perform under the law.
Thanks, Senator. Did you want to say something else? No, yes, I was going to say, thanks, Senator. For us, we take every one of the recommendations that's been made very seriously. We look at prioritising those in terms of risk in relation to and we've agreed with them in accepting number 10, which we said in principle, and we've given the reason why that's the case. And we intend, our plan actually already sort of puts priorities on things and when we need to move on those. Clearly, we do as much as we can with the resourcing that we have, and that's a really important feature of our existence, like most organisations. I'm happy as part of this process of giving you a written document, which we can do very quickly because it's sort of all here, we'll provide a response to that part of the question to you as well in terms of that recommendation.
Does the Commission receive notice from service providers of possible service withdrawal? I know service providers are required to give you that notice, but are you actually receiving that notice from providers?
Senator Steele-John, it's Natalie Wade. Yes, we do. We do receive notices from providers where they intend to withdraw from the market as per their requirements, and where a provider fails to give us that notice, then we assess whether it is appropriate to bring compliance and enforcement action against them for failure to do so.
Okay, what information do you receive from from providers when they give you that notice?
As in what is in the notice?
Yeah, what is in the notice? What information do they give you?
Generally speaking, it will include identifying details of the name of the provider, obviously, and who they are, and those sorts of matters, but it will also include the timeframes, Senator, of when they plan to exit or withdraw, the number of participants that may be affected, the services that they deliver. That's generally the source of information.
Okay, so you are receiving that information, which is an aspect of your monitoring requirements. When will you begin taking steps to mitigate the risks of unplanned service withdrawal? Because you are receiving information from providers as they are required to, but again, what has been revealed by this report is that even though you are legislatively required to both mitigate the risk of unplanned service withdrawal and monitor for that service withdrawal, you are not currently doing that. So, can you give us as a committee a date when you are actually going to begin to do what you are required to do under the law?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We have accepted, as you're aware, the recommendations of the ANAO and are working to implement those recommendations at the moment. We work very closely with the NDIA and other portfolio partners to ensure that we respond appropriately and adequately when a provider notifies us of exiting the market. And in our response to your question that we've taken on notice, we'll provide further detail of the planned responses to the ANAO recommendation to which you refer.
And will that include, Commissioner, will that include a date when you will begin to play this role?
I would take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Look, I over the years, I've had many opportunities to talk with most of the people appearing today, and have played a role in encouraging people to contact the Commission with concerns in relation to your issues that are within your remit to deal with. I just want to put on the record, and I'm sure I'm not alone in this, my quite serious concerns with the finding of the ANAO, and the real need for the Commission to move with urgency in order to rebuild the trust that has been eroded by the findings of this report. I don't want to leave you with any uncertainty as to the seriousness of what we heard yesterday.
No, we take this very seriously, and we take your questioning very seriously too. And we ourselves, Senators, I'm sure you know, want to work as well as we can and as efficiently as we can on dealing with the issues that are raised. So we have a large volume of work ahead of us from both the ANAO and the Broderick report, actually, that we've commenced, that we're onto pretty thoroughly, and that we're keen to sort through, and we will send you that material so that you can see what we've done to date and what is planned, and hopefully that will assist in your inquiry.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I think Ms. Berry may have one last question that she wants to put.
I'll try and do them in 1 minute each so that we finish on time. I think it would be remiss of us not to touch on the Broderick review. And so just noting that that review obviously took place between, it was reported in August, but took place between September 24 and June 25. And the findings of that report note that we've had a leadership transition, which obviously you both started in October 24. And also that report notes that you've had a considerable focus on workforce culture and inclusion since your commencement, both yourself, Commissioner, and Associate Commissioner Wade. However, in that report, it did find that almost a quarter of Commission employees, 21% of Commission employees, had experienced bullying in the past 12 months, the most common forms of which included psychological harassment, including intimidation and belittling or humiliating comments. and there's some commentary around culture. Just wondered if you could briefly, noting that's a big question, but if you could briefly speak to your focus in this area.
Sure. Thank you so much for that question. Of course, the Broderick Review was commissioned by Commissioner Phelan during his term, and so when I met with him at the end of his period and when I was starting, he let me know that he had commissioned this work. He commissioned this work because he asked for staff to come forward and talk about how they're experiencing the organisation, and many staff came forward. So I was very pleased he commissioned this work. Always hard to receive something you haven't commissioned, but important that we take that on. I felt the very thorough participation by our staff in this was tremendously trusting of them, and important for them to do in order for their stories to be heard. I have taken this report with the utmost seriousness. I have been very keen, and we have put it out publicly to our staff. That has not happened in the Commission before, and it goes to the importance of building transparency and trust so that our staff understand what is happening. Many of the things in that report link to what I would call poor executive practices. So not closing the loop with staff, not giving people enough information about what's going on, not being confident to address difficult situations. Many of these things reflect an immaturity for me in the Commission, and is something that we're thoroughly working on. And we have a very we have a roadmap and a plan that we would happily send to you, because it's been something we've worked on. We've set up a staff grouping that are working with the executive, and plus with an independent chair from outside in the Commonwealth, to talk about these issues. The points that were particularly concerning to me were the bullying aspect, and I think bullying there's no place for bullying in any organisation. I think I know where it comes from, though. It comes from often stress, overwork, not acceptable, but I can see how it can manifest. And the Commission has been an organisation that's been under a lot of pressure for a period of time.
It seemed to go beyond that as well,
yes,
in fairness,
yes,
around there being toxicity within the culture. And
yes.
But yes, take on board those points.
I'll just make a couple of other comments. Some of the staff, the key staff, have changed since I've been the Commissioner, and there will be some further changes as well. And that's important because people have to decide if they can still contribute to an organisation, and that includes with executive staff. And also I think the other part I just wanted to say was particularly distressing was the comments of people with disability, that we're very good at bringing them into the organisation but not good at supporting them in what they need to thrive. That was of particular concern to us, and we've worked very hard to do a range of things since we've had that report. Actually, even before we got that report, we were working on, you could sort of see when you came into the organisation what was needed. So we have been on this journey now for the best part of this year, and I'm very confident that when you see the sorts of things we're doing and the way in which we're engaging with staff now, that I think is probably newish to this Commission, that this will make a big difference.
And just finally, very quickly, the legislative responsibility around market stewardship is shared between yourselves and the NDIA. And the department. And just wanted to ask whether, and I know that the NDIA monitors provider exits quite proactively as well. Just wondered if there's room for improvement in relation to information sharing, or that sharing that legislative responsibility around market stewardship in your mind.
Yeah, thank you for that. Look, I think there's always room for improvement in these things. I mean, the NDIS market is quite unique. I don't think anyone thought that it would develop as much as it have, or have such diversity, and that's both a good thing, but it is something that we all need to work together on, and whether it's focusing on pricing or quality or who's exiting or all the things, what you want the market to look like, particularly markets, say, up in the top half of Australia and what they look like. We must work together on these things, and I genuinely feel there is goodwill now to work together more thoroughly, and I'm confident that will continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you very much for your time today. It's been very revealing, and it makes a great contribution to our inquiry and to our recommendations. Wish you very well, and thank you once again for your time.
Well, thank you for inviting us to speak. So, and it's great to come to Sydney to see you all. And,
Yes, and I'm sure we'll see you in Canberra at some point.
December. Yeah, December.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Okay, so look, we will now suspend and return at 3:15. Thank you. Quarter past 3, we will begin. I would now like to welcome representatives from People with Disability Australia, including Miss Michelle Keogh, who's joining us via teleconference, and Megan Spindler-Smith. Welcome to you. And you are with us in person, which is great to have you with us today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, if you could please state your name and the capacity in which you appear. If we could start with you, Mix Spindler-Smith, and then we'll move across to Michelle.
No problem. So I am Megan Spindler-Smith. I'm the acting CEO of People with Disability Australia.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Keogh.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I am Michelle Keogh, and I am the Acting Director of Systemic Advocacy at People with Disability Australia.
Thank you very much. Now, would you like to do an opening statement, Mick Spindler-Smith?
Megan speaking. Yes, I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So, People with Disability is a national cross-disability rights and advocacy organisation, and we are led for and by people with disability, and we represent the 5.5 people, million Australians.
Oh, that's good.
It's the afternoon, who identify as having a disability. Our advocacy speaks from lived experience. It's from deep community connections and from everyday realities of navigating systems that often exclude, exploit, or ignore us. People with disability deserve an autonomous space of choice, control, and genuine inclusion. Since the reforms process started, the public conversation around the NDIS has shifted in a concerning way. Media and political commentary has increased focus on the fraud, misuse, and cost, often portraying the scheme and people with disability as a burden. Accountability is vital. However, current framing too often positions people with disability as the problem, rather than the damage done by some providers through unethical and unsafe practices exploiting the system. This harmful narrative has created aggression and stigma towards our community. Linked with this, participants are telling us that the changes that are occurring and the confusion around them means that they're anxious and asking for supports that they need, but not always sure that they're allowed to have, because the requirements aren't clear. Losing access to the scheme, while it is still the only island during this large-scale reform, doesn't build trust or transparency. It silences people and undermines our confidence and our community's expectations. Our community needs a return to the NDIS as a human rights-based system, enabling participation and inclusion, strengthening communities, increasing workforce participation, creating jobs, and reducing long-term social and economic impacts. We ask the committee to help recentre the conversation on rights, dignity, safety and contribution, not on suspicion, cost or deficit. Support needs assessment is a big conversation right now. Effective and individualised support needs assessments are imperative and are important for participants. However, the process must be a co-decision-making process that ensures people with disability can effectively access the right supports at the right time. We hope, as PWDA, that the introduction of an enabling tool is utilised as an opportunity to shift away from a clinical or deficit-based approach towards a holistic and rights-based assessment through genuine and effective co-design with those most directly impacted by decisions in this process. Our members and community have shared real concerns. We are in the process of doing a survey, and we do have data on this, about how the process will be implemented. The NDIS is complex, and people with disabilities' needs and lives are diverse, and no single tool alone can capture every person's context, goals, or ways of communicating. That means the process must be genuinely co-designed, thoroughly piloted and transparently evaluated. If failures occur, immediate learning and rectification needs to be a key first step for the NDIA. Participants must retain the right to include evidence from their own trusted health and allied professionals. Assessments must be fully accessible, trauma-informed and grounded in supported decision-making, with review rights at every stage. Implementing this through a safe space for participants to ask questions, confirm understanding without fear of reprisal. This will take deep, effective training, accessible and straightforward to navigate processes with implementation of an ethical wall. Of late, it feels as though people will say co-design and eyes will roll at us. It's a term often used, but genuine co-design means shared power. It means people with disability are partners in shaping and implementing and evaluating the systems that affect our lives, not just consulted after decisions have been made to confirm our approval. This is especially imperative for those who most this impacts and those who are most likely to be left behind. The NDIS Bill amendment process showed the consequences of failing to embed co-design. DROs like ours were not fully included in the legislative process, resulting in changes such as prescriptive support lists and expanded debt recovery powers that have created real fear and reduced flexibility for participants. These outcomes demonstrate why co-design is not optional. It is essential to ensuring reforms uphold dignity, autonomy and inclusion. It, of course, would be impossible to speak of the NDIS without also noting our deep concern that if foundational supports, both general and targeted, are not implemented in full, people with disability who no longer meet the criteria for the NDIS will continue to be left without essential supports. This is already showing clear gaps, impacting other systems, including the health and education system, and more importantly, directly people's lives. We ask that any implementation or any discussion around this protects against increasing the current service gaps and uphold these shared responsibilities for inclusion and basic human rights. PWDA has been clear that we welcome the recent commitments to deeper engagement. However, these commitments must be built into every stage of reform, from the evaluation of the legislative impacts to the design of assessment tools, to the rollout of foundational supports, all underpinned by lived expertise. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Very comprehensive. You mentioned the confusion of participants and their families around recent changes to the NDIS. I'm interested to your suggestions around providing greater clarity to participants and to families around these changes, because it has been mentioned a number of times today and in hearings yesterday. So what are your thoughts and suggestions?
Thank you. And obviously we'll always appreciate if Michelle will join in, but I will start with this. Some of the confusion that we are hearing from participants, especially around the processes in which we need to do things, what people are allowed to access and what they aren't, what has potentially changed from their previous plans to their current plans, has been because it's not always clear what they can ask about, but also there's not currently a safe way for people to ask a question that doesn't mean that they may feel that they're going to be impacted by asking a question that might be inappropriately seen as, I'm trying to go down a fraudulent pathway, or I'm trying to break the system. Instead, asking clarity in a safe way is one of the things that people are saying.
So, I mean, it seems perhaps there's something missing. There's obviously formal processes participants have to go through.
Absolutely.
In order to get a plan up and running. But if you're saying that people feel not able to ask questions, well, if it's not happening in the system now, what do we need to provide so that they can have questions answered? We had the NDIS speak, and they've said to us that they've had numerous consultations, that they've met with many, many different agencies, with many different groups. But a consistent theme has been with these new processes that are now in place, that people are confused. So what aren't we doing? What do we need to do to provide opportunities for people to have their questions answered and to gain an understanding of what they need to do in order to roll their plan out?
So one of the big things that would support this is consistent education and information to those that are our sources or access to information. So that is our support coordinators, our plan managers, even our providers, so that they understand the same information. Because one of the things we are consistently hearing and experiencing is you ask one person one question, then you go to a different person, so you might ask your support coordinator a question, their answer does not necessarily match what your plan manager says. Or it may not even match what is approved or confirmed by the agency separately as well. And so this lack of consistency of information and the lack of education around that means that people are not getting the same, they can't trust the answers they're getting. But also, if you're relying on one person saying one thing, so you go down that path, and then you get to, say, from your support coordinator to your plan manager, and it's a different outcome, this creates confusion, but also fear of who you should ask what to. The second thing is around making sure that anyone you can ask questions of is independent, so that these greater fraud protection powers don't feel like they are something that could impact you when you're just asking a question and trying to get clarity on what does this actually mean? What am I actually allowed to do? Can I do this? And not being told, well, actually you can't, and not being told why you can't do it, or being given other alternatives. One of the other gaps is people are not necessarily being able to have that back and forth conversation around alternative options that they could access under the scheme and under their requirements. So this is one of the pieces. Michelle, is there anything that you wanted to add on this?
I would just, excuse me, Michelle speaking. Can I just check if you can hear me okay?
We're good this end. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Yes, I agree entirely with the points that Megan has raised. And I would just add to that one of the consequences, and I know that you've heard this from others yesterday and today, one of the consequences around the confusion is that fear of spending, participants' fear of spending some of their budgets because of the fear of raising a debt. So a consequence of the lack of clarity and the inconsistent interpretation of the rules and the changes is leading to, we're being told, and we're hearing from our members in the community, to a fear of raising a debt. And then the other thing I just wanted to add to that is, as we move in terms of solutions, as we move forward with the development of the permanent rules, I think this is really critical information that will be fed into that, and that's an opportunity to get this right under the permanent rules. And then finally, my final point on that around the lack of clarity and confusion point is, and I know this has been raised by others today, and that is the confusion around the replacement process. I think that's a significant one that PWDA heard from our members and the community on when we did some member engagement in relation to the Section 10 support list.
Well, look, thank you, because while you may not have an exact solution for this issue, you've clearly stated it, and I think that we do the NDIS, the scheme, it needs to respond to that, and it needs to provide a consistent, clear understanding or definition of what is available under the Section 10 rules and what is not. And I mean, I understand that in some ways, in theory, while the NDIA have done this because they want to have clarity, but it seems to be creating more confusion. So I suppose it's a message to the NDIA that this is something that needs to be sorted. So thanks for that, and I'm sure we're noting that as well, and that I will pass over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for your time today, both here in person and on the phone. I noted that in your submission, PWDA spoke about the replacement supports process being abolished. I'd be interested to understand why that is the PWDA's view, and also if you're able to provide me any anecdotal or other information, if you do happen to collect that data, on the types of timeframes that your members are experiencing in terms of approvals or approval delays as well.
Absolutely. So from the supports process being abolished side, we can definitely answer that one today. However, from the data side, I need to take that on notice just to be able to provide that in writing. So from the reports, the replacement process being abolished, what we're not talking about, to be clear, is removing the ability to do replacements. That is not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is the current process, and the way that the process works is not clear as to what you're allowed to ask for, but also there is no negotiation discussion around that. At one point it was you can ask for things that are only on the no list if it meets this criteria, or you can only ask for things that are on the yes list if you meet a certain set of criteria. And so that was very confusing for people, but also...
Like snakes and ladders.
Yeah, exactly. But also sometimes the replacements, if we are very clear on saying you can only replace this with this, then you may as well just have that on the support list. Okay. So what we're really saying here is replacements should be around what is going to ensure choice and control, around the fact that we know there are thin markets, especially in the regional and rural and remote areas, and especially for communities that need specific requirements, or for communities that have cultural needs or cultural expectations that cannot be necessarily done through the current processes.
Okay, thank you. That's all from me.
Okay, thank you.
Mindful of time.
Yes. Senator Steele-John, are you on the line?
I am, Chair. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the witnesses for your evidence to the committee today. It's been very useful. I think it would be valuable if you could just tell us more about the tangible impacts that this uncertainty and these changes are having on the disabled people that your organisations represent.
Absolutely. Megan speaking. So one of the interesting things that we are hearing from our community, especially around this uncertainty, is that people are either not actively using their plan to its fullest because they are unsure where all of their funds could be used, or what is or could be replaced. But also they're finding that they're having to utilise it in a way that is not as cost effective and not as based on their own direct rights and needs and choice and control. And what that can mean is that it's actually reducing access to incidental safety. So mentioned before, and I heard before the discussion around hairdressers and that cost side of things. Another impact that is positive with utilising, say, a hairdresser to wash your hair versus a support worker is that this is an external third party that is able to provide an additional safety support in an indirect way, in the sense that you're out in community, you're also able to provide time within community. However, you've also got a third-party person who knows you well enough because they are working on what is a very intimate support in a way that is not a support worker or a family member, and therefore there is an additional person who is able to see and understand and notice if you don't turn up, and also see what impacts are happening to you as a person. So that is one of the things that we're seeing, is people are not getting access to the safe and community-based supports that they would have previously accessed. Some of the other things that we're seeing is that people are finding that when they are trying to utilise their funding, because of the fact that it is unclear how to do it, it can take months and months to get access to what you actually need in an effective way. So we know of people in the community who, for instance, have not been able to get replacement prosthetics that have broken and have not been able to get them fixed or replaced in a timely manner. Now, a prosthetic is so important for those that require it, but a working prosthetic is even more so because of the physical damage it can do if it is broken and if it is not working. But also, it means that potentially you no longer have the ability to access your community. So there are impacts like that we're seeing, impacts around broken wheelchairs. So when a wheelchair, especially an electronic wheelchair, we've seen situations where electronic wheelchairs are not necessarily being able to be fixed immediately, or the cost of it, because it's confusing as to what parts cannot be replaced under the scheme versus a brand new wheelchair. Getting a brand new wheelchair is a very, very long and arduous process that is valid because it needs to be created for your needs. So what we're seeing is physical impacts on people, but also it's creating mental health challenges for much of our community due to the level of stress and the fact that you actually have to spend a lot of personal time and effort trying to navigate a system that is quite confusing to most of us.
Thank you. And in terms of the stress that this is causing in people's lives, sort of the physical and mental health impacts that come with that, what are you able to? Could you tell us a little bit more about what you've heard from people in terms of those impacts?
Look, absolutely. We have seen a increased impact around mental health challenges for the disability community that are not related to their disability, in the sense that it is due to the stress of having to spend so much time. It also means that it's impacting people's ability to access work, access the community, because they need to spend more time and energy just trying to navigate the current reforms and the confusion around that. One example that I would like to give, and obviously I won't give any names or anything like that, however, an example I'd like to give is of a parent who has been supporting their young toddler-age child to get access. This stress has actually led to the breakdown of the family and also has led to the child having some stress reactions because they are not being able to get access to the supports they need. And I'm trying not to speak too much because I don't want to give too much away to the person, but the child themselves are starting to demonstrate stress reactions, as well as the mother who has now had to stop working to spend their whole time focusing on navigating the system that has deeply impacted their ability to cope and has created damage to the overarching family. And that is not an uncommon story. That is an extreme, granted, but it is not an uncommon story that we are hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. Look, I really want to thank you all again for your questions today and the evidence you've given, both verbally and in your submissions. They are really very useful to our work as our committee. And I want to acknowledge that as advocates, as experts, and often also as disabled people ourselves, there's a particular labour and weight that comes from sharing this evidence in such a forum. So thank you.
Ms Berry.
Thank you. So my question is for you, Megan. We've been hearing a lot over the last couple of days that point of tension between registration and oversight, and we do have a highly individualised scheme at scale. So there's all of these points of tension, which I know you're very familiar with. So just wanted to get your organisation's perspective around registration and whether or not you are of the view that potentially a high risk services such as supported independent living should come under the registration framework.
So it's a really interesting question for us, especially around this idea of whether or not mandatory registration should occur for every single support. PWDA is not supportive of full mandatory registration for every single support. We do think that a stronger human rights-based approach to this, and that is looking at a multi-layered approach that is risk proportionate, is extremely important. So when you're talking about the high-risk services, absolutely, those are services where there does need to be more oversight and engagement and in support, and ensuring that registration and regulatory impacts can be supported, because what we do know is that if people with disability are not able to ensure that those providing those high-risk supports are able to do it in a way that is safe, human rights oriented, and allowing for choice and control, which a good regulator would ensure that is part of it, then that is not a viable system. We want safe supports. We want them to make sure that who we're choosing are, especially for the higher risk supports. However, when we're talking about less risk focused supports, then what we do need to think about is how do we make sure that we're balancing both safety and risk while still maintaining that choice and control, especially for those in our community that are living in spaces where they don't have access to a lot of different choices or providers, or they may not have any providers that could be registered, or the process of registration is not viable for that specific type of support. The other thing to think about in that space as well is how are we making sure that any sort of regulatory oversight allows for cultural safety, allows for people with disability and the diverse lives that we live is part of that experience and allowed for, because you need to make sure that the risk is also balanced by the human lives that we have. And so for us, it's a multi-layered, multi-tiered approach. It is not a one-size-fits-all, everyone is fully registered in the exact same way. That would not be viable.
Thank you.
Well, I think we've come to the end of our time, unfortunately, for today. But look, I want to thank you for your very well said, beautifully presented thoughts and comments and suggestions, and we will certainly take those on board. And thank you, Ms. Keogh, via teleconference, that you were with us today.
Thank you.
So we'd like to thank you, and it will contribute to our inquiry. Good on you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to welcome via teleconference Miss Naomi Anderson from Villamanta Disability Rights Legal Service, and who is joined by Miss Margaret Knight along with Mr. Jonathan Vanek, who are in the room today. And we also welcome Ms. Catherine McKernan from National Legal Aid, who is also here in the room with us as well. So I'll give you a moment to get settled. And I do understand that the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, if you could please state your names and the capacity in which you appear. Mr. Vanek, would you like to begin?
I can go first. Yeah, that's fine. Yes, my name's Jonathan Vanek. I appear under the capacity of giving a statement for my experience as an NDIS plan nominee on behalf of my sister.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. McKernan.
Yes, hi, I'm Catherine McKernan. I'm the Executive Director of National Legal Aid.
Thank you. And we do have Ms. Anderson and Ms. Knight on teleconference. Would you like to state your names and the capacity in which you are with us today?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Naomi Anderson, Legal Practice Manager at Parliamentary Disability Rights and Legal Service.
Thank you. We might need to adjust your mic, or just because you're a little muffled there, but we can hear you. So we'll continue to work on that. And so, please continue.
My name's Margaret Knight. I am a grandmother of an NDIS participant.
Thank you very much. Would anyone like to make an opening statement? Villamanta, would you have a statement you'd like to provide?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I thank the committee for the opportunity to speak to you all today and acknowledge that I am coming to you from the lands of the Wadawurrung people. We recognise the ways in which the NDIS has been life-changing for many Australians, but over the past 12 months, we have seen change on an unprecedented scale and have concerns about the apparent absence of risk assessment and mitigation in this process. As an NDIS appeals-funded service, we are contacted by the people for whom these changes have not gone well, and our intake report a significant increase in the level of distress and anxiety being experienced. I'll begin by referring to the latest statistics out of the Administrative Review Tribunal, which show that 78% of NDIS appeals result in changing the original decision. So only about 1/5 of the decisions were found to be correct. These decisions have been made by an NDIA employee, often informed by advice from the Technical Advice and Practice Improvement Branch, TAPIP, and have then been reviewed by another employee, and yet only 1/5 of them were correct. In 2025, we began to see decisions where the underlying facts of the matter were incorrect, including impairments having been removed from participant records. Unsurprisingly, incorrect facts resulted in inappropriate decisions. These were not corrected at internal review and resulted in appeals. As the committee has heard, appeals at the tribunal have increased by over 100% in the last 12 months. While the agency has increased its use of external lawyers to meet this demand, advocacy funding has not substantively increased. In the last 3 months, we received 217 requests for assistance with NDIS appeals. We've been able to represent only 6% of those. We are well aware of huge numbers of NDIS participants having to engage in the appeals process unassisted. The implementation of funding periods in the midst of this has accelerated the emergence of crisis situations. In this context, we have asked 2 family members, Auntie Marg Knight and Jonathan Vanek, to speak to the committee today about their experience. Both of them had a family member whose significant impairment had been removed from the NDIS record and funding cut as a result. Like the other members of this cohort that we saw, these participants were being told the NDIA would only fund them to share supports with 2 other people, or a 1-to-3 ratio of supports. The files we received about these individuals demonstrated years of evidence gathering and reporting about their needs, which completely contradicted the recommendations from the NDIA. At this point, I'd like to hand over to Auntie Marg.
Thank you, Naomi. Hello, everybody. My name's Marg. I'm 68 years old and I'm the grandmother of James, who is 24. He has numerous problems. He has paranoid schizophrenia, an intellectual disability, complex PTSD, ODD, ADHD. He probably has the mental age of a 12 to 13-year-old, going by his dual disability complex diagnosis. James has also does self-harm. Originally, he was given one-to-one funding, 24/7. That was dropped to one. That was changed to 1-to-3. And when we tried to find out why that had happened, there was about 3 months we couldn't get in touch with the NDIS planner because she'd gone on a holiday. We hadn't been able to get to the person above her because no one knew how to contact her or where to contact her. Then we were told his paperwork had all disappeared and his all his reports and things, no one could find them, which they had been given on numerous times. I live down on the Mornington Peninsula. I don't know if any of you know where that is.
So I do. I'm the chair, and my electorate is on the opposite side, just on the Queenscliff side. So yes, I do know, Margaret, and thank you for being with us today and providing us with a snapshot of what is occurring. We appreciate it.
Okay, well, paperwork was taken into the Frankston office. That was never passed on. We have had months of going to meetings. We were going to the ART. That was settled the other day, or the other week actually, 2 weeks ago. All these people are making decisions for these people that have no idea and no clue of what is going on. Now, James's plan has been fixed for 1-to-1, 24/7 for 12 months. When that 12 months comes up, all this is going to start again because no one reads reports, no one listens to the SIL providers. They're the ones with the hands-on, one-to-one things that are going on with these people during the day, and everyone is lumped into the same category. They're not cattle in a cattle grid. They're all individual, separate people with separate issues. And I know it's difficult and I know it's hard, but goodness gracious me, all these people sitting in their office getting astronomical amounts of pay are not doing their jobs properly, because if they were, none of this would be happening. A lot of it is just common sense, but no one is using common sense, and all these disabled people are the ones who are suffering for it. I really just don't understand. When I'm dead and gone, James unfortunately is going to have no one else to advocate for him, and that in itself is a really large worry for me, because all I can think of is who is going to look after my grandson. And I would say that 99.9% of the people, carers, relatives of these people out there are thinking the same thing, because there's just no common sense.
Well, thank you, Ms. Knight, for what you have said. It's very You know, it's very revealing, and we appreciate you making time to explain the situation for James, for your grandson. We may come back to you, but I'd now invite Mr. Van Eck. Did you want to speak as well?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Cool. So I have prepared words. If it's a time limit, I can adjust, but let me know. Good afternoon to all members. First, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal and Yorta Nation traditional custodians of the land we meet today and pay my respects to the elders past and present. Extend my thanks as well to Naomi of Villamanta Disability Rights Legal Service and the organisers of today's committee for providing me with the opportunity to share my experience in dealing with the NDIS as planned nominee and guardian of my sister. This is a responsibility I've taken over for the last 6 years, since my mother's age and health have limited her capacity to do so. Although it is an extremely challenging role, I do consider it a privilege to use what capacity I have to care and advocate for my sister. And my respect and gratitude goes out to every other Australian who also commits themselves to do the same. It's obviously not for fortunate circumstances that I'm here to make this statement. My dealings with the NDIS have been nothing short of a 6-year battle. Specifically, I've been fighting through the system to set my sister up appropriately in SIL, support program services, for more than 5 years. Through each year of this journey, we've been continuously forced to advocate for appropriate level of support funding, and with each revision, we fall short. To the point of recently enduring a near 1-year stalemate process with the ART, contending my sister's need for one-to-one funding. It currently stands that even despite the NDIA's independent assessors also recommending this level of funding, our appeals are yet to be accepted, and we are still headed towards a hearing for resolution. I provide the committee my story here today with the hope that it sheds light on the truth of experience I know many more Australians share and can act as a catalyst for reform and continuous improvement of which the NDIA commits itself to. There are many principles of governance the NDIA claims to hold itself accountable to. The PGPA Act establishes a governance framework built on integrity, accountability, transparency and stewardship of public resources, ensuring every Commonwealth entity acts in the public interest and demonstrates ethical, responsible and results-driven leadership. And within the NDIS Act of 2013, we also have core guiding principles across decision-making, governance and financial sustainability and future planning, These principles aim to ensure NDIS remains viable not just for today, but for future generations of Australians with disability. From the outset, these principles should give all participants the confidence that they would be treated fairly and ethically when engaging with the scheme in pursuit of the NDIA's goal to give its participants the opportunity and independence to use the scheme in support of living an ordinary life. However, in my experience, the primary guiding principle I have seen the NDIS respond to in order to gain needed services for my sister is the principle of crisis. To illustrate this experience fully, I'd like to take to the beginning of my sister's and family's journey in supporting her disabilities. In timeline view, you better see how disappointingly the system fails to act fairly and ethically in its assistance of the primary participants who rely on it, but also the families whose own well-being is intrinsically tied to the well-being of its participants. In our case, and I'm sure in most people's cases, a delay in funding, an obligation to appeal, a program that lets you down isn't a singular hurdle participants need to overcome, but are just another challenge thrown at them to compound over a lifetime of challenges. It's funny, the longer that you spend in this system, how used to repetition you become. The cycle of churn is vicious. Support workers, specialists, coordinators, providers, they're all transient in their tenure. And with every new person and new program you onboard in your team, you start again. With every new chapter, you tell your story again, and it is quite exhausting, but I'm quite used to it now. I'll pause for a second.
We may need to, just so we have time to ask questions, if you could.
Oh, right, I can probably...
Yeah, because we'll come back and you'll have opportunity.
Okay, beautiful. Cool. So I guess in summary, my sister born 1980 with Down syndrome, categorised as mild disability. She was also hit by a car at 16 and suffered an acquired brain injury. She has the, I guess, souvenirs of a metal plate in her head and metal rod in her leg now. Through the years, I guess it's been a challenge of my family to support her through that. But I guess in the early years of recovery, our family was younger and able to support her. As time did go on though, obviously her conditions worsened and family got older, particularly my mum, who's was the main carer for her, I would say. She suffers from heightened anxiety, OCD, impulse control disorder, kleptomania, to name a few. So she's quite difficult, I guess, to care for in a shared circumstance. Around COVID was when I guess these issues started to become much harder to manage within the family home. And we looked to essentially start engaging the NDIA in planning to get her into a SIL solution. Initially, our funding was 1 to 3. We went with a plan of putting her into a brain disorder unit to sort of assist her in the early stages of SIL funding. And we all knew that this wouldn't be good enough at the outset, and this was 5 years ago. I think our OT actually said to us that in order for my sister to get the service she needs, the system needs to see her fail. And that's kind of what we've done for 4 years. So in summary, I'd say the brain disorder unit didn't, I guess, make sort of any tangible grounds in supporting her to assist her in living on her own and providing any therapy at all. At the outset of that, they actually forced her out with a deadline, which essentially meant we needed to find a SIL housing under duress. And we did, but it was not a setup which we thought would work, and it absolutely didn't. It was quite a disaster. About 8 months were spent there, which were more or less under a situation of crisis, which we then moved on. Through that time, we also had no good advocation, which I think is an issue that's been spoken about, and I would just quickly like to thank Annette Grande from Milparinka, probably the first support worker that's been a true advocate for us and made a huge difference. Surprisingly, if it wasn't for her, I really don't know where we'd end up. She then assisted us to start navigating the system. We worked with the same provider to put my sister into one-to-one care. It wasn't great, but it was the best we could do for that point in time. It was also, again, a temporary fix because we knew that we needed to move again to another provider. Again, we wouldn't have been able to do this without Annette, but we essentially activated crisis funding for the NDIA. For the last year, my sister has been in a new house with a new provider, which has been objectively much better, and it is close to home, which has been, I think, really important to have that family connection. But we're still in a situation where she's funded 1 to 3, and we're essentially forcing a 1-to-1 funding in this situation. So although it is better, we are limited in our funding, and we know it's going to run out, and it's not necessarily a very good mindset to be coordinating in, especially for someone with complex needs. Towards the end of last year, we looked to make our case for 1-to-1 funding. As I've illustrated, my sister is obviously very disabled. We provided a comprehensive report spanning 45 years, 17 documents. Every recommendation from every specialist was to suggest that she needs 1-to-1 funding. We were denied, only granted a continuation of 1 to 3 funding. However, we were advised to appeal at the ART, and this was basically 12 months ago. Again, I think we have probably similar sentiments to what was shared yesterday afternoon with Dr. Stevie Howson. It's pretty clear that they use bureaucracy and delaying of people in order to potentially put them off sticking with the system. And once again, we're really lucky to find Villamanta to help us support and navigate through this, and I don't think I would have had the energy to do so otherwise. I'll wrap up.
Yep.
So at this point in time, as I said before, we're still waiting for confirmation that will be, our funding would be granted. NDIA has also now supported the third-party providing assessment has also supported that she needs one-to-one funding, and despite that, we're still waiting for an approval.
Right.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Look, Mr. Vanek, I just want to thank you on behalf of the committee for the role you've taken on. It is no small role. It is a huge responsibility that you've taken on. It's obviously affected you. I can hear it in your voice. But we just want you to know we appreciate what you do. It's not easy. And what we're here to do is to listen, to actually create some recommendations that will hopefully help not only your situation but many other participants and their families. So, Ms. Catherine McKernan, you have been very patient, and would you like to make a statement?
I've provided the statement to you already, so I don't think I'll speak to it if that's all right, just in the interest of time.
No, that is fine.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be very brief too, because I know that there are others who want to ask questions. But I did want to ask you. You've just gone through talking about the appeals process and how challenging that has been for you, and I mean, obviously for National Legal Aid and for Villa Manta, you provide advocacy and support legal services. You've talked about the fact that there's an increase in demand. I'm wondering why that is, in your opinion, and also what needs to be done to actually support you so you can support more people in need.
Sure, and I think Naomi and I can answer that together. I might start and then she can join. In terms of the increased demand, that better? Sorry. The reason for that is what we've heard today a little bit is just around the changes to the legislation and the definition of supports. And so what's happened is there is a need for certainty and understanding of decisions, and so the number of appeals has increased significantly since that legislation was passed. We experienced this at the beginning of when the NDIS was first established as well. The role that legal assistance provides it isn't just in terms of supporting clients and getting good outcomes for clients. It's also about helping establish the system and establish some parameters, I guess, around what is a reasonable support and how, and what's requested. So initially when the NDIS first came in, there was a high number of appeals, and then that kind of was managed as the system kind of settled. But now with the changes to the legislation, that has now peaked again. So that's the reason for the increase from our perspective. Naomi, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Thank you, Catherine. I'd also add policy within the agency. The 1 to 3 policy certainly has been rolled out and affected the cohort of people that we deal with. I'd also say that the poor record keeping, the removal of impairments from participant records, the loss of documents from evidence from the past has certainly had an impact. The fact that internal reviews aren't picking up the problems. A lot of the matters that we're seeing should never have had to get to the tribunal if the internal review had been done properly and had identified that something had changed in the participant's record. And yes, the funding periods have certainly contributed as well.
And so to answer the second part of your question, legal aids alongside community legal centres and our colleagues in the disability advocacy space would really like to see the funding being an ongoing provision, but also increased to help meet demand. At the moment, I mean, Naomi's also referenced the demand and the difficulty in meeting demand for her service, but we only see 63, we're unable to, sorry, I'll get my figures right. We are only meeting 65% of demand. And so so many people are having to navigate this themselves and undertake self-representation when the evaluation we've recently undertaken clearly shows the benefit of providing legal assistance and legal representation for a whole range of reasons. So we would absolutely support improving the decision-making as early as possible, absolutely, within the NDIA. That is absolutely imperative, but also looking at the ART and seeing legal assistance as part of the system that is an integral part. I think also just mentioning, and I've put that in our statement too, that the NDIA itself paid $60.7 million to external law firms in 24-25 to represent, at the ART, which is 60% from the previous year. So they're being funded to meet the demand, but we've received a short-term additional funding, which is very welcome, but it's nowhere near that amount. And just for it to be a level playing field, it would be really great to see increased investment in the legal assistance component.
Yeah, well, thank you. And then what I'm wondering also is, we've heard that the appeals process is very challenging, and that you're repeatedly having to come back with the same information and provide it, and you feel
Provide in
like...
different formats, which is the theme that we seem to be exposed to.
So I'm wondering if you have any comment, Ms McKernan and Ms Anderson, on how do we make the appeals program or process, how do we improve it?
Naomi, do you want to go first?
There's a real need to have somebody with the authority to make a decision in the room. Participants are going through a process where they go to case conferences and conciliations with a case manager and a lawyer. Neither of those people have the ultimate decision-making authority. They keep having to defer to others, generally the technical branch. If the technical branch is going to have that much power over the decisions that are being made, they need to be in the room, because otherwise this conferencing process just goes round and around and around, frustrating participants who are hanging on the skin of their nails because they've got all of this pressure of not having enough funding for supports to be able to live their lives. And there's not a decision maker turning up. It has to be a fairer process than that, Catherine.
Yeah.
That's the problem I had.
Sorry, Auntie Marge, did you have something else you wanted to say?
Yeah, well, that was one of the problems I had. That I was going to meetings where people were saying things, but there was no one there to make the judgments, as Naomi said. And all that stuff costs money. And their solicitors, the NDIA solicitors, they leave a bit to be desired. At one of the meetings I was at, the solicitor was so rude to the judge at a conciliation meeting, or whatever they're called, a tribunal actually it was, and the lawyer was talking to the judge like he was an absolute pig, and she rolled her eyes at me. It's just a farce and a waste of everybody's money when they're supposed to be there. Who's paying these people to speak to judges like that and roll their eyes at just people like me who are there just trying to get help for their relatives?
So thank you, Ms Knight, for that, for what you've said there. So obviously there's the change, as you've all mentioned, is about having the decision maker in the room at an earlier point, so it's not being extended and it's an ongoing battle. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, we would also add that it's the evidentiary requirements change often throughout the process, and so it's very hard to prepare our responses and support people to go through the process, which does make it more traumatic and difficult. And so we would really suggest that the evidence requirements in general are quite extensive as well. So being really clear about what the evidence requirements are early and what the matter at issue is very at the earliest possible point. And also looking at the impact of asking for additional reports and further health reports and so on, and just the administrative burden, I guess, in getting more evidence and being really streamlined around that. Because that's also impacting on our capacity to provide legal assistance too, because the cost of the medical reports, etc., actually add to
so perhaps
the
that
cost.
Commences at the start
Yeah,
of the process.
that's right. Being really clear.
And there cannot be the opportunity to
That's right.
go back and ask for more.
Yeah, exactly. And as people have mentioned, the NDIA can be quite adversarial. Their solicitors can be their lawyers can be quite adversarial, and we would really encourage the NDIA to stick to the model litigant guidelines and take those responsibilities seriously, so that they're actually acting in a way that is helping the process and supporting that process to be as clear and also supportive as possible. So that's one thing we've been raising for a number of years.
Well, thank you. You've raised it here, and we're listening. And what I did note yesterday, we were in Canberra, the NDIA were listening to the hearing, and I'm presuming they will be today. So, which is of value. So, thank you. Senator Steele-John, would you like to ask some questions?
Yes, I most certainly would. Thank you very much to these witnesses who have given evidence so far today. It's very useful for us as a committee to have heard from you and to have read your submissions. I want to go to the administrative review tribunal evidence that you've given us in relation to that experience. In your experience representing NDIS participants at the ART, is the NDIA meeting their model litigant obligations? And if you do not believe they are, can you please detail, why not and what this looks like in practice?
Naomi, do you want to go first?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. I'm actually unable to answer that question because there are a number of our matters that have been referred off for investigation in that regard, but we've not actually heard back from any of those investigations. There was one that was referred by the member himself. Auntie Nag was in the room at the time when the NDIA's lawyers actually tried to argue new directions, new timeframes, after having failed to comply with directions of the tribunal on multiple occasions. We are certainly seeing significant delays. We are certainly seeing the agency take advantage of the fact that participants are in a difficult spot and are feeling a great deal of stress, and that is not something that should be used against them. They're also taking advantage of the fact that participants don't have the money to get endless reports, don't have the money to provide the supports themselves in the meantime, and are likely to agree to anything just to get it over and done with. So I would say I don't believe so, but I'm not sure that we can categorically say that when they're under investigation.
And I would refer to the evaluation that we've recently done of our program, where there is information contained in that where it's again what Naomi has just outlined in terms of how the NDIA may not be adhering to the model litigant process. So again, it's just the very adversarial nature, the delaying technique that can be used, and the use of or asking for additional information and reports and not being clear up front, as I outlined earlier.
Can I just elaborate on that, seeing as I've seen that firsthand?
Please do, yes, please.
We were at a meeting about my grandson. The member's name was John.
I don't think we should be, Miss Knight. We've just got to be very careful that we don't identify people in this committee.
Okay.
So if we can keep it without identifying, would be greatly appreciated.
Okay. The member who was in charge of the meeting told or suggested whatever to the NDIA solicitors what he wanted done. He wanted A, B, C and D done within a fortnight, and we were to come back in a fortnight to get the results of what he had asked them for. When we went back to the second meeting, the lawyer for the NDIA had not done one thing. And when the member asked the lawyer why, the lawyer just had no... she just was so rude and disrespectful to the member. I was actually mind-boggled that she had no regard, no respect, and was speaking to this man in the manner she was because she hadn't done her job. I actually interrupted her because I was so shocked at her disrespect, and she rolled her eyes at me And whether I should or not, I don't know, but I told her off for rolling her eyes at me because I'm not an idiot. I'm there because I'm worried about my grandson, and there was no need for her to be so disrespectful to me as well. That whole meeting, I was absolutely gobsmacked that is how the NDIS's lawyers act.
That seems to be that very much concerns me to hear that, although it doesn't surprise me to hear it, certainly.
Senator Steele,
now,
John, Mr. Van Eck just wanted to actually make a comment there. Sorry, Mr. Van Eck.
Look, I can probably refer to a similar example, but I won't go into it because I think it's already been made quite clear. But one small suggestion that could be made quite easily for the ART processes is just defaulting that they are done over video conference. So they seem to default to teleconference, which feels like quite an inhumane way to be going through a process like that. And we definitely felt that it's hard to communicate properly. It can obviously be quite tense, especially when they are being treating you quite adversarially. I'd imagine that could be something that's actually an easy suggestion and fix to make these processes a little bit better.
Okay, thank you.
No worries.
Senator Steele, John.
Thank you, Chair. Are your organisations seeing increases in the number of particular issues listed or subject to an ART process in the last year?
I didn't make that.
Could you repeat the question, please, Senator?
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, if you could repeat the question, it was just difficult to hear it.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes, I can hear you clearly now.
Yeah. So are there increases in the number of particular issues that you are seeing come before the tribunal or make their way to the tribunal in the last year? Are we seeing increases in particular types of issues beginning in the process or actually, no, beginning isn't the right word. What I'm trying to ask is, I'm well aware that there are a large number of steps before you get to the tribunal itself, and then a number of steps before it gets to an official hearing. But once we have commenced the tribunal kind of process, are you seeing an increase in the number of particular issues that are going before the tribunal in the last year?
I'll need to take that on notice and speak to the legal aids. Unfortunately, that's one of the findings of the evaluation, that we really need to improve the data collection that we undertake. And so unfortunately, I'm not able to answer that at this point. Naomi?
Due to the cohort who are our priority, absolutely yes. People who demonstrably cannot share supports with others, being told that they need to have 1 to 3 supports. We've also never had so many Aboriginal and culturally and linguistically diverse clients as we do now. So for some reason, it's hitting those communities worse than others.
Okay. And do you see, and this might be a question for Villamanta rather than National Legal Aid, because I think we're going to hit the same data collection issue. Do you see many clients that are basically repeat clients? That is to say, people who have been previously before the ART and coming back with the same issue. I know in your submission you referenced that there seems to be certain cohorts of the community that are repeatedly challenged by the agency or have supports removed, requiring them to reappear before the tribunal.
Yes, we have a number of clients who have had exactly that happen, and if and again our cohort are people with cognitive impairments. They tend to be represented by nominees, and those nominees, like Auntie Marg, are ageing and are terrified as to what will happen when they're not around to keep doing this fighting. They tend to be people with complex support needs, people with multiple conditions that overlap and combine to create a level of impairment that is not well understood by the agency. And what happens in one proceeding appears not to have any impact whatsoever on future behaviour of the agency, even though we're talking about people who are in their 40s and 50s, and nothing's changed. Nothing's going to change. All of the evidence suggests that.
Could I just say, we only have a couple of minutes left, Senator Steele-John.
Yes, I'll finish there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, look, thank you very much, Senator, for the questions you've put to the panel, and I'd like to thank the witnesses here. It is really helpful to hear your views, not only from Ms Knight and Mr Vanek, your personal experiences, but also from the agencies who are there to advocate and provide legal aid services. We appreciate the work you do, and it will contribute to the recommendations of this inquiry. So thank you so much for your time today. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Now, we will be wrapping up in a minute or so. Before we do so, I just would like to thank everyone who has given evidence today, all the witnesses. It has been very constructive. People have provided very valuable information and experiences which we will incorporate into the inquiry and the recommendations. I'd also very much like to thank my fellow committee members and the Deputy Chair for your time today. It's really valuable, and I very much appreciate your involvement. Also the Secretariat, you do a great job in supporting us, and we appreciate it greatly. We also thank Hansard Broadcasting, and just acknowledge that today is really quite groundbreaking for us. We have been in video conference, not just teleconference, and I know for people out there in the disability sector that it does make a difference to be able to listen and to see what is occurring today. So on that note, we will conclude our hearing at 4:28. Thank you.